very much. Let me also welcome all the way from Abuja the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Regional Development, Office of the Vice President. I'd like to welcome Dr. Mariam Temitokwe Masha. I welcome you. The chairman of the commission is here, and in different capacities he has served Nigeria and is still serving Nigeria. I'd like to welcome here Chief Dr. Emeka Wogo, CON. The Managing Director of the Commission is also here. He represents the modern cerebral brains that are driving development across the Southeast. Mr. Mark Okoye is here with us. Let me welcome some of our very special guests that are here. I'd like to welcome members of the National Assembly that are here, both House of Representatives and the Senate. Representatives of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, captains of industry, development partners, members of the diplomatic corps, our royal fathers, our women groups and youths, our resource persons, speakers and panelists. But I'd also like to mention a few people individually. Let me welcome here the Director General of the Council for Arts and Culture Nigeria, the very entertaining guy, Mr. Obi Asika. I welcome you. Thank you very much. One of our major speakers who will be setting the tone for our conversation in the next 3 days or thereabout, Professor Oke Ikechukwu. I welcome you, Prof. Let me also welcome here Iyam Joseph Aneni, a proud daughter of the soil, former Honorable Minister for Women Affairs. And also here is a former Minister for Health, and he's known to have been one of those people that make sure Ebola didn't stay more than 2 weeks in Nigeria. Professor Onyebuchichukwu, I celebrate you this morning. I welcome you. Let me also welcome members of the board of the commission. I'd like to celebrate Professor Naji is representing the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, and also representing Chairman, House Committee on Southeast Development, Honorable Paul Sunday Namchi. They are also here. I welcome all of you. These are members of the board of the commission: Senator Anthony Agbo, Right Honorable Sunday Ohajurika, Honorable Toby Okechukwu, Chief Sylvester Okonkwo, Dr. Clifford Ogbede, Barrister Ugochukwu Agbala, Honorable Oke Ezenwa, High Chief Hyacinth Ikpo, Honorable Chidi Echiazo, Barrister Ifeanyi Ago, PhD, Nasir Osman, Honorable Haman Adama Ali Kumo, His Excellency Edward David Onoja, Honorable Kufro Inima, Daniel Akwari, and Chief Mrs. Adejoke Adebayo Chukuma. These are members of the board of the commission. Can we put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen? And so, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome all of you to Enugu. For any man who is an Igbo person, Enugu remains undisputed capital of the Southeast. A city shaped by resilience, culture, and divine purpose. Welcome to a gathering that will not only celebrate Enugu's historical significance, welcoming spirit, strategic landscape, and rapid modernization, but we celebrate the entire Southeast. So it is with profound honor that I welcome all of you to a truly historic event, the Southeast Vision 2050, themed Charting a Shared Path to Sustainable Prosperity for the Southeast. Today marks a milestone in the history of the Southeast as we come together to chart a shared path for the future we all desire. So this is not just a gathering, it is a collective commitment to the prosperity and progress of our people. I'd like to welcome all of you, but to formally welcome us this morning is a man that I told you earlier served Nigeria in different capacities and is still not tired. He's the chairman of the board. I'd like to welcome here Chief Dr. Emeka Nwogu, CON.
His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Mba, ably represented by a distinguished son of Enugu, the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Onion. The representative of the Deputy Speaker, His Excellency Benjamin Okezie Kalu, CON, CFR, is being represented here by Professor Nnachi, who is a member of the House of Reps. But he's also representing the chairman of our committee in the House of Representatives. Other representatives of state governments here present, particularly from Abia, Imo, Anambra, and Ebonyi. Members of the National Assembly, Dr. Mariam Masha, the SSA to the President on Regional Development, former ministers of the Federal Republic here present, and my colleagues who serve together from Iyom Anini and Professor Onebuchi Chukwu. You are welcome. I want to also welcome the permanent secretaries here present, particularly the permanent secretary of Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs. And then I think our own PAMSEC is here, equally, Regional Development. I want to equally welcome, well, not welcome, this time around, let me recognize our capacity MD, Mark Okoye, number 2, Junior. I want to equally welcome the Ambassador of Kenya here present and other members of the Diplomatic Corps. Members of the SEDC, Southeast Development Commission, both executive and non-executive here present. I want to equally welcome directors and members of management staff here present, the clergy, royal fathers here present, our distinguished stakeholders, leaders of government, business, and industry here present. I want to particularly recognize Dr. Mrs. Dozie. She's here, representing the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria. I just lifted my eyes on my head, and I saw the President General of Ohaneze, Senator Mbata. You are welcome, sir. Our other regional development commissions here present, the MDs and chairmen or their representatives. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board and management of the Southeast Development Commission, it is my pleasure to warmly welcome you to the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum. This gathering marks an important step in the evolution of regional development planning in the Southeast. It reflects a shared understanding that sustainable progress requires long-term vision, coordinated action, and the collective input of all stakeholders. The Southeast Development Commission was established to help address long-standing infrastructure and development gaps, while also providing a platform for strategic, forward-looking regional planning. This forum speaks directly to the mandate. And at this point, may I single out the kindness, the magnanimity of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for making it possible for Southeast to have this development commission. In the same regard, I must equally acknowledge the efforts of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, and his colleagues in making sure that this laudable bill was passed in the House of Representatives and the Senate. We are particularly encouraged by the broad and inclusive nature of participation at this forum from state and federal institutions, the private sector, development partners, professional bodies, civil society, women and youth groups, and the diaspora community. This diversity is a strength. It underscores the fact that development is not the responsibility of government alone, but a shared task that requires partnership, trust, and continuity. This forum is also firmly aligned with the renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, especially his focus on productivity, infrastructure development, private sector-led growth, and institutional reform. Over the next few days, I encourage all participants to engage openly and constructively, to share ideas grounded in experience, and to focus on solutions that can be implemented and sustained. I commend the management of Southeast Development Commission for the work that has gone into convening this forum, and I thank all of you for honoring this invitation. It includes me, so commendation to me too and the team. With that, it is my pleasure to invite the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Southeast Development Commission, Mr. Mark Okoye, to deliver the opening address for the day one of this forum. I thank you, I wish you well, and I wish you all productive deliberation. Thank you, and God bless you.
God bless you too. Can we put our hands together for him as he steps down? Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, the chairman has hinted at it. They say excellence doesn't fall too far from the tree. His father became the Minister of State for FCT at 29. He became a commissioner at 28. At 25, he's an experienced public servant, ex-investment banker, public policy expert, and award-winning change agent. He is leading the Southeast well. I'd like to welcome here Mr. Mark Okoye. You're welcome.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, represented by the SSG, the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Onya, you're very welcome. The Governor of Anambra State, former Governor of Anambra State, represented Chief Willie Obiano, represented by Professor Willie Wokoye. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Kenya to Nigeria, Isaac Parashina, Your Excellency, you're very welcome. Please, please, please permit me, and obviously, Your Excellency, the President of Ohaneze Ndibo Worldwide, Senator Azuta Mbata, you're very welcome, sir. Please, please permit me to stand on audio and existing protocols. I think we've established protocols extensively, and we're probably about an hour and 15 or an hour 30 minutes late. So all the government agencies here present, regional development commissions here present, recall that when you look at the agenda, today is to open the technical session, right? So when I look at the room, I see people who came to contribute their ideas and into developing the Southeast Vision 2050 development plan. Tomorrow is for political and institutional stakeholder alignment. So we'll do that tomorrow. But for today, I think we need to get ready and get to business very quickly. So permit me, Your Excellency, the Vice President represented by the SSA, forgive me, but please, let's proceed. Forgive us. We're all Christians or Muslims, so we'll make mistakes, and the onus is on us to forgive. So for us, today marks the technical opening of this forum. We begin deliberately with ideas, evidence, and structure. Before politics, before ceremonies, and before declarations. That choice is intentional, because if we are serious about the future of Southeast, then the work must start with clear thinking, honest diagnosis, and coordinated planning. Let me state this clearly at the outset. The purpose of this forum is simple: to move the Southeast from fragmented effort to coordinated action. For decades, development planning across our country has often followed a familiar pattern. Consultants are engaged, documents are procured, validation workshops are done in the nicest hotels, and then plans are launched. And yet, ownership of those plans remains very shallow. Implementation is weak, and public trust is limited. We have chosen a different path at SCDC. Over the past year, the Southeast Development Commission has spent time listening, mapping constraints, engaging states, and testing vision, but as a regional expression of a national development direction, one that places long-term planning, investment readiness, and execution discipline at the center of our growth. For our business leaders, entrepreneurs, and investors in this room, including those joining us from across the diaspora, let me say this clearly: this process is not academic. The intention is to surface real bankable projects, clarify policy and regulatory bottlenecks, and build a credible pipeline that can attract domestic capital, diaspora capital, and institutional finance to develop the Southeast. Vision 2050 must ultimately translate into factories, farms, infrastructure, power, logistics, skills, jobs, and sustainable returns. If it does not, then it has failed. To our professional bodies, technical experts, practitioners, your standards, data, and lived experiences matter deeply here. This plan must be rigorous, evidence-based, and implementable. I also want to specially acknowledge the women and young professionals present today, as well as those joining us virtually from across the world. Your perspectives are not peripheral to this process. They are central to it. A vision that does not work for women and youth will not work at all. The Southeast diaspora is one of its greatest strategic assets. The presence of Igbo professional groups who have traveled from different parts of America to be here, alongside those participating virtually from Europe, North America, Asia, and beyond. It sends a powerful signal. Your skills, your networks, your capital, and your global exposure are not add-ons to this process. They are integral to this process. So over the next few days, we'll interrogate difficult questions. How do we industrialize with very limited land? At 29,000 square kilometers, where if we were a state in the Southeast, we will be the 13th largest state. So you have states like Niger State that are 2.6 times larger than the Southeast. So when you think about infrastructure deployment, you think about education policy, you think about land administration policy, in 29,000 square kilometers, we have perhaps 5 different policies, but there are larger land masses that have just one. And all of this has implications for ease of doing business, for the business environment. But also, from a deployment of infrastructure standpoint, we have a very small land mass. So there's need to actually have coordinated planning around how we put in place and utilize the land. Other questions such as how do we power growth sustainably? Everyone is setting up power regulatory commissions. Fantastic and splendid idea. Is it possible for 5 states to have 800 megawatt plants each individually? We're all going to raise capital from the same pool of capital. So perhaps, if we can all speak to ourselves, come up with credible projects that plays a role and gives everybody their own equity and their stake, perhaps we start to look at projects that have scale and then become more bankable and easier to deploy. How do we finance development at scale? Very good question. If we add all the resources captured in the budgets, we know that on average you have 20 or 30%, at best 50% budget implementation. You're really looking at about $2 billion. But we have aspirations. The World Bank says $100 billion for Nigeria in terms of infrastructure deficit. In the Southeast, they say it's $10 billion for infrastructure deficit, a study. But at best, we are using about $2 billion as a region to pay salaries, to pay overheads, to fix security, and then also to build prosperity around industries. But at the same time, we have $22 billion of remittances coming in to Nigeria. From our estimates, just about $4 billion of that comes into the Southeast. The question is, why is that being fragmentally invested? Why isn't that going into one power project, one rail project, one gas pipeline initiative? This is just some of the thinking that we need to spend time reflecting on as we get ready to contribute to the different panels. And the last question is, how do we build institutions that outlive individuals? Extremely important question. We have seen good administrations come and go many times in our region and across the country and across Africa per se. But real transformation is when it is sustainable, where with or without the person who's at the helm of activities, the institution continues to run and continues to deliver value. Questions again for us to think. So the success of this forum will not be measured by speeches or attendance numbers. It will be measured by clarity, alignment, and follow-through. Where is Edani, the SCDC liaison officer? I will say a little conversation we were having over the last 1 week. He said, MD, we can't fill this hall. We have to find a way to mobilize so that we have 3,500 people here. But for us at SCDC, and for us as Southeasterners meaning every Nigerian who lives here, what we want is 200 people who are ready here to contribute to the development of a plan versus a full hall of 5,000. And if I pick up the mic, they say, Mark for MD, we'll vote him next year. All of these people will walk out. So what we want to do is to create the right ecosystem and environment that allows every single person here have collective ownership in what we are building. Government is the administrator. Our job is to take your ideas, your aspirations, your contributions, and piece that out, working closely with the different state governments into a plan that we have ownership into. Because when implementation of that plan comes, and there's a role for us to either invest in it or make some sacrifices, it becomes easier. So to close, I encourage everyone here to engage openly, constructively, and generously. Challenge assumptions. Share practical ideas. What is a practical idea? No, I don't think this is how they should do power. I think this is a better project to do. That's just a dream. I think we should do a project that has a 500 megawatt plant. Funding can come from here and there. These are organizations that are interested. That is a brief that living here we can work on. So no idealistic aspirations, focused, pragmatic contributions. So let's think regionally, even while we continue to act locally. If we do this right, the Southeast Vision 2050 will not be another document. It will become a shared roadmap owned by government, business, professionals, the diaspora, the faith-based organizations, the women, the youth, and the wider stakeholder group of the Southeast and Nigeria. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for believing that the Southeast is worth planning together. I wish us all productive deliberations. Thank you very much.
I told you. I said the Southeast is in good hands. At 35, he has the wisdom of an 80-year-old. Let's put our hands together for our Managing Director. Thank you very much. Thank you. Part of the reasons why we're doing this event is for us to be able to reach out to other regions and collaborate. There's a proud son of Anambra State who has been doing that. He is currently the Director General of Research and Development in Kogi State Government, but a proud son of Anambra State, Barrister Moses Okezie Okafor. I welcome you back home. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, 2 days ago, she posted on her X page and she said, "The grind continues, not for noise, but for outcomes. 2026 goals are clear: stronger systems, deeper collaboration, and development that reaches the people where it matters." And if you look at it, that's exactly what this commission wants to achieve for its people. She can say this because she's a brilliant woman, educated at the University of Lagos, Johns Hopkins, and Oxford. Currently, she is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Regional Development, Office of the Vice President. Please welcome here, Miriam Temitokwe Masha.
Thank you very much. I feel privileged to be in this hall today. So I'd like to thank you first for the opportunity to speak on an issue that I think is central to Nigeria's development journey. Nigeria's regional diversity offers us both opportunities and challenges for sustainable development. But in spite of the abundant natural and human resources, we have persistent disparities in infrastructure, economic growth, human capital development, and social welfare, across the 6 geopolitical zones. Now, these must be addressed for us to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth. Mindful of this, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu established the Regional Development Commissions with a view to tackling the long-standing inequities across geopolitical zones. Each commission is mandated to deliver tailored, region-specific, domesticated, and data-driven interventions that will catalyze inclusive growth, stabilize local economies, while also sustaining long-term prosperity. Through the commissions, regions can set shared priorities, leverage scale for intervention, for infrastructure, investments, able to link local strengths to national objectives while delivering public investments and coherence across the states. As an example, we know that transport corridors, the agriculture value chains, environmental risk, even security dynamics cut across state boundaries. Now for the Southeast itself presents one of the greatest cases for a regional approach because it's a region that is defined by enterprise, dense human capital, and a globally connected diaspora. We have cities like Aba, Onitsha, Nnewi, Enugu already functioning as naturally integrated economic ecosystems. They're connected by trade, connected by labor, and also supply chains. Now, if we approach regionally, these strengths can be scaled for greater competitiveness, resilience, and investments. So the SCDC is strategically positioned to support this by aligning state efforts, advancing shared priorities, and also partnerships. And this way it will connect the regional strengths to national development goals. But institutions alone cannot address this, and I think we heard that from Mark earlier as well. The success will depend on political will, the private sector partnerships, community engagements, and a shared understanding that regional coordination strengthens state autonomy rather than weaken it. So in closing, the Regional Development Commissions respond to a simple truth, and that is Nigeria cannot achieve inclusive growth unless the regions are empowered to develop in line with the unique assets and challenges that they have. So for the Southeast, this is an opportunity to consolidate strengths, address structural constraints, and rightfully position itself as a competitive and investable region within the Nigerian economy. So the task before us is not to debate whether the regional development is necessary, but to ensure that it actually delivers real, visible outcomes for the people that we serve. Thank you very much for listening.
I think the MD wants to give me an information. Can we put our hands together one more time for her, Lady Mariam Temitokwe Masha? Thank you very much. We will take a few goodwill messages before His Excellency the Governor of Enugu State speaks to us. And I'd like to welcome here on behalf of Ohaneze Ndi Igbo Worldwide, distinguished Senator Azuta Mbata, a man of class and panache. He speaks English and you want to kiss him. I'd like to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen. Our goodwill messages, 2-3 minutes, we'll wrap up. I welcome you, sir.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, and other excellencies that are here, particularly those representing the governors. And I understand that there's an ambassador here. Please permit me to concur with and align myself with the already established protocol. This is a goodwill message from Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide on this very special and very auspicious occasion of a gathering to create a vision for the Southeast up to 2050. It is with great pleasure that I stand before you at this very pivotal forum. This gathering marks a significant milestone in our collective journey towards shaping the future of our great region. As we convene under the theme, charting a shared path to sustainable prosperity for the Southeast, we are reminded that our region's progress is a shared responsibility. We must work together to unlock our potential, must leverage our strengths, and address our challenges. Today we embark on a journey to create a prosperous, inclusive, and sustainable Southeast, where our people thrive and our heritage is preserved. The Southeast Development Commission has taken a bold step in organizing this forum, and we commend their efforts. The themes of infrastructural development, human capital development, economic diversification, youth empowerment, regional integration are crucial to our progress. These are the building blocks of our shared prosperity. As we deliberate, I urge us to focus on actionable strategies that will drive our region forward. Let us identify specific projects, forge partnerships, and mobilize resources that will accelerate our growth. Let us ignite the spark that will drive our region forward, creating jobs, reducing poverty, and improving the quality of life for our people. I believe that together we can build a brighter future for ourselves and generations to come. A future where our region is a hub of economic activity, innovation, and prosperity. Let us seize this opportunity and let us make it happen. Thank you very much. God bless us all.
Thank you very much. The President General Ohaneze Ndi Igbo worldwide, we appreciate you. I'd like to welcome the former First Lady of Ondo State, Dr. Betty Anyau Akeredolu. Your Excellency, I welcome you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I also like to recognize a few people here, the Ambassador of Kenya and other diplomats that are here. I welcome you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Lady Ada Chukwudozie, Chairman, MAN Southeast, is also here with us. I welcome you. Thank you very much. Let me welcome the chairman of Keystone Bank. And I welcome all of you, the special guests that are here. For the 2 minutes, Goodwill message, let me welcome here a lady who's not just the chairman of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Southeast, combining Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi states, but also chairman of Keystone Bank. Let me welcome her, Dr. Lady Ada Chukwudose. You're welcome.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Enugu State, ably represented by the Secretary to the State Government of Enugu State, Professor Onya, the representatives of all other state governments here present, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Kenya to Nigeria, the President General of the Ohanese and Igbo worldwide, the Board and Management of Southeast Development Commission. May I stand on all other existing protocol in the House. On behalf of Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Southeast, I congratulate the Southeast Development Commission region, one of the most entrepreneurial regions in Africa. Our people build, trade, innovate, and create. I stand today on behalf of manufacturers in the Southeast, those who invest, who produce, who employ, and export under some of the toughest conditions in Nigeria. The truth should be told. Our region is constrained in terms of its industrial potential by infrastructure gaps, weak logistics, limited access to long-term finance, and fragmented regional coordination. At the same time, the Southeast already has the highest concentration of indigenous manufacturers, dense SMEs networks, and a strong diaspora capital base ready to invest if the right structures are put in place. So manufacturing is not trading. Manufacturing is long-term. It's capital intensive and requires patient capital. It's asset heavy and productivity driven. If Nigeria is to industrialize, then the Southeast must industrialize. And so This Southeast Vision 2050 therefore represents a defining opportunity to build a true production economy, one that is anchored on industrial parks, SME clusters, agro-processing corridors, and skilled workforce, of course, anchoring on a regional energy backbone. Our clear ask is very simple. Prioritize affordable, reliable energy. Prioritize shared industrial infrastructure. And prioritize patient long-term finance as the foundation for this vision. As manufacturers, we are ready to partner with government. We are ready to invest. We are ready to create jobs. And we're ready to build export-oriented industries. But the industry needs systems. It needs power. It needs logistics. It needs skills, finance, and policy stability that will enable it to produce at a reduced cost in order to be quite competitive with products produced from other regions and climes. We look forward to a Vision 2050 framework that is not just aspirational, but one that is executable, one that is bankable, one that is investable, and one that is sustainable. One that can translate our enterprise energy to industrial power and shared prosperity. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria Southeast stands fully committed to this journey. Thank you.
I like her last comment. Manufacturers Association of Nigeria stands fully committed to this projection and drive. Let's appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to recognize Professor Chidozie Egesi, Executive Director and CEO, National Root Crops Research Institute, Umudike, in Abia State. Prof, I welcome you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have two more goodwill messages, and then the representative of the governor will declare this 3-day event open. I'd like to welcome our third goodwill message person. She's an aquaculturist. She's a feminist and gender activist. And when you hear feminist from her, it is a positive kind. And the former First Lady of Ondo State. I'd like to welcome here Her Excellency Betty Anyao Akeredolu. And you can see at 72, she's still walking like a 35-year-old. Let's put our hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. You're welcome.
ụmụnne m ndeewonu. I'm at home, so I have to let everybody know. Your Excellencies here present and their representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to align with the already established protocol. Let me begin with thanking the Southeast Development Commission, the organizers of this great gathering, for the opportunity to give this goodwill message. I stand here before you today as a daughter of the Southeast, going further. I'm from Imo State, Owerri Zone, Owerri West, and Emabiam is my village, my small London. Because of the environment, serene environment, no pollution, fresh air. I will talk about this when we get to tourism potentials. I'm also a development advocate who has worked across rural communities in health, education, youth empowerment, and sustainable energy. Manana me bunye abe ekele nye ndi Southeast Development Commission ndi hajiri nnọkọ anyị na-anọ tata. Ekele nu. Please, I want to have this on record for making the following remarks. Vision 2050 must be more than an aspirational document. It must become a lived reality in our villages, our cities. For many of our people, development begins with very simple things: good roads to move farm produce, reliable electricity to power small businesses, clean water, accessible health care, and skill for young people. The Southeast has enormous human capital. Our youths are creative. Our women are industrious. Our farmers are resilient. What we lack is coordinated infrastructure and intentional investment. Without functional roads, agribusiness cannot thrive. Without energy, manufacturing will stall. Without digital access, our youth remain excluded from the global economy. As someone who has worked closely with young girls through BMOR Empowered Girls Foundation, I've seen how exposure to ICT, solar technology, transforms confidence and creates opportunity. Women and youth must therefore be central to Vision 2050, not added as an afterthought. I urge Southeast Development Commission and the federal government to ensure this vision is implementation-driven, with clear timelines, community participation and accountability. Let development be measured not by conferences held, but by markets connected, clinics powered, schools digitalized, and jobs created. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, development is bigger than party politics. It is about people. Leadership means showing up where decisions are shaped and ensuring your people are not forgotten. I believe the Southeast can rise, but if only the Vision 2050 is rooted in action, inclusion, and measurable outcomes. Thank you.
You know, what I admire about her is that after 42 years of marriage to her husband, late husband, living in the Southwest, she's still a proud daughter of the Southeast. Can we put our hands together for her, ladies and gentlemen? I'd like to welcome here the chairman of the World Health Organization African Regional Advisory Committee on Vaccines, Medicines, and Biological Safety, Professor Becky Tagbo. Professor Becky Tagbo, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now finally for the Goodwill messages, let me welcome a man that is here to ensure that between Nigeria and Kenya, in the areas of visa at the point of entry, defense and agriculture, there's a bilateral relations between Nigeria and Kenya. I'd like to welcome here His Excellency Isaac Parachina. I hope I got your name right. The ambassador of Kenya to Nigeria. But he looks more like a man from Enugu State. I welcome you. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you got my name right. The Executive Governor of Enugu State, ably represented by the Secretary to the government of the state, all distinguished guests, allow me to stand on the existing protocol in the interest of time. I'm truly delighted to be here this morning to be part of this important occasion which seeks to shape the future and the destiny of this important region in Nigeria, the Southeast region, and to a greater extent also to the entire country. I'm proud to be here. Thank you very much for this invitation. When I received the invitation from my brother and my friend, Mark Okoye, I told him I could not decline. I had to come very fast because I know what this means to both our countries, which share long-standing bilateral relations and in many areas, many fields. And we are here just to affirm our commitment that Kenya always stands ready to work with Nigeria in all fronts, as it has been mentioned here, in areas of tourism, agriculture, connecting people to people, in trade, and various sectors. So our intention is always to work with all institutions, all persons, the MDAs, so that we can enhance our shared interest and also achieve our mutual interest. Both our countries have quite a lot to do. We are big players in the continent, and our coming together will shape not just the destinies of our peoples, but the people of our continent. We continually to speak to the idea that as Africans, we must always have our own way of solving our issues, but also we must share our prosperity. So the prosperity of Nigeria is the prosperity of Kenya, and by extension, the continent at large. So I'm proud to be here, and I'm glad and I'm looking forward for robust engagement and continued engagement, not just for this event, but going forward. And I want to just inform you that as Kenya, last year in July, Kenya opened her borders to all the citizens of Nigeria. Now you can visit Kenya without visa and stay for at least 60 days. So you're most welcome to Kenya in your own private capacities, to do trade, to engage. And I'm happy to be in the Southeast. I know there are many Kenyans who are here, so a number of you are relatives to our Kenyans, brothers and sisters. So let's continue to connect all our people, because we are just one, but divided by geography. Asanteni sana, Dalo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The ambassador of Kenya to Nigeria. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. If your applause can speak Swahili, let it speak it, as we appreciate this man. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in less than 3 years of the governor of Enugu State coming into power, he has turned the state around. Aggressive infrastructural development, educational reform, economic modernization, over 800 kilometers of road, moving the economy of the state from $4.5 billion to $30 billion. And a man that is here to represent him is an academic, an author, a public servant. He has worked in higher education and international development. And he's one of Africa's strongest voices in educational reform. I'd like to welcome here the Secretary to the Government of Enugu State, Professor Chidebere Onye, to declare this conference open. Prof, this is a familiar place, like a classroom. I welcome you.
Thank you. The chairman of the Southeast Development Commission, Dr. Emeka Nwogu, CON, the Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, His Excellency Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, represented here by House Member representing Enugu East and issues of Professor Paul Namchi. The Kenyan High Commissioner, His Excellency Isaac Ken Parashina, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Development, Revenue, my very good friend and colleague from my other life, Dr. Miriam Masha, the MD, CEO, Southeast Development Commission, and our standing host, Dr. Mark Okoye, the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo Worldwide, Senator John Azuta Mbata, the former First Lady of Ondo State, Mrs. Betty Okeridolu, all the federal permanent secretaries that are here present, the Board of Trustee members here, led by Chief Mrs. Iyom Josephine Aneni, the leadership and members of the Southeast Development Commission here present, members of the Enugu State Executive Council that are here present, members of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria, led by their Southeast leader, Enugu State Liaison Officer for the Southeast Development Commission, Honorable Edani M. Edani, all other captains of industries, clergy members here, our respected traditional rulers, invited guests, gentlemen of the press. Good afternoon. I'm highly honored to stand before you today in this august gathering on behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, to formally welcome you to this Median Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, organized by the Southeast Development Commission. His Excellency sends his sincere apologies for not being personally present today due to pressing state responsibilities, but he has directed me to convey his deep appreciation, goodwill, and total commitment to the vision, objectives, and the expected outcomes of this historic forum. Today's gathering represents a defining milestone in the collective development journey of the Southeast region, a moment that calls for reflection, strategic thinking, and united actions towards a shared future. The Southeast Vision 2050 Forum is not just another meeting. It is a strategic platform deliberately designed to bring together public and private sector leaders, development partners, and key stakeholders to collectively shape and also work towards a sustainable, inclusive, and a long-term development roadmap for our region. The initiative of the Southeast Development Commission in convening this forum demonstrates foresight, responsibility, and understanding of the urgency of structured regional planning in today's rapidly evolving socioeconomic landscape. On behalf of the government of Enugu State, I warmly welcome all stakeholders from all the Southeast states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, Imo, who have gathered here in the spirit of regional solidarity and shared purpose. We also extend a special welcome to all our development partners, private sector investors, financial institutions, policy experts, and members of the diaspora whose expertise, experience, and resources are critical for the success of this vision. Enugu State is deeply honored to host this maiden edition of the Southeast Vision 2050 Regional Stakeholders Forum, and we assure you that our state is fully prepared to host you in a safe, orderly, and hitch-free manner. We have made deliberate arrangements to ensure your comfort, security, and convenience throughout your stay in Enugu, in keeping with our long-standing reputation for hospitality and organizational excellence. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast is blessed with immense human capital, entrepreneurial dynamism, cultural cohesion, and a strong spirit of resilience. However, unlocking the full potential of our region requires coordinated planning, long-term visioning, policy alignment, and strong collaboration across states, sectors, and institutions. This forum, therefore, provides us with a rare opportunity to move beyond fragmented efforts and begin the process of building a unified, data-driven, future-oriented development agenda for the Southeast. The Enugu State government firmly believes that sustainable development must be people-centered, private sector-driven, innovation-led, and anchored on strong institutions, principles that are aligned perfectly with the Vision 2050 agenda. We also recognize that no single state can achieve transformational development in isolation. Therefore, regional cooperation, shared infrastructure, integrated markets, and a collective advocacy are indispensable to our collective success. It is in this spirit that Enugu State continues to support regional initiatives that promote economic integration, industrial growth, human capital development, and social inclusion across the Southeast. As deliberations commence today, His Excellency encourages all participants to engage with openness, sincerity, and a solution-oriented mindset, bearing in mind that the decisions we make today and through this period will shape and define the future generations yet unborn. We look forward to a robust discussion that are evidence-based, forward-looking, and focused on practical solutions to the development challenges confronting our region currently. Tomorrow's participation of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria further underscores the national significance of this forum and the federal government's interest in inclusive, regionally balanced development. We are confident that the outcomes of this engagement will strengthen collaboration between the Southeast, the federal government, development partners, and private sector actors. Let me reaffirm that Enugu State stands ready to partner with the Southeast Development Commission and sister states in translating the Vision 2050 framework into concrete policies, programs, and investments. Distinguished stakeholders, history will not judge us by the elegance of our speeches, but by the clarity of our vision, the strength of our partnerships, and the impact of our actions. As we begin today's session, may our deliberations be guided by unity of purpose, strategic foresight, and an unwavering commitment to the collective good of the Southeast. On behalf of His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndobesimba, I once again welcome you all to Enugu, the coast city state, and declare open the technical session. Thank you for your attention, and may God bless the Southeast, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into the first technical paper of this conference. And this paper will take us through where we are, where could we have been, why are we not there, what can we do to get to where we ought to be. And the man that will be handling this paper is a man that has several qualities combined in him. He is a philosopher, public communication expert, strategic management professional, leadership and governance consultant, human capital development expert. He is executive director of SPEC Academy, and intellectually and spiritually, he is a SPEC. Please join me as I welcome here Professor Oke Ikechukwu. I shifted for you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I crave your indulgence to stand on already established protocols. Anybody who has taken time to go through the SEDC document will agree on three things. Number one is very comprehensive. Number two is very thorough. Nothing was left out. Number three, if you're looking for a template for development, get that. In addition to having read that document, I've also listened to the chairman and the MD of SEDC. This is, where's the mouse? Yeah. Okay. So after listening to two of them and the document I've read, my question is, do I have anything to say, or do I need to say anything at all? So since that document is there for us, and all of us have also listened to them, I believe my task is to say that I adopt everything they've said so that I can go and sit down. Those who agree that I should go and sit down, say aye. Uh-oh. The eyes are wicked. So, brief comments is about a people coming together to live as one, and I'll mention an anecdotal experience and get on with the presentation itself. Sometime in 2004, there was an attempt to establish a film village in the southeast, and two options were available, Ebonyi State and Enugu State. A place that will be the headquarters, so to say, of production, among other things. It didn't happen because the southeast, quote-unquote, stakeholders in Nollywood were quarreling among themselves. So I convened a meeting. Usia Fason was their man. In the end, it didn't happen, among many other things. Globally, you see that even nations you think that are far advanced are struggling to come together at the level of their core vision.
Some of you, most of you I'm sure, know of the Leadership Institute in Arlington. It was set up by Ronald Reagan, the chief of staff by Morton Blackwell, chief of staff to Donald Reagan. Their business, to recreate the American tradition, teach as many young Americans as possible the core American values, and make sure they get into the State Department to maintain national consensus. Last year, but that's by the way. So let's look at the topic. Okay. Framing a shared future for the Southeast. When you say shared future, it means there's at least two people involved. It also means that it's a future they must endorse before you begin to share it. That future must have a vision they agree on, and if all these details are not in place, you're not going to have a shared vision. And in addition to that, you have this. For that to happen, you're going to have challenges. The future you have in mind is that let us go to Obolafo. You have to be sure I want to go. The future involved is that there might be some states that have their silo aspirations they're uncomfortable about. You must convince them. And that means there must be consultations. Choices are going to be made if you're going to have a near future. That means everyone must endorse those choices. And there must be a shared vision. So, some quick observations. It's a bit too early for technical problem. From reasonability, sustainability, we desire a shared future, but ladies and gentlemen, look at this. That future must be conceptually meaningful to everybody involved. That means that the 5 states must say, yes, I see what this is about. I'm accommodated in it, I'll go along with it. It means it must be desirable, feasible, viable, sustainable, and then have ultimate value proposition. We desired a vision, we got a commission and everything. The process of getting everybody to endorse it is what will take us to where we want to go. But what I'm actually asked to do is to talk about Southeast Nigeria, where we are, where we could be, I would rather say where we should be, and what is holding us back. My first response is that all of us are here together. I'm not the one who brought you here. I don't know where you could be if you were not here. And nobody should call my name about what's holding us back. Having said that, major submission from me before I go into other details is that a new Southeast vision and revival is possible. The Commission and its leadership, working with the governors, offer us that possibility. And I think nobody should joke with that. We need each state to stop the Iko-Tunye philosophy of doing everything by himself and for himself. When you're riding a bicycle, there's only one engine, you. If you're carrying somebody, more trouble for you. So essentially what I intend to do is to raise issues that will induce reflection. Make us expand beyond, not just there's the perfect, if you like, infrastructural layout, issues on economy, but I introduce other thoughts for us to reflect because the whole point of coming together here is to see, are there new perspectives to share? And it's those perspectives I'm focusing on. We need the states to focus on areas of comparative advantage. We need the states to create and lock into a regional template with a modern logistics system. We need networked specialization and economies of scale and not unintelligent competition. And the point was well made by the chairman and also the MD. The land space of the Southeast is small. Massive infrastructure, particularly for movement, is being developed individually. In fact, it's like the consolidation we tried to do in the Ministry of Education, where I was head of communications. You have 3 to 4 examination bodies. All of them have exactly the same infrastructure, the same VSAT and all of that. Argument was, what is this? None of you is using 20% capacity of what you have, so consolidation, less cost, etc. Now, consolidation of capacities in the Southeast, not that it just brings economies of scale. You discover that it also costs less. When we set up the comment newspaper, I was chairman of the editorial board. There was the argument of, oh, you know, we have to buy our distribution vehicles. It will show our dignity. I say we're not looking at dignity, we're looking at economics.
How many are we printing now? 10,000 copies. Why should we buy 10 distribution vehicles? Let's go to those who already have vehicles, negotiate daily pay, and let them carry our papers. That's what ought to happen, generally. So, the implications of the observations made above are that the mindset needed to make this happen required the following. Number one, using the tripod of physical, economic, and axiomatic spaces as the pillars to be fortified. I will explain. Seeing Southeast as a coordinated production distribution movement system, axiomatic. If you're dealing with the physical space, you can build infrastructure, the economic space, regulatory environment, incentives, amongst other things. But once the people have the wrong values, development cannot occur. And I think that the element of values has to become a central component of what's going on or what will go on within the matter of SEDC going forward. Now, the point is, designing a detailed values orientation tripod beginning from schools. They will seem to be side off. Are we not talking about the development? How can you be talking about schools? The human being with the wrong orientation is greater danger to statecraft. That most of the previous commissions have not performed, not because they are not funded. On the contrary, it's because of the values many managing them have brought to bear on it. Opportunity for plunder, procurement. I'm running a commission. I've spent so amount of money. Oh, what have you done? Development commission, not a food distribution commission. Oh, I bought 500,000 bags of rice. I bought mosquito net, among other things. Consumption. Now you go to the place he's supposed to develop. The people have been out of there for 5 years. Redesertification has taken place. The soil is not being reclaimed. A procurement outfit is mistaken for a development outfit. That is what SEDC cannot be. And the template they have shows it's not going to be so. So I ask you, why are you not clapping? So, leveraging the media in a sustainable manner beyond presence and visibility. I will explain. One thing we know in the media, if you don't want something to be very well projected, go and do it in the Southeast. Just check from today how many events that occur. This will get headline because of SEDC. How many events from here were reported? So we are satisfied with media presence. Oh, Oga, what you said is on page 28. And I asked myself, what crime did I commit that I will continue turning to get to 28? Probably besides myself, nobody else will know it was there. That's mostly, we are satisfied with news mention. Now, that's different from visibility. Media visibility means that what you're doing is at least more readily seen by most people who read the paper. You need media dominance and media impact, such that on any issue in which you're interested, you'll be one of those mentioned early on. We lack it here. Now, so let's break it down a little. This is where we are. We're in a nation where conspiracy is more rewarding than competition. Do we agree? Do we agree? Do we also agree that our people don't score very well in conspiracy? Do we agree? Let me tell them, are they the one feeding me? He'll get up and go home. Those who are sitting will take a decision. Is he the one that put the roof in my house? That was why in 2002, I think, we had gone for World Igbo Congress in Houston. And at that event, I met an old friend who is publisher of US Africa. And then a meeting was called by somebody who later became governor. I'll be specific. It was Rochas who called the meeting on Igbo Development Fund. He came by, was at that meeting, Ben was OB. Fantastic meeting, all kinds of statements. What the hell? Let's get rid of Nigeria. We have the resources to develop South. People were very excited. I raised my hand. I said, the challenge with me is that I'm not very good at deceiving myself. You're still in Nigeria, you haven't left. They are bringing money for developing different parts of Nigeria. Keep your own. Collect the one you're entitled to. Use it. Use the other one. Use this one. You can use the other one for interior decor. But what worried me was the number of people who were excited about this suggestion. And it's always been our drawback as a people. The illusion that you don't need anybody. The illusion that when you make money, you have a shop in Lagos or anywhere else, whatever they ask, pay them, let's continue our business. And that makes our businessmen believe, wrongly in my view, I may be mistaken, they are wealthy. Because you ask yourself, the wealthiest of them, how much do they have? How many can you take? Give me a check of 500 million. He does it. You ask him third time, second time, by the fourth time, how many Igbo people have oil wells? A man spends 94 million, gets into business, imports a lot of things, finishes selling them and makes another 300 million in 7 months. Another person has oil well or access to dollars. He makes $2 million in 6 weeks. And development is about the mind, first of all. Understand the value you espouse, so you're also not misguiding yourself. The illusion of wealth. But that's what I'll close with. Let me go through this. Where we could be, or where we should be, we should by now have easily turned into the West African Knowledge and Innovation Hub with a multidimensional ecosystem. Multidimensional because it involves economics, it involves creative industry, it involves fintech, it involves everything conceivable. The capacities are there, the skills are there, but do they come together? I took the Nigerian delegation to the US in 2004. All Nollywood actors. Stephanie is here. Stephanie was on that trip. In fact, because my daughter's name was Stephanie, 2 of them were my daughters during the trip. To agree was impossible. To agree, Nigerian movie makers and those from outside, the ones out anyway, but those ideas I would rather leave behind so that we make progress in this. Now, what is holding us back? Please see whether you agree. Limited elite consensus. Do we agree? Do we agree? And also, limited capacity for strategic engagement. Not individual engagement. Not somebody doing you a favor or helping somebody get an appointment. Strategic group engagement is a challenge. Energy fragmentation and myopia. Oh, is that what they did? We can do our own. And you waste resources you don't have to spend. That's why the beauty in the military, you know, I do a lot of stuff with them, interagency collaboration. Something has happened, they need the place to be protected, they need supplies, etc. All of you ship out. No, share capacities. And I'll give you a live example. Some of us will remember the bomb explosion in Ikeja cantonment, some 30, okay, not awkward, 2001 or 2002. At that time, I was just said to Minister of Transport, the event occurred, he said, okay, let's quickly get to Lagos, people are dying. We headed to Lagos, summoned all the agencies, NPA, NMA, now NEMASA, NIWA, brought supplies, brought food, brought money, brought clearing equipment. We got there. 3 NEMA came after us, about 4 government agencies trying to do the same thing. All of them have spent the same amount on what would have cost 25% of the cost. That's what SCDC is telling us. The Southeast doesn't need to do it. What we need to do is to strategize, not dream, not complain. If you take time to do studies on this, as some of us have done, you find that Southeasterners have the largest number of WhatsApp groups. Some of them with a total membership of 47, an ABBA. And as far as they are concerned, whatever they're saying in that WhatsApp group is going to be used to develop Southeast. And beyond the members of the group, there's no further content, no impact. But if you see the person working as the administrator, you think he's the emperor of France. And that creates the danger of imaginary activism, imaginary relevance. The presumption that when you say your mind, you've done something, a disinclination to get involved in real terms, So when you create a strategy, you must design an engagement template and then sequence your engagements. We sometimes have very good ideas, but people make recommendations that are not meaningful and they don't know. We recommend that His Excellency should create opportunities for our youth to be employed. I agree. Question, how? Not indicated. Implementation strategies, not indicated. And you find that in most government activities, a retreat, a communique, which can be best described as statements of good intention. Let us look at the SEDC template. It sets an example we should take going forward. Only one person had the courage to clap. You know what? You're lucky you clapped. Can you guess why? Can you guess? If you hadn't, I would have asked you to kneel down. So, looking at it more closely, ladies and gentlemen, infrastructural deficit is part of our problem. Substandard roads are there. Self-generated power is making people spend money they don't need to spend. Poor overall transportation logistics is not entirely our fault. It's not even our fault. We built a rail to Niger Republic, right? Undersubscribed and subsidized. I think another rail is about being built in the southwest. I read that 2 days ago. Anybody did? One of the states. There is none in the southeast, not one. Gas plant out of here. So you find that because of these obvious and no real government establishment that will make somebody to have been posted to the southeast, you find that many of us then adopt a purely lamentational approach to rescuing Igbo land. The experts are enumerating all the bad treatment. These people, we shall see. He goes to his house and sit down. Strategic engagement. It's also time for us to forget certain things. You will bear it in mind, but that is not the reason why you will not engage in the present. We've seen they don't like us. Let's be doing our own. But they make the policies. Ladies and gentlemen, let us see the hope SEDC offers us as a people. Now, we have weak regional coordination and limited bargaining power at the center. Most people who want power will go to the center and come to inform. It's not the same in all other places. Low trust in political leadership with citizens seeing politics as elite 7. Security and other issues exist, and they are characterized by armed groups, sit-at-home disruptions, and heavy-handed local tasks and tax forces. That is something to be looked at on its own. The sense of autonomy is frightening. And outside Tanex, there was a time there was some conversation. I think that was the Southeast Development Economic Group. Am I correct? Chief Prince Wadinobi. Yes. Southeast Economic Group. After a while, I stopped attending the meeting because the first thing, elaborate ideas were being discussed about how roads will go to different parts of the state. And I asked myself, can you construct 1 inch of road in a state except the governor says so? No. So even when we are talking about integration, if you don't carry the governor's, he's the one who signs, you don't get a C of O because you want it. Now, this idea, and that's why I've seen about 13 Southeast development projects and designs by very intelligent brothers and sisters housed among themselves. Sometimes a member of that group is starting another one and he has no reference to the previous one. And so I get in, it's easy for me to know when to get out. The satisfaction about designing it is often the major reward by the time it's done. That cannot be how to take us anywhere. Sorry. There's brain drain, of course, and it's not that somebody is going to the US. There are no opportunities here. You go to Lagos. I remember a youth program I run in one of the Southeast states, and I told them, if I'm from Ijebu-Ode, and I leave the house every morning, I go to that general park, it's unlikely I will go home with less than 500 naira. By the time you're disturbing people, one passenger will give you something. Say here in the Southeast, if you have no skills, you can't fix shoes, you can't teach, you can't do anything. It's either you die of hunger or you go into armed robbery or you start carrying load for people. If you're a lady, you have no skill, it's because you're looking fine. Somebody talks to you, carries you, you're very happy, you're spending beyond your earning profile. Nobody cares about you. Just the way you buy burger and eat, that's what you've become. You're not a person. And then you go on that business, maybe 5 years, the vehicle begins to look a little worried. Then you go and become born again and tell them all have sinned. Ladies and gentlemen, that's why I think our youth need guidance on what is possible within their environment. And you can see I'm leaning more and more towards that component of it that should become part of the responsibility, even if on the side of SCDC. Because when they are done by states, they bring the young people together and make motivational speeches to them. It never works. In one instance, what I did as a module, it was a one-week program, was to take one of Oliver's songs. You know, after that, so after the music, I said, let's play it again. They were quite excited. I said, when it's playing, please write down the names of all those who are praised in that music. They did. So I said, okay. This was years after I had. Out of all those people, how many are still alive? And how many died between 5 and 10 years of the release of that music? The hall was dead quiet. The lesson to them was simple. And that's what our youth need to hear and understand. They always have a short span. They've come and gone. Chidebere is still there among other things. Well, that's why value orientation is of interest to me. Now, Southeast could be the industrial hub of West and Central Africa in the following areas: export-driven clusters in light manufacturing, automotive part franchising, pharmaceuticals and agro-allied processing, technology innovation, creative industries, and diaspora capital driven investment, not just remittances. And that's the other point I'd like to really get us to look a little more closely at. When you say that Southeast got 10 naira from the diaspora as remittances, we're very excited. Imagine how much that is coming in. We may not even need this government. Question: how much of that money is not what you send to your cousins to eat with? Remittances that are sent to families, siblings, etc., is what you used to eat. There's nothing wrong with it. At least you're spending the money here. But a direct nexus between the money sent to you and industrialization and investment is a different matter. And the beauty is that there is now serious thinking here about the conversion, about structured diaspora remittances that will go into investment with a template that makes sense to me when I read it. Now, the things holding us back include fragmented leadership orientation, where you find competition for the same office. I think they should bring 3 more mics. Let me put some in my pocket in case of emergency. You know, you want a position. It's only mostly the Southeast that you find the political elites fight for positions in the public domain. And where you don't get it, you become my enemy. Absence of long-term shared think tanks. And in many of them, what you think and no thinking. So, what can we do differently? We have to address the challenge of power supply and entrench export standards in local products. Their manufacturing is going well. It's going to West Africa. All they need is some 16 or 2017. We went to Algeria, on a study tour with some candidates from the ND and all of that. The briefing, what we saw was scary. Do you know that if you have a bakery, or let's say you have a poultry, you started it with 2,000 birds, now you have 35,000 birds, you're still working on it with your family, everybody is happy, the government will come, survey your facilities, look at you and say, sir, we know you're doing well, have the energy, but you see, if you're not here, this place will collapse and people will lose jobs. We think you need a manager now. Administrative manager and financial manager. You know what's going to cost you, sir? Nothing. We'll be paying him. Because you need to retain this poultry in order for jobs to exist. So our people in Aba need that kind of. Because don't forget the status of many of these boys. They are not strong on values. It's about survival. You produce, like states that do, and we've carried out studies on this. If you go today to any state and carry out youth empowerment program, and investigate, what you'll find, Ebere, are you using a bookie watch? Well, this is a pressure point now. Let me see how much of this I can use. Are there reasons for optimism? Yes. The establishment of the commission is the first good news. The second is it is headed by high-performing individuals. Third, the commission has the missteps of other commissions to learn from. And NDDC alone has trillions of unpaid funds. That the mistakes they've all made is a template that will tell the SCDC what to avoid. The commission did not immediately announce programs, which means that it's set out to get something done. And now the last point there, it says, people say that only a fool brings a dance to the village square without first perfecting it in private. NDDC could easily have been doing a lot of things from the beginning. Think of when it was set up. Think of how much has gone on behind. And that's why there is strong hope of, revival. I have to fly through this because the notice he gave me is not related to the original time. Home run. Human. The human being is the primary resource of any nation. Natural endowments cannot develop a nation, cannot do anything. You need human beings who have knowledge, who have discipline, who have the right values for development to take place. Ideas are also not enough. There must be the right ideas, and the capacity for effective leadership will put them together to deliver results. I take the last one. Look at Venezuela, ladies and gentlemen. It has the largest oil reserve in the whole world. It's the headquarters of crime and poverty. Now, look at Japan. Japan exports only one product. Can anybody tell us, before we round up, just one product? What does Japan export? Sorry? Electronics. Technology. Do we agree? Do we agree? I don't. Japan exports only one product. You know the name of that product? Knowledge. It comes as technology, it comes as cars, only knowledge, know-how. Because Japan does not have a single resource that goes into the cars. They don't even have sand with which to make cars. In the 80s, they were buying Russian trucks to melt them down and reduce the thickness and use this thing. So, now, quickly, in addition to the SCDC template, excellent template we are seeing, this is suggested a Youth and Women Leaders Summit. They are the ones who are mobile. All of us here after this event, it's not going to be more than 3 or 4 people who will discuss about it. The youth and women, not to theory, I've done it. We wanted to deal with a state. We started with youth leaders, first consultation, then youth leaders summit, then women summit, then summit with all the registered NGOs. It took 7 months. Nobody knew we were doing anything. And SEDC is not making noise as it's moving. That's one thing that should happen. And it cannot be all states in the same place. It will be a disaster. It will be a rally. Each state. Structure it. It's not 100 meters dash. You can do some 2 local governments or 3 or 5. In the case of you leaders, you can do all at once in a state. But the template must be developed. Second, a consultative forum with town union presidents. You have what you call centers of power in a state. If I'm a youth leader, I'm a center of power because there are at least 10 people who listen to me. If you talk to me, you're going to get no less than 7. Town union presidents are centers of power. Traditional rulers are centers of power. The church is a center of power. You talk to them. I want to talk to people in Kano today. And I go, I speak all my English. They were forced to come. I go there, go to talk to the Emir of Kano, a very powerful imam. I'm sitting down. The man is sitting beside me. Before I open my mouth, I have 50% endorsement. For Baba to be here, he knows the man. That's how it will work. Consultations with council and ward chairmen, they need to understand why they are there. No matter the little amount you get, every month, do something. But it's not happening. So that will also help with political consciousness and the... You mean the man has been getting money? Every month, a local government chairman gets between 100 and 250 million, depending on the area, and nothing happens. When I say nothing, nothing happens. And the people are living with that. Then on this, Forum for LG chairmen should also come in. These are the things. Without creating, because when you begin to go into this, the politicians active may misunderstand it. So it's always best to explain before engaging. Our biggest constraint is actually not marginalization. It is the absence of coordinated internal economic, political, and institutional power. It needs to organize its capital, protect stability, think generationally, and negotiate from strength, not grievance. All of us are very excited that the youth, intelligence, and age of the MD, nobody did him a favor by giving it to him. It was capacity that was recognized. But one challenge I detect in the South is that the older generation appear to be incapable of growing old. If you are to say there's a ministerial position available today, a lot of people who are much older than me will prance forward. And I don't know. It's irresponsible. And that's another element to pay close attention to. Now, look at those who went for us during the last constitutional conference. Very capable men and women. Go and take their age bracket. With all due respect to everyone here, I don't think any of them should have been there. That's the issue. The Okoyes will not have come forward. The younger you are, and again, please let me make this distinction before I finish. We must make a distinction between biological age and ideological age. Somebody can be 90 but ideologically young because everything coming out from him is tending to the future, giving templates, relating with contemporary events. Another may be 28. He's more demonic than those who have embezzled all of Nigeria's money because what he has understood, I need to be promoted to become head of parastate, something, so I'll get a jeep, as they call it. Those are the greatest dangers to the future of this country, to the future of the Southeast, because we have now a much larger population of them who only understand the expenditure, not the connection between office and service. So, the real question for the Igbo going forward is not what is Nigeria doing for the Southeast. It should be this. How does the Southeast organize itself to be respectable and indispensable to Nigeria and Africa? When will the Southeast wake up to the fact that its undue emphasis on distributed trade that is hopelessly dependent on an operating environment they are not in control of verges on lunacy? I don't want to go into a lot of things. As a lecturer in Unilag in '93, I was called to review a book written by some people, some traders in Willoughby, if you know Lagos, that's why they sell Honda parts, supported this thing. And I talked to them. Do you know that if this Willoughby is moved to Ugwoba, that people will come for? Because that's where the headquarters of parts sale. I lived in Zaria in 1981. Every taxi you saw, the number was OYO. So I asked my uncle, what is this OYO? He said, oh, they register it there, and they will pay for it there. So I said, what? So among those traders, I said, imagine that you go to renew your license in your state. They reported me to Commodore Ebitu Kiwe. That I came and told them all kinds of things. So when I was called, they came with a formal complaint. Ukiwe said, so where is the book? How many of you have read the book? They were staring. He said, you haven't read. But they told us that that's what he said. Ukiwe sank back into his chair in consternation. And you want to change a system, you won't vote. How many people are registered in the Southeast today? Very few. Those who register, you may even find out why some registered is, look, they may come one day and say, where is your card? So on the day of the election, they're in their houses because there's no movement to go to the shop, drinking stout among themselves and saying, I told you this man will win, let's bet. They're in your house. It's another Ike. So why is there so much capital? But again, these are just details. When you go and build a 15-room house, that's real estate is not delivering anything. So the zone cannot triumph by shouting louder, but by becoming more strategic. There should be no public grandstanding with outward unity. All the regions are disunited, but they maintain a common front. Through 2099, I was chairman of the editorial board of Comet, which is now The Nation. And a Yoruba delegation came to see us, led by Abraham Adesonya, Bisi Akonde, they were all there. So that they are glad that at last there's a voice for this nation and all of that. So I raised some issues about security. Gani Adams was still active. He said, well, if you want, I can call him and call him all sorts of names. But tomorrow I'll also still tell him what to do. We need to be a little more strategic. We cannot progress by waiting for fairness, winning arguments, or WhatsApp activism. We can only win by organizing capital, coordinating power, building institutions, thinking generationally and knowing when to give way and reviewing. This will appear not to make sense. Reviewing on Onitsha Port. Ladies and gentlemen, the Onitsha Inland Port has always been a pet and emotional issue. That we need it. I won't argue about that. But when you know that 68% of the water coming from up north is not coming anymore because of dams, when you know that you now have sand in the middle where there were never such things in the past, when you know that where people build houses today used to be part of the bank, and when you look at the new bridge we built, the height, unless it's by swimming, we'll be crossing there with our containers. On strategic engagement. And so there it is. Unless you buy pure water to fill it to get the drought. And on the security of access, you'll carry your ship. You won't land in Asaba or on Opiweka. It will go through the sea, isn't it? And pass through the south-south. Am I correct? And as it's passing, the insurgents will be standing aside and clapping for you and saying, safe journey. Is that possible? Let us be strategic. Let's not be getting excited about perceptions of triumph. Let us argue for what will work and deliver value. Now, let's look at this. Remember the policy conflict metrics. As the SCDC is working very hard now, there are driving forces behind it who understand the development, who understand group integration, and who want it to work. There are also restraining forces. This autonomy we have got with our state, they want to bring us together again. Let's not work with SCDC. It's a fact. Then there are direction changers who will approach the chairman and the MD and say, they want to change the direction from a development platform to a procurement platform. They'll think of contracts, they'll think of sharing. Beware of direction changers. That's why you're at the bottom as a point of indifference. The objective platform that says this is not in our interest. And finally, I don't know why they like this picture. I tell them on newspaper, stop using it. TV, so why? This picture is about 15 or 16 years old. Yes, look, is this me? You can say we are related. SCDC, what is this one? Now, unfortunately, they gave me time, but what I have won't be so long. It's only 25 minutes. Yeah. And I think my 25 minutes is up. Thank you very much.
Intellectually, he is an Ijele. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Professor Oke Ikechukwu. Now the real stakeholders forum wants to begin. We are going to have back-to-back 6 breakout sessions, 3 holding here and 3 holding in the dome. It's about a minute walk from here. The organizers called it Deep Dive. Now we can make our contributions as to how the Southeast can become what we want it to be in the next 30 years, 2050. That will be holding here will be on industrial development, and economic transformation. We have our facilitators. Group A, if you'll be in this room. But if you choose Obiasikas, now you move straight to the dome, and these are the facilitators. Adno Kukwe, Principal Red Clay, Obiasika, DG NCAC, His Excellency Ambassador Isaac Parashina, the Kenyan Ambassador to Nigeria, Carlos Mukhtar, General Manager Salmas, Professor Onyebuchi Chukwu, former Minister of Health, Stephanie Linus, actress and filmmaker, and this segment will be moderated by Chris Ode, filmmaker and producer. So for those that are interested in tourism and the creative economy, your venue is at the Dome. We can start now. We can move now. For those that love the creative economy, tourism, hospitality, is the Dome, we can leave. But for those that are interested in industrial development, this is your venue. So let's move now. And I see that they're already sharing the food takeaway packs. They will do the same over there. You said what? Okay, if you don't have your food pack yet, you can wait briefly and collect. They'll be giving them over there. They will also distribute the food packs at the other room. Please, for those that love creative economy, hospitality, tourism, please go to the dome. Your food packs will be given to you over there. Your food packs will be given to you over there. But if your interest is in industrialization and economic development, this is your venue. This is your venue. I'm expecting that the ace broadcaster and master of ceremony, Chido, should also be moving to tourism. My brother, I celebrate you. Celebrate you. Oh, you are now an industrialist? You should be moving to the dome. They do what? Okay. The sessions in both rooms will start in 10 minutes. The sessions in both rooms will start in 10 minutes. Tourism, hospitality, and creative industry, please move over there. The sessions will start in 10 minutes. Let's settle down, please. Let's settle down. For those that are interested in the creative industry, the dome is your venue. The dome is your venue. The dome is your venue. But out here, we have industrialization and economic development. For those of us that will be remaining here, let's settle down, please. Let's settle down, please. Let's settle down. Please, let's move, let's move, let's move. Let's move, please. Let's move. Thank you, let's move. Is that? Huh? Can I come to your... You're talking on the corner. Who goes snap me and you? Oh boy? Snap me and you. How are you? You were everywhere now. Take this background, I beg. Move on, please. Move on. Let's move, let's move, let's move, let's move, please. Let's move. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Let's settle down now. Let's settle down. Thank you. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we settle down? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can we settle down so that we can start our session? This session is for industrial development and economic transformation. Please, can I have your attention, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This session, this afternoon, for Room A, is on industrial development and economic transformation, building a competitive and resilient industrial base for the Southeast. And here to do justice to this very important topic is one of our own and a very, very popular scholar who has been known to be part of industrial development across Nigeria and Africa. He is no other than Reuben O. Bamidele, PhD. He is the National Program Officer of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, popularly known as UNIDO. Dr. Reuben, thank you very much.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for this opportunity to stand before you this afternoon to speak to the topic that is before us, that is industrial development and economic transformation, building competitive and resilient industrial base for the Southeast. I stand this afternoon on behalf of the Regional Director of UNIDO in Nigeria, Ambassador Philbert Abaka Johnson, and I would be speaking to us within the framework of what UNIDO is doing and what we think the Southeast region can do to fast-track industrial development in the region. UNIDO and the federal government of Nigeria last year, April, signed a cooperation framework that should guide industrial development in Nigeria until the end of 2028. And we know since that framework is meant for the entire country, it has bearing for what we are doing here today. And we know that we can provide some directions that the Southeast region can follow to fast-track its industrial development. I've listened to the previous speakers, and one area that they emphasized is issue of fragmentation. Fragmentation. Also, I heard about the small landmass of the Southeast region compared to some other parts of the country. So, on the basis of this, we are thinking from UNIDO that one direction the Southeast region can face is to develop a regional industrial policy for regional economic development.
the federal government of Nigeria So I was saying that the federal government of Nigeria approved the Nigerian industrial policy, I think on the 10th of December last year. That's the Federal Executive Council. So, if the country has an industrial policy, we also know that a number of states are developing their state industrial policies. But one thing, an area we think the Southeast region can follow is to have a regional industrial policy that will guide industrial development in the region. What is an industrial policy? It's nothing but a blueprint, a roadmap for industrial development over a given region. So rather than have or concentrate on state industrial policy, even though they're important, it will also be good if the Southeast region can have a regional policy. And within this regional industrial policy, we can also look in the direction of providing support for industrial statistics and research. Because since we came together in the morning, previous speakers have been talking about evidence-based actions. So if industrial development will be evidence-based, there's need to also give ample opportunity to develop industrial statistics in the region and conduct good research for industrial development. Second area or direction we think will benefit the Southeast region has to do with value chains development. Nigeria largely is agrarian in nature, and I know that the Southeast region is very rich in agriculture. The land is very fertile. You may not have a large land mass, but the land that you have is very good and rich in agricultural development. Therefore, it will be good to develop value chains development in the area of agriculture and minerals. What do we mean by this? That is to add value to agricultural commodities that are produced in the Southeast region. Vegetables, other crops that are produced there, if ample opportunity is given to developing the value chains. The third area that we have singled out has to do with startups and MSME development. Startups, growing new businesses, strengthening existing businesses, developing micro, small, and medium enterprises in the region, but not just doing this by leveraging on the fourth industrial revolution. Someone spoke about the AI earlier in the day, robotics, cloud computing, big data, name it. All of these are critical and important now to grow our businesses. So startups and micro, small, and medium enterprises development are key if we want to really industrialize in the region. Number 4 area that we have singled out and we think will benefit this region is special economic zones, industrial parks and industrial clusters development. Zones, parks, and clusters development. This becomes necessary because of the weak industrial infrastructure, not only in the Southeast, but generally in the country. So there's a need to carve out areas where we can demarcate for industrial development. In the time past, we work with the Anambra State government and the federal government to do feasibility study for the establishment of an automotive park at Nnewi. So some made mention of automotive development. So we can focus on that. Currently, we have just finished feasibility studies and master plan for an industrial park in Imo State at the, I think it's Hima Egbema local government area, close to Port Harcourt. So we need these zones, we need these parks and clusters as a good platform to industrialize. We worked with the clusters in Aba some years back, and I'll still come back to this when I get to another point that I would like to mention. So, special economic zones, industrial parks, industrial clusters could be strategies that we can use to fast-track industrial development in the region. The fifth area that we'd like to highlight has to do with what we call sustainable energy development and environmental management. Sustainable energy development, that is Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, when we are signing the industrial framework with the government last year, mentioned that 40% of the cost of production in Nigeria is accounted for by the cost of energy. Now, how can we deal with this issue? How can we deal with this challenge? Talking about sustainable energy development, we are talking about renewable energy sources. And we focus and prioritize 4 key renewable energy sources. One is the small hydro power. There's hardly any community that does not have a flowing river. Someone was talking about a river sometime that they've dammed the upper part of it, and therefore what flows down is not as it used to be. So there are rivers, there are streams, there are waterfalls that can be harnessed for energy generation. We've done quite a number of pilots, and these are just proof of concept that can enable the region to tap into this area. Another one is biomass energy, biomass. Because Nigeria is agrarian, and because of the huge agricultural activities in the southeast region, agro wastes can be converted to energy. Sometime back, we worked with the government of Ebonyi State and Abakaliki Rice Mill Cluster. For those who have been to the place before, we estimated 5 megawatts of energy that can be generated from rice husk that is dumped. And we know rice is milled, processed in different parts of the country, including the southeast. There are other agro wastes from the oil palm, name it, all waste from agricultural activities can be harnessed for energy generation. Third area has to do with solar energy, and that is energy from the sun. And of course, the last one that we emphasize has to do with wind energy. So these renewable energy sources are available, and the opportunities that we can tap into, particularly as we build our industrial parks, economic zones, and clusters for industrial development. The sixth area we'd like to touch upon has to do with trade capacity building. And I mentioned earlier that we worked in Aba in the past. Those years, you will find trucks loaded with shoes made in Aba, but you will not find made in Nigeria on those products. You see, made in Brazil, made in Italy, and on. Meaning that even the entrepreneurs themselves weren't confident in promoting what they were producing. So, trade capacity building has to do with building trust for trade. How can we make Nigerians desire to consume what we produce locally? How can our products from the southeast and Nigeria at large access international market? Particularly now that we're talking about the AFCFTA. And talking about trade capacity building, we're focusing on issues having to do with metrology, standard, testing, and quality, certification. Only yesterday, we had a meeting with the Southeast Business and Investment Summit on how to promote something still about Aba in Abia State and get certification for their products. So these are key areas that we have identified, and we think if the Southeast region look in this direction, will help and will support industrial development in the region. Of course, we cannot cease to continue to emphasize the importance of prioritizing energy and security. Because where there is insecurity, where we don't have peace, there can't be development. So we need to prioritize within the region peace and security. So what I will say today, that we have some 6 areas that can provide as direction for the Southeast region to look into as the region plans to industrialize. Second is that Southeast region is part of Nigeria. So whatever UNIDO is doing or has for the country is also for the Southeast region. And we are available to work together with the Southeast Development Commission to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development in this region. Thank you very much. The moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruben Bamidele, for that wonderful discussion. I hope he has opened the door for discussion today. Dr. Bamidele touched on several issues, and one of the most important of all of them for the Southeast is the issue of industrial policies. To the best of my knowledge, most of the industrial policies in the Southeast have long expired. Dr. Bamidele also raised a touching issue for all manufacturers, the issue of energy. 40% of the costs of manufacturing goes to energy. He also talked on capacity building and branding issues. Where we have the capacity to produce in the Southeast, we have the talent. And despite all the struggles, we produce. But we are too scared or ashamed to brand our products appropriately, made in Nigeria, or made in Aba, made in Onitsha, made in Nnewi. Why are we ashamed to brand properly? He also mentioned the issue concerning standardization, testing, and standards. At the beginning of this event, the MD of Southeast Economic Development Commission spoke on the need for coordinated investment across the Southeast. He talked about shared infrastructure. He talked about shared services, which are bankable and sustainable projects. Again, I link it to what Dr. Bamidele just said now. The need for us to map out special economic zones, new industrial clusters. And for somebody who is well represented in the Southeast when it comes to industry. I wonder where we are going to get those clusters. For some of us here, we are already in existing clusters. Maybe they were spontaneous, but they are successful. So, it begs us to question, do we wait for us to cluster, like Dr. Bamidele recommended, for us to start? Or do we make concerted efforts through this commission to help those that have already started wherever they are, knowing our land constraints? The purpose of this breakout session is for stakeholders to organically within this hall bring out the priorities for the Southeast Development Commission. Dr. Okei Ikechukwu, who gave us an elaborate lecture, talked about NDDC and what happened to NDDC. How a development commission ended up being a procurement commission. And we say, God forbid, that the Southeast turns to only, Southeast Development Commission becomes only a procurement commission, just like the NDDC. The Manufacturers Association, represented by Lady Ada Chukwudeze, said the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria is ready to invest and they're ready to create jobs. However, she highlighted some priorities. We need power, we need logistics, we need skills, we need the right finance, not the vulture finance, and we need the policy stability. Ladies and gentlemen, we as stakeholders in this room are here to set the priorities for the Southeast Development Commission. The room is now open for discussion. I will want to start with somebody who I know was part of championing ease of doing business in the Southeast and Enugu. He was the leader of the House of Assembly, immediate leader of the House of Assembly, Enugu State, Honorable Ezugu. I want you to lead us in this, because for us to have that coordination in the Southeast, we will also need the House of Assemblies for coordination, because we must have central laws, not the one that produce at Obolafo will be there, Ubuoba and the rest. So we need to have harmonized laws that will enable such bankable projects, such interconnecting logistics, and even to create the jobs across the states where I can live in Enugu and work in Onitsha and still pay my taxes without having frictions between the state's revenue services. Where should her taxes go? So, Honorable Ezubu, let's open the floor for us.
Where are the ushers?
Thank you, Madam. Good afternoon, everyone. I crave your indulgence to adopt the protocol that has been duly established earlier today. Yeah, the timing of this program would have been yesterday, but then it's still okay. And the ban is na nkiroka. No siteta debama no ganade. Incidentally, when I left the house in 2023, I decided to veer into, do I call it production? Do I call it entrepreneurship? And I can tell you that I am getting what I never expected. The problem in our country is not lack of laws or policies, but implementation. The political will to do the needful. When we are talking of ease of doing business, you are somebody that wants to go into manufacturing. Your first baptismal of fire is to bring in machinery. You travel to India, you inspect the machines, you pay for the machines arrive. For you to be given your power to pay for your duties, no apologies to anybody. You will be expected to do what you ordinarily hate doing. Most of our people are gullible. And because they wouldn't want to waste their time, they would always do what they shouldn't do. That is where the problem starts. You bring in the machines, you look for the agencies to do the needful for you to start doing what you are supposed to do. Bureaucracy, calls upon calls, visits upon visits. Before the machines arrive, you would want to get your number, TIN. I know somebody, it took 3 weeks before he was told in Lagos, you have to come down to your state. The person went down to his state. Another 2 weeks, he was told, no, you have to go down to your zone. That is the catchment area. Didn't they know the catchment area ab initio? So that the moment you ask for your TIN, the desk officer will refer you to the zone, not to waste your time for 2 months.
So, Honorable Ezugu, you were once in the house
yep.
in Enugu, which is the southeast. If you get back to the house,
yep.
What will you do better now? What should, because the Southeast Development Commission will work with different House of Assemblies to harmonize the ease of doing business in the Southeast. So what do you recommend?
Before getting to that, what they need to start doing immediately is to ensure that the relevant agencies do not demoralize manufacturers. Not even going to the house. Going to the house will be at the regional level. Because when you are talking of coordination, while we were there, we talked of maybe having a rail that traverses the southeast. You can't do that without an enabling law. But then, without apologies to anybody, are our governors ready to cooperate? Of course, they are not. I've been in the system. Infighting here and there will take us to nowhere. So, for the House of Assemblies to make laws, it has to be an executive bill that will be agreed upon by the entire Southeast governors, and then we send the thing to their relevant Houses of Assembly. Okay. So, that is how it is. It has to be from the legal framework point of view.
Okay.
So finally, please, I'm glad the MD of Keystone spoke, and I'm glad she's still here. Another very, very important thing is that genuine manufacturers should be aided financially.
So are you suggesting a regional fund? Because we need suggestions, things that, actionable suggestions in this.
One, it has to be there has to be regional funds that will not even be based on collateral. It has to be based on integrity. Integrity. This will go a long way to letting people know that money is not everything. If you have the integrity, you should be giving funds. And again, for us to have a cluster whereby utilities, okay, I'm about setting up a factory, and they told me that the cost of a solar is 45 million. After I've spent so much money, because national grid is not there. You have to sink your own borehole, generate your own power. How far can so many people go?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Ezeugu. You might be thinking why I want to start with government. There is a reason. Before the core manufacturers will respond. Your Honor, you can't run away. I don't know whether Honorable Seloka Obaze was properly recognized when he came into the room. He was once the secretary to the state government of Anambra. We are discussing policy now. And when you were in government, Manufacturers Association of Nigeria was in your good books. When we had a natural disaster in 2000, the worst flooding that affected the biggest and the most sustainable industrial layout east of the Niger, Harbour Industrial Layout in Onitsha. He came to our help. So, Your Honor, we need policies. You heard what UNIDO said. You were also part of the consultations and the stakeholders, and also making the Nnewi Automotive Industrial Park, which is yet to commence. So, do we concentrate on the new special economic zones, the new clusters, or does the Southeast Development Commission concentrate on the spontaneous existing clusters so that we know where to prioritize where the Commission is going to? Thank you very much, Your Honor.
No. Permit me to sit, if you don't mind. Yeah. Thank you, Joma. I think first and foremost is to recognize that there has been, and there will always be a synergy between the government and the organized private sector. And I think that's the premise on which we did work with the Chamber of Commerce. If you talk about sustainability, then you have to build on what exists and consolidate. You could also look at creativity, bringing in new clusters, because the policy shapes them based on needs. So it's a two-way street. But I think it would be a bit problematic to ignore those who have invested on their own over a long period and not allow them to grow, not support them to grow while you build new clusters. As you know the percentage of SMEs that collapse in the first 5 years. So if a man or a woman has invested time and energy to build a small or a large industry and it's not collapsed over 20 years, there's something sustainable there that needs to be supported. And I think government must find it of interest for the government and for the people, because also the organized private sector is the largest outside government employer of labor. So that synergy has to be there. I don't know if I've answered your question, but the point is that in making policy, you have to make policy to sustain what is existing. You also have to make policy that creates enabling environment for incubation of new industries, new facets, and new institutions.
So, Your Honor, if you advise Southeast Development Commission, what should be their priority? You have your experience in government. You know where you did it right. You know where you did it wrong. You know where you wish we are still in government and you would have done things better. We are in the room now. The stakeholders are in the room. That is why we started with government. Please, can you advise the Southeast Development Commission what the priorities should be for us to transform industrialization so we do not end up like NDDC?
Well, I think the basic thing you understand is that there are very scarce resources. So first and foremost is to pool your resources. The needs of the Southeast in terms of transportation, in terms of roads, infrastructure. Every governor says, I've built 800 kilometers of road, Anambra, Enugu, Abia. But what they don't look at is that the lifespan of those roads are cut short because of the heavy haulage that should be handled by the rail line. You have the Dangote trucks moving cement on roads that would last 15 years, they end up lasting 5 years. So if you were to talk about transportation, the real energy, the real focus should be, how do we link Anambra, Ebonyi, Abia, Enugu, and what did I miss now? And Imo, into a common rail line that enhances commerce between Onitsha, Aba, and Owerri, between Nnewi, Oka, and Abakaliki.
What about the gas pipeline?
And also link it to the national grid. Look at the national rail line since independence. They run vertically from the north to the south. It hasn't changed, except the adjunct that went to Ajokuta and something that went to Alaja. So since independence, there's never been an additional rail line in the southeast that has jutted out to. I'll give you a practical example. I come from Anambra. I was in the Shagari administration in 1982 when they built the Onitsha port. It's been unoperational.
Up till now.
But if you run a rail line from Onitsha through Obaru to Port Harcourt to One, every cargo coming from China will be FOB Onitsha port. You offload it in Onitsha and you deliver Onitsha.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you for supporting us. That the existing should be supported before we talk about the new ones, because the Southeast is land-trapped. I have two people here who run businesses inside two of the old Eastern region MN industrial region. MN industrial estate was older than Harbour Industrial Layout. And I will want to get their experiences. Ichie Sunday Zobiora, who incidentally is the president of Poultry Association of Nigeria, he runs a business, a poultry business within MN Industrial Layout. The Southeast Development Commission wants to prioritize the investment and the infrastructure in the Southeast. I started with people in government, and it's now over to you. Can you tell us the challenges? And if you're given the opportunity, given the pen and paper to share this money, so that we don't end up with like NDDC, what are your priorities in M&A industrial layout?
Sorry, sir. Just one contribution. Madam Moderator, thank you for the fantastic work. Okay. I think, and I love that the conversations are focused, right? But perhaps there's no need for us to make any reference to any other development commission. We are focused on the Southeast. So let's keep the conversation here. Because if you pick other sectors, they will start pointing also to areas where we are the worst as Southeastern. So let's keep the conversation focused, number one. Number two, it is not only about the ideas they should give the Southeast development. Otherwise, it would have been Southeast Development Vision 2050. It is not Southeast Development Commission vision. It is a vision for the entire Southeast. So in giving your contributions, in sharing your ideas, there are state reps here. I've seen commissioners from economic planning and what have you, commissioners of industry from different states. I've seen HOD planning and research and statistics from different states. The idea is we want to hear is not just for SCDC, it's for the entire Southeast and the institutions that are within the Southeast to drive. Just wanted to give that guidance. And 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, so that other people can speak.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My own contribution will be very short. What Southeast need immediately is industrialization, and we can only achieve that through gas pipeline. During your last visit in Old Government House, we emphasized that Enugu alone, in Nkubo, government of Enugu State stopped people from digging borehole. Reason is 2024, people were digging borehole 2 places, and the gas started coming out. That shows the level of, the quantum of oil in Enugu State. So let Enugu be industrialized through gas. Let me use my company as an example. We are spending between 25 and 30 million every month on EEDC and diesel. Recently, we imported CNG gas generator that is costing us about 700 million. Now, our major challenge is now how to get gas. It will cost us about 550 naira for a liter of gas. In Enugu, while people doing the same business with me in the Southwest, we pay less than 300 naira. So how do I compete with them in the same market? So my position is, let the Commission give us gas for us to compete with the other industrial cities in Nigeria, and also give us railway line. So gas should be number 1, railway should be number 2. Let's take it off from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lady Adachukudozie, you were mentioned on issue of finance. And we're talking about a vision for the Southeast. I recall when we were growing up, Enugu used to be the headquarters of several banks. We used to have the CCBs. We used to have the Orient Bank. We used to have Progress Bank. We didn't need to go to Lagos to get some of our documents signed. You play 2 roles here. You represent manufacturers. You are also the chairman of a bank. What is the vision in terms of merging these 2 critical factors together? Finance and investment for industrialization. Thank you.
Wow. Well, I've been listening to you, and I've been listening to other contributors in the House. And I think it would be nice for us to sequence it properly. When it comes to manufacturing or industrializing, okay, we are talking about development. So you can't talk about any meaningful development without industrialization, because the industry supports all other sectors of the economy. That's what will support backward integration, the services, and so on. And I think that when you're looking at existing industries and the proposal for industrial parks, first of all, you asked a question of where to prioritize. I picked that. So first of all, you need to support the existing industries, especially those that are existing in a cluster or in a layout already. You have harbor industrial layout. That should be one of the industrial parks if you want to select for prototype or model or proof of concept. You can start from there. Now, when it comes to the industry, the major challenge we have in the southeastern region is the cost of production. Whether it's a high cost of energy or high cost of finance, it has jacked up the cost of production in such a way that no matter what we produce here in the southeastern region, you still find our brothers rushing to Lagos. Lagos, here. Manufacturers also in the southeastern region also later before our brothers manufacturers will be able to sell theirs. It's a big pain. And you look at what has happened. Even though we're excluded from the gas master plan, but something good is happening in Imo State. There are no gas. It's there. And so I think that SEDC should be looking at how to bring that gas from Ano gas to a select industrial park. I've mentioned Harbour, so it's not far-fetched. Whether it's going to be through captive or embedded is something that can be sorted out. So captive, modular, captive or modular embedded. Now,
the financing of that.
The financing is coming because it's also a big issue. That's why we also have our development partners here. The DFIs, they're here. Because these need to be de-risked. And then when they are de-risked, investors can happily jump in. The issue about finance here for manufacturers is that you find manufacturers financing long-term projects with short-term loans. And those are the kinds of loans that are readily available from commercial banks. Again, you also find high interest rates prevalent from all the commercial banks where you pay as high as 28 to 35% interest rate. Okay? And you are competing against investors that have aligned themselves on the coastal region in the southwest. Our Middle Eastern brothers and sisters that bring in fund at 3 to 7% interest rate. And that's why when they finish producing and selling, before we ourselves will start thinking of producing and even start thinking of selling, to a certain extent, we even buy raw materials from them. And it's saddening. So I think that is what this commission has come to solve.
Thank you very much. We've established the vision of the Southeast having gas to power the industrialization. Do we have a representative of the gas aggregators here in this room with us? Because I understand they were invited to this meeting. Because even the last meeting we held at the old banquet hall of Enugu Government House, the issue of gas came up. And I understand they were invited to this event. Are they here? Do you have anybody from the gas companies or gas aggregators here? Okay. Now, MD, do we have somebody? Okay. If you are, please, can you get the microphone for him? Yes.
Hello, moderator, I'm here.
Okay.
Could you recognize me to speak?
Okay, I recognize you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Prof, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Professor Mrs. Florence Onyebuchi Orabeze, Director, Institute of Maritime Studies, University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. Even though I am not an industrialist or a manufacturer, but we have taken a look of the situation in Nigeria, particularly in the Southeast. And I am particularly happy about this Southeast Vision 2050, which we are holding today. We cannot talk about developments in the Southeast or industries or manufacturing without, first of all, talking about security. security is very, very important. No industrialist and no manufacturer would like to build something and somebody, vandals, will come to burn what they have built down. Our governors, everybody should be security conscious. What about installations of CCTV cameras? I don't know whether our governors and the other leaders of the Southeast, whether they have thought about that. Then again, what about crisscrossing? We don't need to wait for the federal government all the time to provide for us. What about our governors putting their heads together to ensure that we have railroads in the Southeast? Is it too difficult for us? No. I don't think it is.
No problem.
Then again, we look at, when we're talking about Southeast Development Commission, thank God that President Tinubu has also done the needful for us. We also look at what other countries are doing. If we are talking about those people in industries today and tomorrow, we look at the next generations. Our educational curricula must change. Most of us in institutions, we concentrate on cognitive developments of skills. We have to look at the affective and, most importantly, the psychomotor. Then, some of us in higher institutions, we have researches. I've already challenged my friends and colleagues all the time. They will tell you that they're going to Europe, they're going to America, they're doing collaboration. I've always told them that people steal your efforts. People steal your research results. Look at Akomono Nubu, bitter leaf. It's developed here, but it's now manufactured in the USA and brought back to us. So I think we should look into that.
Thank you very much, Prof. The issue of research and development. So somebody is supposed to speak on behalf of the gas people. Is he here? No. Okay, while we're on that,
yes.
MD, a lot has come up now.
Can I say something?
Tying this also with African Continental Free Trade Agreement, because the understanding here is that we are no longer competing with Nigeria, but we are also competing with other parts of Africa. The vision for Southeast in 2050 development, is it a vision that is trapped in Nigeria? You are not answering now. You will be the last.
Yes,
is it a vision trapped within Nigeria? Yes. Is it a vision trapped within the Southeast? Or a vision that will grow beyond the Southeast? So who is speaking?
Coordinator, please. I'm standing.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the coordinator. Yeah. My name is Air Commodore Madabichi Ojude, retired. I want to thank the organizers of this Southeast Economic Development Summit for coming up with these pragmatic ideas of what should be done here for our people to be what we are, to harness the energy we have, the inherent energy, the capabilities of our people to be what they should be. In doing this, I just want to ask a basic question, looking at where are we now in terms of industrial development and economic transformation. Where is Southeast now? Most of the things we have around, they are informal sector enterprises or companies doing their things. And when we talk about informal enterprises, you know there are a lot of limitations, finances, all and so on and so forth, that stops them from being what they are. Again, there is need, serious, what our people are doing now is that buying and selling. Buying and selling means that our people have jumped the areas of development, the processes, the three recognized processes of development, the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary. I'm coming, just please.
Thank you.
I'm coming. I will land now. So the first thing I want to say now is that there is need to map the 5 states in Southeast into clusters, depending on their capacities or potential capacity. I want to make just a small suggestion in this regard. First one, Anambra State. There are already existing small industries that are there. So automobile and the rest of them, fabricating motor auto parts, motorcycle auto parts, we may look at that place and see how that area is aggregated. Because when you have a cluster, what it means is concentration of industries, similar industries. They will share so many things in common. That is number one.
Thank you very much, Ekomodo.
Yeah.
You asked where the Southeast is.
I have answered that one.
So the Southeast used to have all the clusters. We are talking about how do we go back to the vision where we used to have a cashew industry in Oye. We used to have premier breweries and the rest. So let's talk to the representative of the gas aggregators, because those clusters you are mentioning now, we need the gas for it to end. So I think you are the representative of the gas.
Please.
Please, can you get the microphone to the people from the gas so that we can listen to them? Thank you. Night Mile, I know you're here, president of Night Mile Chambers of Commerce.
Yeah. Before they come up, can I say something, please?
Okay. I don't think I have finished.
Please, Ekomodo, please. Let the people from the gas, because they were the people who asked questions first.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chukwuku Uchenna from Fresh Energy. I am happy that we are discussing gas now, because actually, if we are talking about the fourth industrialization without power and without gas, I don't know what we are discussing. And I want to make it known to us here that Nigeria is one of the richest in gas, not even in oil. And that is why our company, we are investing seriously on gas.
Have you invested in the Southeast, and where
now,
is it?
That is why we are here. We want to make it open to all the clusters that need gas, that we are ready to supply them gas even from tomorrow. So the issue is this. Now, in gas, please wait. In gas, we have 3 channels of transporting gas. We have the pipe gas, we have the CNG, we have the LNG. So now, the Southeast Development Commission would suggest that if they partner with our company and other gas companies, we are not saying that we are the only people that will do it. We will, yes, the first thing is we can now, some of these clusters will identify their energy need. That is their energy need. Now, we know how we are going to support them and make sure that, like what the last person talked about, the price of gas. Yes, with piped gas, it will be cheaper. But then we will not wait for the piped gas to get to our clusters before we start working. We can do with what we call virtual pipeline. We can get gas to you, to your clusters. Okay. Even if you don't have the money to set up your gas plants, we as a company will set up a gas plant in your cluster and give you power.
Okay,
I think that is what we want to do now.
Thank you very much.
I want to be recognized. The moderator.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Wait, I can't even see where you are.
I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the good job.
What's your name?
My name is Andrew. I'm representing my boss, who's an industrialist from the Southeast.
Who is he? Who is
Dr.
your boss?
Okechukwu Anyanwu.
What is the name of your industry?
He is into medical manufacturing.
Where?
Here.
Where in the Southeast?
In the Southeast. Let's leave where? But in the Southeast. No, for some reasons, I won't tell you further. All right? But what I'm trying to tell you is that by the conversations ongoing, the challenges are obvious to everyone. Yes. But our suggestion from the experience that we have gained over 5 years right now, trying to build up something that Nigerians in general and Africa in general will be very proud of, is that we realize that
we have few minutes.
Yes, we realize that we keep, especially people from the Southeast, they keep on forming competing brands against existing ones instead of being complementary. So our suggestion is this.
What's the suggestion?
The state government in the southeast should become the first off-takers of what is going on here. First, make a policy to say, when you manufacture, we'll take 70% of what you manufacture and we'll pay. That way, you can have leverage to compete with the external forces and you'll be sustainable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are at the point also where urbanization, rapid urbanization, is also affecting industrialization. The president of Ninth Mile Chamber of Commerce, I saw you. We are in a period where, we give him the microphone, Ninth Mile Chambers of Commerce. Rapid urbanization is creeping into the industrial zones. Ninth Mile is designated as an industrial zone. What are the policies on the ground? What would Ninth Mile need before the rapid urbanization creeps into Ninth Mile and dezones Ninth Mile from that industrial zone to a residential zone?
First of all, let me thank you for recognizing that we are here. Because all along you've been talking manufacturers, forgetting that we have organized private sector. So I'm here for Ninth Mile Chamber of Commerce and Chamber of Commerces. Thank you. Well, let me thank the Executive Governor of Enugu State for making Udi and Ninth Mile inclusive and urban area, thereby making land around there bankable documents that can be used to source money. Well, what I want to ask the STEC is, what are they doing for free trade zones in the southeast? Free trade zones should be catalysts for export-import. And we have them scattered all over, but they are moribund. Like in Ninth Mile, we have one. Yes. We have two. Two is, there should be sectoral planning. Sectoral planning enhances certain products there, certain manufacturing there. For instance, Onitsha, Newe have been known for auto. Aba is known for shoemaking. And Ninth Mile should be known
for breweries.
Thank you for that. So the two things, what is happening with our free trade zones? Okay. They should be activated. Okay. Two is sectoral planning. And in that sectoral planning, I concur with the SLOK that said there should be transportation, rail transportation, linking all these places. Like if you have one from Nsukka down to Onitsha, that will ease a lot of products.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let me stop so far. Thank you.
Our Embu MD.
Thank you.
What is our collective vision for Southeast? Well, is it a vision trapped within this geopolitical zone? Is it a vision trapped in Nigeria? Is it a vision trapped in West Africa? Or an African one, or a global vision? What is our collective vision?
That's why we are here. We're here to discuss.
Hello.
And to, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I said, yes, we're here to sit, discuss, ideate, come up with suggestions, aspirations of our people to get the best ideas. SCDC, as a commission, if you go online, you check, you see that we have our roadmap, we have our vision. This is for the region, for the Southeast, as a people. What is our overarching vision? That's number one. So it is for us to discuss. This is a thematic area on industrialization and economic transformation. There have been great suggestions. And I know that even if we open this up for the next 2 hours, there are going to be another 300 questions. But if you look at the agenda you received in your email, we have another session. So we must be diligent and end these sessions when they need to end. However, for those who are having network issues, you can go on your Wi-Fi, look up SEDC Wi-Fi A, connect to it, send us your submissions, send us your thought papers, info@scdc.gov.ng, info@scdc.gov.ng. Because we have to close the session to open up the next one. There were already conversations and suggestions here around rail, around gas pipelines, most importantly around regional planning, that there's need for master planning, there's need for sectoral strategies. That's the next conversation I think that is coming up here. So the conversation is open, but we have to close to open up to the next all-important conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MD. Thank you for that closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast vision is the global vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's appreciate her as she steps down now. Thank you very much. Thank you. We'll just be transiting to the next plenary session. Again, we have two. The one that we'll be holding here will be agro development and food security. If that catches your fancy, stay here. And Mezwe Mundele, Adi Adefeko, Kingsley Uzoma, SSA to the President on Agric, Honorable Patrick Nwabeze Uburu, Commissioner for Agric, Enugu State Government, and Innocent Isiche, Managing Partner of ACIOE. They will facilitate this agro development and food security breakout session right now. But for those that will be interested in digital economy, innovation, and technology. Okay. Okay, I understand there's a switch. Urban planning, transportation, and spatial development will be holding now. Urban planning, transportation, and spatial development will be holding here now. And Muhammad Itani, Dr. Emeka Akabogu, and Chimi Ogwebili, Oka Millennium City, moderated by one of Nigeria's finest lawyers, Jean Chiazo Anishere SAN. She'll be moderating that here on urban planning and spatial development. In the same breath, for the dome, sports development will be your focus. Sports as economic and social infrastructure, driving youth employment, talent pathways, and regional identity. So if you are keen on sports, you can move to the dome now. But for those who are focused on urban development, this is your breakout session. You want to?
A very good afternoon to distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Whilst my panelists are finding their way up, let me just say that today's conversation is not merely technical. It is existential. It is about how we will live, how we will move, build, and coexist in the Southeast in the next 25 years or more. It is about whether our cities will become engines of prosperity or theaters of congestion. It is about whether our transport systems will unite our people or continue to constrain opportunity. And Vision 2050 is about whether spatial development will be deliberate and inclusive, or whether it will be accidental and unequal. Ndị Igbo kwezuenu. Thank you. Now I'm going to call on my panel of the finest speakers who will tell us more on urban development, transportation, and spatial development for us in the Southeast. I'll first call on our friend who is not Southeast, but a friend of Southeast, to make his presentation. But all my panelists are going to make their presentation via PowerPoint, so that's going to be interesting. So Mr. Rabah Aitali, please tell us how we can develop the Southeast states. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do we have the presentation? So thank you for joining this breakout session on urban planning, transportation development, more specifically, or coordinating transport networks, land use, and service delivery across the state boundaries for regional efficiency. So I would first with one simple observation that was repeatedly said today. So people, goods, services in the Southeast move across the state boundary, and we make daily life harder to the citizens who are simply trying to move, work, trade, or access basic needs. So the objective in the next few minutes is not to give a long lecture. It is more to set a clear frame for our discussion, because this session is meant to be practical. We should leave this room with some priorities and initiative, and not only intentions. So the Southeast has enormous assets. It was said, it is recognized, it has a strong entrepreneurial culture, dynamic population, and strategic position for trade and industry. But we are facing, from the urban planning perspective, rapid urban growth, increasing mobility needs, and rising pressure on infrastructure, roads, transport corridors, logistic hubs, housing, water, energy, and public services. So, and if we manage this growth in a fragmented way, state by state or project by project, then we will keep paying the high price. So the reality is that the regional economy functions as a single and unified ecosystem. So the infrastructure that supports that economy must also be planned and delivered cohesively. That meant moving away from isolated assets towards a regional network performance, how well infrastructure corridors function, how the urban centers work together, how smoothly logistics flow, how reliably people can commute, how efficiently land use supports economic activity, and how resilient services remain under climate stress. So from my perspective, the challenge is not lack of projects. We have projects. The challenge is that too often we treat infrastructure and urban development and as a standalone investment instead of components within a wider region. So the question for us is to know how do we move from state-by-state planning to region-by-region delivery. I therefore suggest 3 practical moves that can guide our discussion. The first move is the regional spatial framework, the where. We need to agree at regional level on the priority economic clusters, the structural infrastructure corridors, then the key growth nodes like cities, industrial clusters, logistic hubs, and the transportation nodes, and the land use rule that protect these corridors to support the growth. The second move is the corridor-based mobility and logistics, how we move. Our biggest gain will be when we treat mobility as a coherent network, not scattered projects, whether they be for motorized vehicle, rail network, or active travel systems. So we should prioritize small number of high-impact corridors and rehabilitate and manage them as complete systems. A corridor succeeds only if it performs from the origin to destinations across the state boundaries. So the third move is the coordinated service delivery and metropolitan governance, the how we run the city. Your urban growth is not only a transport issue, it concerns service delivery, water, drainage, energy, waste, schools, health, and public safety. And services often fail when governance is too fragmented, especially in a metropolitan area where the functional city spreads across the administrative lines. So we need a minimum of coordination mechanism, something structured that aligns the planning, the budgeting, and the delivery. A regional coordination body, an inter-state delivery forum, a joint technical unit for corridor and metropolitan projects. To keep to this ground, let me give you a few examples of a type of initiative that could come out of this breakout. One, Southeast Corridor program for the next 12 or 24 months, where states commit to shortlist of corridors and agree the same right of way, the protection, design standard, maintenance approach, and corridor maintenance practice. Number 2 is the regional spatial data and the planning platform, a shared GIS and planning dashboard with common standards. This is not just about data, it is about decision making. It allows investment and land use choices to be evaluated consistently across the region. The number 3, it's a regional investment vehicle or blended finance platform because cross the state projects often struggles to attract funding when the ownership is fragmented. A regional platform can pool commitments, clarity governance, and crowd in private sector development finance and diaspora investment. Let me end with a clear request, because I think that success looks like for us today, by end of this session, is to propose some like 3 priority areas with opportunities for cross-state coordination, very clearly stated, 2 or 3 concrete bankable initiatives we can advance in the near term within 12 to 24 months, and the financing, the risk and de-risking actions required that must happen to unlock funding. And finally, clarity on roles, who leads, who supports, and what coordination mechanism is realistic. If I can achieve those 4 things, then Breakout will have real value and the discussion will be very fruitful. So I will stop here and wish a good deliberation for the rest of the colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rabba. I'm sorry that we didn't have your PowerPoint up when you started. There were some hiccups. Yes, he's told us about transportation, which is the circulatory system of the regional economy, and that without efficient mobility, productivity collapses. Now, currently, the Southeast relies almost exclusively on roads, and many of which are overloaded, poorly maintained, unsafe, and economically inefficient. So as we look toward 2050, we must think transportation fundamentally. Mr. Rabba told us about thinking regionally and not locally for spatial development. He said spatial development is where economies meet geography. The Southeast must begin to think of itself not just as 5 states, but as one integrated economic and spatial region. Not just as 5 states, but as one integrated and spatial region. And the key questions include: how do we distribute industrial zones? Where do logistics hubs belong? How do we protect agricultural land while supporting urban growth? How do we align infrastructure investment with economic clusters? Now, we will all answer these questions when I throw the question open for the floor. But before then, let's hear more on the strategies that we need to employ for transportation, for blue economy, and our spatial development for Southeast. Now, there's no better person to tell us more about these strategies than my learned friend of the Silk, Dr. Emeka Akabogu, SAN.
Thank you very much, Leonard Brother Silk, Jean Chiazo, and Nishere SAN. First of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to the SCDC for this opportunity and to appreciate the significance of today's occasion. I'll stand on all protocols. We have 10 minutes, so please could my slides go up now? Thank you. Kunle. Could I have my slides up now, please? Now, the topic I've been assigned to speak on is the blue economy and regional connectivity, expanding transportation pathways for the Southeast. That's the topic I've been assigned with. And next slide, please. So first of all, before I proceed into the core of this subject, I noted a statement or an assertion made by Professor Ikechukwu earlier in the day. I don't know if he's still around, but it suggested that the Southeast need not focus on the Onitsha port and probably by extension the challenges around the river transportation. I wanted to come from an angle that does not totally agree with that presumption, because we can always find ways around challenges which we have. And in this context, there are many ways around it. Now, to the point of the blue economy, the background is really upon the economic overview of Southeast Nigeria, which we have here. But SEDC has done a very good job in laying the foundation for this, but I'd like to specifically speak to the various nodes of operations and trades, whether it's in leather manufacturing in Abia or related to commerce in both Onitsha and Aba, rice processing, solid minerals, or even oil and gas and logistics. And these are trades and economic hubs which traverse the entirety of the southeastern states. Next slide, please. Now, from the population point of view at the same time, the Southeast totals about 25 million people. And these are people who live in the Southeast. And 25 million is the population of many countries. In fact, the median population of the most countries in the world is around that. And that means that the Southeast, by population, is potentially the population of many thriving countries that even in some cases have smaller land areas. Next slide. The next slide focuses on the key products by state, so I won't be focusing on that. Next slide. Now, very important, I'll focus on this very quickly because the key cities of the Southeast, which are involved in commerce, solid minerals, and the like, need to be networked within a framework that visualizes the potential use of the riverways and waterways that we have, in addition to ports and the rail networks which we are thinking of. So you have a multimodal system of transport that ensures that produce or minerals or exports which are deriving from the Southeast can network their way logistically, seamlessly, as they go out of the country. Next slide. The next one. Now, what is the blue economy? Now, the blue economy is regarded globally as an important frontier for trade and commerce. But broadly, the concept of the blue economy refers to the sustainable use of ocean and water resources for economic growth, job creation, and environmental preservation while protecting the marine environment. So the question is, what are the economic activities that need to be harnessed and sustainably channeled through the blue economy that we have in the Southeast? What are those strategic areas of the Southeast economic activity that can intersect with the blue economy? Next slide. So the first one, if you look at the slide, we have in Abia, in the Southeast, Abia and Imo states are officially part of the Niger Delta region and officially oil-producing states to a great degree. We have the river access. From a river access point of view, we have hydrological studies confirming the interconnectedness of at least 4 of the 5 states of the Southeast, potentially to the Atlantic Ocean. Aba is a commercial hub that we already appreciate, and we already talked about the oil and gas activities which proceed within the oil and gas zones in Abia with more than 100+ oil wells. And then, of course, from a water tourism, marine tourism point of view, we have very fascinating waterfronts and beach lines that could rival what you have as the best across the globe in places like Azumini. So we do have a significant strategic position as far as the blue economy is concerned with its intersection with economic activity. Next slide. Let's go further to the next. Yes. Now, these slides essentially show the hydrographic map of the Southeast, coming all the way from the Onitsha River port, traversing different states and different zones which could be interconnected by rail and road to the waterways all the way down to the Atlantic. Next slide. The next slide essentially showcases key river bodies that are of cultural and touristic significance, including Zumini Blue River, Omambala in Anambra State from an aquaculture point of view, Nike Lake, again from the marine point of view, and the like. Next slide. You see, of course, the Oguta Lake and the rest. Next slide. Next slide. Now, the essence of the blue economy is just to ensure that the potentials and the opportunities which you have inherent in the water bodies are optimally utilized to the extent that it is not limited to transportation, water transportation. From the point of view of immediate economic imperatives, water transportation is important and is fully taken care of. But beyond water transportation, you want a Southeast economy that is thriving on the strength of the incentives that attract people within this zone. So we have coastal potentials for coastal resorts, water recreation, and of course, residential developments and real estate beyond what we've already mentioned. And at the time of execution, these will be broken down, and none of these can really be we can't go into any detail within the 10 minutes that we have, but we'll be able to break that down to come down to the specifics of how each of these potential segments can be converted to intersect broadly with the wider economy of the Southeast. Let's talk about a strategy. Next slide. The next one. The next one. The next one. Yes. Now, in talking about this, we need to define the targets that we were dealing with. And one important challenge is dredging, which we must account for. In the course of his presentation, I think it's the MD of SCDC, who indicated that the entire Southeast area is about 29,000 square kilometers, which is a limited area of land. But at the same time, Netherlands is equally an equally limited area of land, just above about 33,000 square meters. By the time you add the water bodies, that expands. My point is that within the body of the land framework of Netherlands, they have become the world leader in dredging. The fact that with the water bodies in the southeast interconnect with other water bodies across the areas of the southeast is immaterial to the development of these water bodies, even within a ring-fenced perspective. And this is one of the things that we think we need to begin to explore very, very seriously. Now, again, I want to make it quite clear that there's a myth. Let's go to the next slide. The next one, before I come back to this. There are a number of myths relating to the geographical location of the southeast, to the extent that the southeast is landlocked, and because it is landlocked, there's only so much that can be done. But the reality, in many instances, is different. For instance, it's said that the south is completely landlocked. It's not. So far as there is a channel that eventually leads to the Atlantic Ocean, it's not landlocked. And we have seen through the Urashi River that there is a channel that goes all the way out, even looking at the hydrographic map I showed earlier, to the Atlantic. That needs to be fully explored. This applies, for instance, to a country like Luxembourg. It's a completely landlocked country in Europe, but yet it has an active blue economy, optimizing those aspects that it has advantage in, including shipbuilding and development of maritime clusters. Now, the southeast is not as landlocked as Luxembourg, but then it has windows to the Atlantic Ocean and has traditional areas of operation that already conduce to the marine economy and shipbuilding, including the age-old and traditional blacksmith industries, which we could start looking more into fully developing for the purposes of steel development and ultimately shipbuilding, and quite a lot. But in closing, let me go back one slide. Just go back one slide, please. Now, what do we need to do? We need to, as a region, do the research. The research is what gives us the numbers that we need. But I think that all the southeastern states, for starters, need to have a unit in a ministry that is focused on developing the blue economy of the particular state. And from a regional perspective, that should be equally prioritized. Then going beyond that, the dredging plan for the region is something that should be focused on, because the dredging plan need not be anchored on the fear of the cost, because the costs, many times that we know, are costs that are given by government, but private sector involvement in this important area can help to clearly identify the precise costs and the benefits relative to the economic potentials for that activity, and that can be fully undertaken from a private sector point of view. However, the broader framework that will guarantee the profitability for dredging within this region needs to be mapped in the regional plan that needs to be undertaken. Then, of course, nobody underestimates the issue of security and the importance of that continuing discussion to ensure that the entire southeastern states are secure enough to ensure the investments which are needed. Finally, it's very important that a multimodal plan that integrates the existing road networks and proposed rail networks are all within the plan to ensure that we optimize the potentials of the southeast economy. I think I'll stop here, and then my moderator can take it up from questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akabago. Now let's set the context and appreciate why this session matters. By 2050, Nigeria's population is projected to exceed 400 million. I mean, presently, we are 200 million plus. So by 2050, it's projected that our population will exceed 400 million. And the Southeast will be overwhelmingly urban. The Southeast will be overwhelmingly urban. Cities like Onitsha, Aba, Owerri, Oka, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Nnewi, Umuahia, and Enugu will expand rapidly, both in population and spatial footprint. I'm beginning to sound like a prophetess. The critical question before us is this, and that is, will this growth be planned, or will it overwhelm us? Chukwuamakwe. The next question is urban planning, transportation, and spatial development are not separate conversations. They are not separate conversations. They are deeply interconnected systems. Hence, we are discussing them holistically as one. Urban planning determines how land is used. Transportation determines how people accept or access opportunity, while spatial development determines how growth is distributed across geography. If one fails, all suffer. Now, Dr. Akabogu has referred us to the need for multimodalism. We must have various modes of transportation. We shouldn't dwell on the road network alone. It will overwhelm us. And he has emphatically mentioned the water system, which is the blue economy, which means that we can take benefit from the ocean resources while sustaining the oceans, aquaculture, the fish farming, and many more. But we sustain the oceans. So that's all about the blue economy. And he's giving us the strategies that we need to employ to ensuring that the Southeast take a benefit of that which the good Lord has endowed us with. We are not like the Netherlands. We got water in the Southeast. We have land in the Southeast. So let's take advantage of our natural resources and bring it to the benefit of our people. I must say here that Southeast needs to really look at the blue economy now, talking about shipbuilding, talking about cabotage, that is inland waterways, trading within our coasts by sea. Because not too long ago, the Nigerian government, under the auspices of the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, through the aegis of NIMASA, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, has commissioned the Cabotage Vessel Financing Fund. So there's a fund available for you and I, if you can show that you have great interest and you have what it takes to participate in cabotage, which is local trade within our coastal waters. So there's a lot of opportunities for us there. The need why we should go multimodal, why we shouldn't emphasize on road network alone. All right, now Chimi. Chimi is going to tell us how we will develop our urban states. Smart cities is all that this young man knows how to do. Our topic is about urban development, how we can develop the Southeast. Igbo kwenu.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chimi Webile. I'm the business director for a company called MP Infrastructure. I have the privilege of being here to explain our journey in Awka Millennium City. So a lot of people here are telling what should happen in the Southeast. But I have the privilege of done something for the Southeast. My team and I have delivered the first smart city in southeastern Nigeria. And I'm not here to talk much, but I will show you in pictures and some text how we went through a journey of building the first smart city in southeastern Nigeria. Can I get my slides, please? So the presentation is Building Southeast First Smart City, Awka Millennium City. Next slide, please. Our company that built the first smart city is a company called MP Infrastructure. We are a full spectrum engineering, procurement, construction, and management company. We've been operating for the past 17 years, building infrastructure across Nigeria and across Africa. We specialize in telecommunications, construction, roads, power, water, real estate, and smart city development. So we play in the full spectrum of infrastructure, which is an area that Nigeria has a major deficit. And we don't just build structures, we engineer ecosystems. MPI is a developer and a promoter of AMC. Next slide, please. So how did we start to think of building a smart city in southeastern Nigeria? So in 2018, during Chief Obiano's government in Anambra State, the former executive governor of Anambra State, there was a rallying call for Akulona, which is bring your wealth home to the southeast. And we at MPI responded to that call of Akulona and decided to make one of the most audacious investments in southeastern Nigeria. And at the time we started this project, it wasn't cool to invest in, you must be mad to invest in southeast Nigeria. There was insecurity, there was really no money to be made in southeast. So we thought, and everybody was building projects in Lagos and Abuja and Port Harcourt. And the only thing the average Southerner did was to build a big mansion in their village that they go home maybe once or twice a year and had really no economic value. But we thought we're going to change this narrative. And the narrative is this: if you don't build the Southeast, who's going to build it for you? Okay? Most of our brothers and sisters have built Lagos. Nearly 60% of the real estate in Lagos, in VI, and all over the place, is owned by Igbo people. They are the big investors. They're the ones that take risk and make those investments. If you go to Abuja, nearly 70–80% of real estate is owned by Southeasterners. Port Harcourt, the same thing. And other parts of Nigeria, Southeasterners have continuously built and developed those states. But our region has no real investment coming from the people that are building the rest of Nigeria. And we thought, no, we're going to change that narrative. We're going to invest in southeastern Nigeria. We're going to make our place as good as Lagos and Abuja. And then hopefully other people will join and we'll collectively build a new region with all the wheels and vessels. Now, when we rallied to that call, we met with the governor, Chief William Abano, then, and we told him that, look, this is what we want to do. He agreed. He said he has a strategic vision to build new cities in Anambra State. And we embarked on that journey with a public-private partnership with Anambra State government and MP Infrastructure. Anambra State was represented by ANSIPA. That's when I met my good friend here, Mark Okoye. And we started the engagement to build this new state. The Anambra State government brought the land. They gave us 110 hectares of land in Awka. And then we brought the capacity to build a new city. And we were very audacious in what we were trying to do. Next step. Next slide, please. So the MPI, we had a strategic partnership with the government to build the first smart city. And we planned it big. There was a lot of planning and design efforts to build this city. Next slide. Next slide, please. But what we didn't do, we didn't just jump in and start building the city. We spent over a year designing it. So, like my good friend Mohammed said, we're from Dar. We spent time designing the city, the look and feel of the city, the infrastructure, the roads, the water, the power, the fiber, the access control system. Everything was intentionally designed from scratch. We didn't leave anything to chance. We had international consultants, we had local consultants, we worked with other people that build cities around the world, and we got the best of people to come up with a master plan design. And the focus was to build the first smart city. And then, obviously the drainages, the roads, water. We also spent a lot of time zoning the place. We have the low density, medium density, high density, and the commercial area. I'll explain that in the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. So here is the master plan from Awka Millennium City. So if you look at on the right-hand side, the blue area is the commercial area. In this area, we have a hospital, we have provision for schools, we have offices, we have event centers, we have a police post, we have provision for a hotel, cinema. So the idea is that all the commercial requirements you have will be captured in that commercial area. Then on the upper part of the layout, you have the 1,000 square meters area, where you have 1,000 square meter plots. Then below it, you have the 500 square meter plots. And then down towards the right-hand side, you have the 2,000 square meter plots. So you have the high density, medium density, and super low density plots. We also have a utility area, obviously roads, we have institutional schools, and all the facilities that you need to operate on. And this took a year to design, because not only did we do the layout, we also have to do engineering design, make sure there's no flood, make sure that the drainage is in place, the road design is effective. So there was a lot of back and forth on the design. Next slide, please. So Awka Millennium City is a gated city. So we have over 4 kilometers of perimeter fence security around. So it's gated, it's highly secure. It's a service residential and commercial plots. It has fiber optics, so we have fiber running to every single building in the estate. The city has fiber. Well, that's what makes it smart. We have fiber broadband to every single house in the city. And you have over 764 plots of 500, 1,000, and 2,000 square meters. So you can imagine we can easily accommodate over 4,000 people in the city. We have automated access control systems. So once you come in, you need biometrics to get in. There's boom barriers. We have regular power. We're lucky that we secured a dedicated line from TCN, a 38 kVA line that gives us 24 hours power and on average 23 hours every day, just given for maintenance up and down. So we have regular power. We have regular water. We have municipal water infrastructure. We have quality roads. We have solar street lights. We have recreational parks. We have 24-hour CCTV. So you will see the CCTV around the whole building, the SCT. And we have a control room. So as people are coming and going, we can see. If there's any infraction on the perimeter sense, there will be an alarm. And we have an armed response team that responds. It's highly secure. The people that designed that control system is Gallagher. They designed Aso Rock, Camp David in America, and other international high secure environments. Next slide, please. And this was an audacious journey. This was Awka Millennium City in 2018. 100 hectares of sheer wilderness. It was despoiled land. It was a mining site. It was abandoned. It was just unbelievable. In fact, when we got to the place, my partner and I, we got there. We had, at the time, an expatriate engineer. We got to a point where we couldn't walk anymore. There was a deep gully. And the man that we were having hope in started scratching his head. And we looked at each other and said, we are in trouble. We are really in trouble. What have we gotten ourselves into? Because it was scary, a whole jungle. But with the grace of God, we continued to soldier on. So that was how it looked in 2018. Next slide, please. That's it. That's the AMC, complete wilderness in 2019. Totally swamped. Never seen any modernity. It was just full of monkeys and illegal miners. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is it. You can see the way the illegal mining was going on. The whole Agribusiness plaster sand was in Anambra State was coming from here. And it was all illegal mining going on. That's what we met. So we had gullies that were like nearly 50 feet deep. Next slide, please. However, we decided to start work. And so before the then governor came to commission the site, we started building the access road. And the arrangement we had with the government that the government was going to build the road, that was part of the value they were bringing to the table. Unfortunately, they didn't have the funding at the time to build that access road into the estate. And we decided to build it in view of a land swap. So we bought the capital. Next slide. And then you can see the transformation. You can see the access road into the estate being built. And a lot of this was during COVID. We were still working during COVID time. Through non-go men, we were still working. Next slide. So you can see we're now building the road, the dual carriageway. This is 2021. Next slide. This is us. We had to build our own construction yard. We had to produce our own interlocking stones. We had to produce our own drainages. And so you can see this is precast drainages that were being dropped on the site. And this was the road. This is what we call the second main gate. And that was the main access into the estate. We were building it. This is a road that is nearly 2 kilometers, dual carriageway. So it's the equivalent of Freedom. Those of you that live in Lagos and Lekki, it's the equivalent of Freedom Way. And we built this road in 3.5 months. And how did we do it? We're not Julius Berger. We're not RCC. We had acquired a construction company at that point, but we had shared determination that we're going to give Ndibo the first smart city. And we worked night and day. Some of our bulldozers were working 8 p.m. the night. They were working around the clock. And we were there in the trenches, working with them to make sure that this road was delivered. Because we knew we had to build the backbone of this road. And once we had made the main investment into this project, we were already selling the estate to people. And we wanted to make sure that whatever we promised our subscribers, we were going to deliver to them at any cost possible. So that's the journey. Next slide. As you can. Huh? Let me tell the story. That's the Money Gate. Next slide. These are the roads. That's the Money Gate in 2022. This is the AMC Boulevard into the estate. This is dual carriages coming from the old Enugu-Onitsha Road into the estate, as you can see. All the estates, this is the whole layout of the place. Over 22 kilometers of internal roads and underground drainages, walkways. This is the estate now. Thank you very much. And I'll just show you some of the facilities, please. Madam, this is very important. This is my journey. This is the municipal water infrastructure we built. Over 2 million liters of water storage capacity. So everybody has water in their house. You don't need to build any borehole. And this is the future of new city building. Everybody, when I was growing up, everybody had water. We didn't need to about boreholes. So this is a municipal water infrastructure to supply water to over 4,000 people. Okay? Next slide, please. This is the storage. We have irrigation storage. We have water treatment plants. Next slide. No, man, I'm going to finish. This is what we, just give me time. No, it doesn't matter. This is what the people want to see. No, madam. This is what they want to see. Purification. I'm sorry, we're not talking the talk. We're walking the walk. And I want people to know it's possible. That's what this conference is about. It's not about talking, speaking English. This is security. You can see boom barriers. It's a safe biometric access. CCTV control room. Power station. We built this power station. See it there. 24 hours power. In Oka, not Lagos, not Abuja. It's possible, madam. See it. Transformers. Next one. Solar street light. All working. This is how the city looks at night. This is not Europe. It's not Portugal. This is Oka. Not only infrastructure. We put green spaces. Look at it. Nice gardens. Sent giant tortoise and a peacock there. These are roads. We even built a community, Millennium Court, 21 luxury terraces. Mark Okoye advised us at that point in time. He said, Chimi, I know you guys are building big plots for high net worth individuals, blah, blah. Well, build these terraces. Younger people want, they want small footprints. They don't want to have any security guard. They just want to come in and have communal guards, communal security, communal everything. Built it, and he was right. I listened to him, and he was right. We sold this 21 luxury apartments in less than 7 months. It was gone. And he came back and said, Chimi, I told you. So we rejigged our plans. Next slide. That's Millennium Court. People are living here. It's a full city now, functional. Next slide, please. And the good thing, it wasn't just an emotional investment. People that bought Oka Millennium City in 2018, 2019, they were paying 8 million naira for a 500 square meter plot. They were paying 16 million for a 1,000. Now, in those same plots, 1,000 is going for over 130 million. A 500 square meter is going for close to 80 million as we speak now. So the guys have made like 10x of their money. So it wasn't just an emotional investment, it was also a good return on investment. Next slide. And these are some of the houses coming up, already built in the Oka Millennium City. And I just round up to say that this was all possible because there was government policy. There was a determined government to build new cities, and they gave us the support, and they gave us the encouragement, and they made sure they had an Anambra Investment Protection Agency that made sure that investment was coming to the state, and they protected your investment. I dealt with people like Mark, Jide, the former CEO there before Mark, and these were like, I was like dealing with KPMG, Morgan Stanley bankers. They were public servants. I couldn't even believe they were public servants. They were engaging me, negotiating, and trying to get the best for Anambra State. At the same time, make sure that we also are encouraged. They gave us tax waivers. They gave us incentive. The governor was exceptionally very supportive. And everybody now owns Oka Millennium City. It's not about MPI or the subscriber. Everybody owns it. They love it. Okay? And it is the first time that you have seen a public-private partnership work. And one of the things I advise people, I know people are very worried about government, but when you have the right leadership and the right people in government, and you have serious, genuine private sector people, the marriage is magic. Because you do not understand the power, sovereign power is awesome. And if you're a serious businessman and you're working with serious leaders in public service, it's just a marriage in place. And that's what happened to us with Anambra State. And I give my thanks to Chief Willie Obiano, and I also give my thanks to the current governor, His Excellency, Professor Soludo, who has supported us endlessly. We're working with him on a lot of new cities, Oka 2.0, Oka 2.0++, and the new Niger City. Next slide, please. Last slide. Keep going. Keep going. Now, on the back of this success, MPI is emboldened to announce the next big thing in the Southeast. It's called the new Niger City, we're working with Anambra State to build a new commercial city. It's parallel to on the river Niger, parallel to Onitsha. It's the new Niger city. It's 4,600 hectares of land acquired. Out of that, 2,600 will be used, of hectares of land will be used, and this is 10 times the size of Victoria Island. You understand? 10 times the size of VI in Lagos. It's being built in Anambra State. We're going to have a new market area of international standard. We're going to have warehouse logistics. There'll be residential areas. We're going to be commercial areas, malls, banks, everything. It's going to be a total new city. And this is the future of the Southeast. And why I told the Silk that I wanted to explain my journey, because I'm emotional about it. And a lot of people are coming here and talking hypothetical about the East, Southeast, but we are doing. And we need more people from the Southeast to do. So let's stop talking about the Southeast. I know a lot of billionaires from the Southeast, in Lagos, they're having challenges there, in Abuja, everywhere. Let them bring 10% of their investment to the Southeast, and we'll turn here to Dubai and China. So please, my brothers, other investors, come. The more the merrier. We will change the Southeast in the next 5 years, not even 2050. Thank you.
Thank you. Ndibo Diego. AMC Diego. Chimi Diego. Ibu Amaka. I mean, if I'm to give Chimi 2 hours, he'll go on, and you can see. You can see what the Southeast is made of. We have people with great skills, innovations. We have the numbers, we have the skills, we have the beautiful weather, we have the water, we have what it takes. So what's the problem? So as Chimi, thank you very much, Chimi, as they're developing the Southeast for us, building smart cities, making Southeast look like UAE, Dubai. Yes, it will happen. I'm told that the Millennium City in Oka is sold out, and Chimi is planning an extension. Indeed, I'll be seeing you after this vision. Now, thank you very much, Chimi. But the Southeast urban reality, we must face the honest diagnosis. To chart a credible vision 2050, we must first be honest about our present realities. We must be honest about our present realities. And what are these? Across the Southeast, we observe rapid, largely unplanned urban expansion, but thank goodness AMC is charting the way, following the plans. And thank God for His Excellency and other excellencies, His Excellency Soludo that I call Solution, giving us the solution. Weak enforcement of master plans and zoning regulations, overdependence on road transport with limited alternative, severe traffic congestion, limited metropolitan coordination across state boundaries, inadequate infrastructure, finance and maintenance. I won't go on because AMC is telling me, or they've told us that they are changing the narratives, and we thank God for that. So urban planning from reactive to strategic, Chimi has told us that is now strategic because they are developing smart cities in the Southeast. And finally, from Chimi, he told us about urban planning, from statutory compliance to economic strategy. The key technical and political issues include outdated planning data, and that's because before now, most states in the Southeast possess master plans, regional plans, and structure plans. But the problem is not the absence of plans. It is weak implementation. That's the problem. Outdated assumption and limited political ownership. So we have these problems: fragmented land governance, weak development control, and outdated planning data. Thank God for AMC. These problems will become things of the past. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this session, you agree with me, has been very enlightening. I'd like to thank my great panelists for their PowerPoint presentations, for taking out time to bring this together for us to appreciate that the Vision 2050 for the Southeast is going to be possible, is a reality, it's not just a vision, it's going to be something that history will hold us, and appreciate all of us for making that vision a truism. At this point, I'm going to now ask the floor, the audience, to answer my questions by participating in 20 minutes. Let's hear your views. Let's together chart a shared path to sustainable prosperity for Southeast. So, from there, let's take it from the first row. Anyone from there? Yes, please, the gentleman in glasses. Please, ushers, can you please give him the microphone? Can you be upstanding, sir, so they can see you? The gentleman in dark glasses. I see you, yes. Please give him the microphone. Ushers. Please tell us your name. And your contribution in 2 minutes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Honorable Cruz Anyim. My contribution is very simple. But first of all, let me thank the Southeast Development Commission for this event. And I want to tell them, you should not stop here. They should, from time to time, convene a summit like this, where they will hear from the general public what they want. Because this whole thing is all about what do we want and how do we develop the Southeast to function. Let me come to the last resource person that took us on building smart city. And he said something. He is urging the Igbos to bring just 10% of their investment in other states down to Southeast. My question is this: have you taken any move to Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Abuja to meet with these leaders of the Southeast over there and tell them, we want the Southeast to be like Dubai, to be like America. Could you bring down your resources? Let's join it together. Have you done that? If you have not done it, I want to urge you, do it, because the earlier the better. The Southeast has a lot to offer, not just to the Southeast, not just to Nigeria, but the global world. But we have to take the lead by encouraging ours to bring down our resources to make it work. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you. Next row. Yes, the gentleman with the Imo State cap. Please be upstanding.
Okay.
Your name, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Obigwe Chukwuebuka, and as you rightly said, I'm from Imo State, Okiwe precisely. So this morning, while I was coming for this program, I was passing through through Ihube, then down to Loba, and I saw the cashew by the road. You look to your left and you look to your right, you see cashews. And then you look into the large expanse of land, you see palm trees. And from what I was told by my people, that those cashew nuts didn't just come up there. Someone planted them. So I'm driving at, we need to plant in the Southeast. When was the last time we planted? Now, the Southeast cannot develop when there is no action. We cannot always wait for the government. We should start planting. We should start planting trees. There are economic trees that would help rejig the rural economy. And once the rural economy is strong, we'll have middle class in our rural villages. It will reduce urban migration. And once urban centers are decongested, crimes are localized. So this is one of my contributions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are in the chair. Here, please. No,
Hello.
ladies.
Hello.
This is about inclusivity. I want a lady, please.
My
Where
name
are
is-
the ladies? Yes, please.
Hello. Hello.
The lady over there. Thank you. With her badge. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chibike
No,
Kalisu.
please, a lady. You're not a lady? Mr. Chibike, Biko. The lady there. Thank you. You're a gentleman, Chibike. I want the lady. It's inclusivity. This is about Southeast. Men, women, children, boys and girls.
Thank you so much, Ma. I really appreciate. I want to say a very big thank you to SCDC for conveying this summit. My name is Precious Henry, a nurse by profession, and of course, the Executive Director for Diverse Health Initiative. I'm a woman with disability. I'm visually impaired. On Friday, I got a call from a friend who is visually impaired. She works for one of the airlines here in Enugu, and she couldn't go to work. In fact, she was threatening committing suicide. Reasons: the roads were practically inaccessible. I was supposed to come in here with a friend who is on a wheelchair, but he can't access coming into this conference. While we are talking about developing a new Southeast that is friendly, our urban cities, let us also chart a path that will make our environment, our road network accessible. Just as what we see in the Western world. Of course, comfortably you can go around the cities in UK without somebody holding you. Just with my smart cane or white cane, I could navigate around. But it's not here. So many of us who are persons with disability are right indoors. They can't go to their normal day life. They can't go to their workplaces. Most of them can't even use the public transportation mechanism because it is not accessible. The policies are there. The laws are there. But as we chart a new path for 2050 for Southeast, can we put it from policy to practice? From paper to something visible we can do? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy that I called you. And this is the reason why, even in our multimodal, let us remember our sisters and brothers who are disabled and ensure that the mode of transportation is affordable. Because without our people, then there is no vision. Yes?
All right. Yeah, my name is Chibike Kalistus Paul from Enugu State Investment Development Authority.
Where are you speaking from?
Here.
Oh, sorry. Okay, good.
Okay. All right. My question goes to MPI. The Oka Millennium City you did, we want to know your tangible action steps that made the city sell from one governor to the other without the fear of loss of investment on the part of your investors. Thank you.
Jimmy.
Thank you very much. I think that was one of the uniqueness of Anambra State. I'm not from Anambra, my partner is. But in terms of when it comes to development policy in the Southeast, they have shown to be very, very effective. And yes, it was Chief William Obiano that gave us the land as executive governor in that time. And when the current governor, Professor Soludo, took over, he gave us support. And he's been actively engaged with us. He comes on visits, he was coming on tours, he was promoting our community city. it wasn't seen as an Obiano project. It's an Anambra project, a Southeast project. And, you know, he's also in the process of building new cities now. I spent 5 hours with him discussing strategy. He's supporting, he makes out time to engage with investors. And that's what I'm calling on other Southeast governors to obviously draw lessons learned from him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the final contribution, the gentleman that is standing.
Okay, good evening.
Gentleman, please. Sorry, sweetheart. Gentleman that is standing behind the lady will take your final contribution. And others, please send your contributions to the link that Ms. Okoye had given to us earlier. Okay, they will all be accommodated.
Thank you.
Okay, lady, the compare has given you the opportunity to make a contribution as the last after the gentleman. Okay, yes, please.
Thank you, the moderator.
Biko,
Nkoyo Chiriazere, Apambo Mazi Sam Anyabo, and the Association of Urban Displaced Indigenes, of which I'm the acting president. Younger brother me no buy because ndị na-anụ Igbo unu na-agide m. I can translate later. Because I'm a big ndị SEDC na-ekenekwa Tinubu chetara biko ka o chetara anyị ka anyị cheta onwe anyị n'aha Jizọs. Ebe m chọrọ imetụ aka aka ndị si ndị nke ọzọ wee ndidi m ga-asụkwa Igbo suo Igbo. Ebe m chọrọ imetụ aka bụ na be anyị ebe a abụ m onye nka m ebe a unu nọ ugbu a. Ọ bụrụ na nsụ ya n'asụsụ be anyị mpịa ya asị m unu Tishion Utakashasin no. You are welcome. I want to talk on development, urbanization, and environmental impact assessment. I want to thank the last presenter, but I have observed that in most of our developmental projects, we always omit a critical collateral victim, which is the indigene. This used to be our farmlands. Unfortunately, we are always omitted from developmental processes. And I'm using this opportunity to call on government and agencies to recognize and include, we are talking about inclusivity, the indigenes. It also will impact positively on the security of these developmental projects. Many of us have lost our ancestral homes. Many of us are wandering aimlessly because they have sacrificed our land, livelihoods, and other possessions to urbanization. May we be remembered. Thank you.
Amen. That's a very powerful point. As we grow into smart cities and urbanization, let's remember our farmlands. Let's remember our people. I'm sure that has been taken into consideration. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Onoabuchifevo Ogodna. I just rounded my Bachelor of Science in Architecture in University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. So as somebody that just graduated, there's the drive to want to tap into development, you know, to make money and try to like make things better for myself, right? Now there's I'm already in the environmental studies environment, and there's the opportunity to like, okay, I've reached out to like real estate agencies on how to tap into development of like for land and all these things. And there's always the common one, which is I think they call it joint ventures, where you have to like come together with people and, you know, bring money together to buy land, and when the value comes up, you can like get your profit and all. But with the current income that I as an undergraduate or a graduate rather has, I cannot meet up to that certain level, right? So there's the drive to want to tap into these developments and contribute. And as I just graduated, there's the common, will I say, blueprints from the previous generation before us, that there's the narrative that when you graduate, you try to find your way to get to Lagos or Abuja to like tap to that opportunities, and then maybe when you make it there, you can then come back and find what you can do. So my question or my contribution is this: how can we join in this development? How can we participate, whether through crowdfunding or like, as I am an architect now, if there are ways
All right,
I could like,
we got you. We got you.
exactly, how can I participate? Basically, that's
you.
it.
Now, first, let's congratulate you. We have a graduate in our midst. Congratulations on your graduation. And I advise you to see Chimi AMC after this so that you can get some good jobs and earn some good money. They're building smart cities in Southeast, and Chimi's right here. So you have the advantage. Don't lose it. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we can go on and on, but we have other sessions. I'd like to thank you all for your participation. And like I said, if you have any other contribution, please send your contributions to the link as Mr. Okoye has shared with us earlier. I will just conclude by saying that we must think boldly, plan intelligently, and act collectively, and let us all ensure that when history looks back at Southeast Vision 2050, it will say, Southeast chose vision over improvisation and prosperity over chaos. Ndibo kwezuenu. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the London Silk. We appreciate you. Can we put our hands together to the panel as they step down now? Thank you. Thank you. We have about 2 sessions. The next one is on agriculture, agro development and food security. Our moderator is Napa Onwusa, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. And these are members of the panel: Mezue Nwonili, Ade Adefeko, Kingsley Uzoma, Honorable Patrick Nwabeze Ubru, and Innocent Isiche. Those are the people that will facilitate this session on agriculture. And for those who will be going to the dome, you'll be looking at sports development from grassroots to professional pathways. Our moderator there will be Beverly Agbakoba, founder of BOS Africa. And then one of our facilitators will be Amobi Ezeako, CEO of Rangers International. That will be at the Dome. Then after about 45 minutes of the 2 sessions, everybody will come together here for the final session of the day on security, conflict resolution, and peace building. But right now, let me welcome the moderator for this agricultural program, Napa Onwusa. And the facilitators include Mezue Nwuneli, Ade Adefeko, if he's here, Kingsley Uzoma, Honorable Patrick Wabeze Ubru, Innocent Siche, you're the moderator? Okay. All right, so we want the moderator here.
Well done. Who is moderating?
Okay, maybe you will. I understand the Honorable Commissioner of Agric, Enugu State, will be wearing 2 caps apart from your face cap. You will air your thoughts. You will also moderate this event. So I welcome you. You're at home, and this is entirely your show. 45 minutes, including Q&A.
Good evening, all. Your Excellencies here, good evening. Distinguished participants. My name is Patrick Nwabeze Ubru. I'm the Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization of Enugu State. I know that this morning, we had breakfast this morning, right? And the organizers distributed some packs. Okay, let me just finish this and I'll go on. Yes. Okay. What I'm trying to say in essence is that how important agriculture is. Because agriculture gives us opportunity for food. So without agriculture, some of us may not be able to, take part in this program. So I've been asked that the moderator is here, so I have to step aside and wait for the proper time for me to make my contribution. But just note it, that agriculture is very, very important. So as we are doing real estate, as we're establishing real estate, let us establish farm estates. We'll talk more as the program continues.
Okay, Honorable Commissioner will now be a presenter, but Dr. Joseph Ogebe from Nigerian Economic Summit Group will moderate.
Thank you very much, sir. Good evening, everybody. All protocols duly observed. My name is Joseph Ogebe, and I'm from the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, the foremost leading private sector think tank. And I'm here to moderate the session on agric and food security. As we all know, agriculture is one of the critical pillars for us to transform our economy especially that of the Southeast. So today we'll be having great presentations, and I implore everyone to help, stimulate the conversation. And, let's see how to take the Southeast economy forward from where it is, so that in the next some couple of years before 2050, we can say there will be significant progress in agriculture and its value chain, and also how this links to industrialization. So I will call on the first presenter to have the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tosin Ojo. I'm a partner at Sahel Capital, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Mezo Oneli, who is the managing partner and co-founder of Sahel Capital. And just to, I don't know if they have my presentation. Please, if my presentation is up with the technical team, can you please put it up? And so while we wait for that to come up, I want to speak a little bit about Sahel Capital and why I'm here speaking today on agriculture, on agribusiness, right? Sahel Capital started in 2010 as an advisory firm, and we are focused on agribusiness and agriculture sector in Nigeria. And as of today, we have raised over $120 million in funds from development partners, development finance institutions. We have deployed over $60 million, about $50 million in Nigeria in the agriculture sector. And if my presentation comes up, I'm going to speak as a case study, one of our investments in Anambra, which is an integrated rice company, which we've exited. And we have investments across Nigeria. And like I said, we've done investments in the Southeast region. And, but we're also Pan-African. We invest in 13 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. And we have a team of about 20 professionals in Lagos, Abidjan, and Nairobi, and manage different funds. I'm setting this context to first establish the track record of why we are talking about agribusiness and agriculture. Two, the perspective that we're going to focus on when we get into the conversation, because an investor in the agribusiness space thinks about agriculture and agribusiness slightly differently. And the topic I think I'm supposed to be speaking to is moving from subsistence to commercial agriculture. And the link between that two is really making agriculture bankable and investment, making it investment friendly, making it an investment and bankable as opposed to a nice pastime that people do just to feed themselves and to feed maybe their immediate family. So that's it about us at Sahel Capital. So to the topic that we have today, I will start from the most important statistic or fact that a lot of people have mentioned there about the Southeast, which is the fact that it has the lowest land mass or the smallest land mass in Nigeria. You cannot talk about agriculture without talking about land. So that is the starting point. Now the real question is, how can a region that has about 29,000 kilometers square of land, somebody said earlier, it's Niger State about 2.5 times bigger. So, and actually, that total land mass is about 3% of Nigeria's total land mass. How can a region that has that limited land mass, how can it talk about agriculture from a commercial sense and from a commercial point of view? So that's the first backdrop. And so, starting from that point, I think there are a few things that the Southeast has that are sort of like puts it in a very unique position in terms of its advantage. So for example, about 60% of its land are cultivable and arable, even though land mass is small. And it has one of the best rainfall in the country. Now, so the real question is, how do we now galvanize these natural advantages despite the challenges. Okay, my slide is up. Thank you. Well, I think, please, if you can move to slide 3, thereabouts. I think I've kind of moved past this. These are the people of Sahel Capital. Please, next slide. Okay, yes, this is where I am. So I was talking about the facts. Now, arable land is about 60 to 70% of that small land mass, but it's highly susceptible to gully erosion. And land governance is a major structural issue. Because land is a major asset of the southeastern people, land is like family-owned, fragmented plots, and it's very, so when we're talking about commercial agriculture, I'm situating the conversation because this is at the art of being able to do anything commercially, the ability to be able to have land reform land governance, which can be done across, in a concerted way across the 5 southeast states, because it's a common theme across board. I've mentioned the water part. It has one of the best rainfall in the country, and the primary challenge is structural inefficiency, which is similar to many parts of Nigeria. Now, the good news is many of the challenges of agriculture here is similar to every part of Nigeria, apart from the land issue. So it is subsistence, it is smallholder farmers cropping less than 2 hectares of farmland, mostly for their family consumption. There is about 40 to 50% that is lost. So the challenges are similar. And, but in addition to that, there's not a limited land mass. Next slide, please. So the question is, what should really be the strategy for the Southeast region to be competitive around agriculture? And the next slide, I tried to do a comparison with Israel. It's a country that, from a geographical and perhaps ecological point of view, perhaps shares a lot of similarity. Now, in my next slide, when it comes up, we'll see the comparison. I mean, Israel has about 22,000 kilometers square of land. About 60% of that land is desert, so you can't crop the land. And they have desertification. The southeast is prone to erosion. But the difference, though, is that that country has the highest yield per hectare of any country in the world because of how they've been able to galvanize the use of technology, how they've built institutional frameworks around agriculture. That really is the conversation I want to put forward to the Southeast Development Commission and even the Southeast region. The question is, there's so many things that have been done in other places in the world, and what can be replicated, what should be, adopted, rather than trying to reinvent the wheel. Now, so situating the conversation, the first thing is, there is no real conversation that can be had about trying to move to commercial agriculture without addressing land. Commercial investors have to be able to come to the states or traditional rulers, however the land system works, and be able to acquire continuous expanse of land to develop farming estates. Now, the way it is today, and there are different models that can be adopted. Let me give a case study of Koshari's Farms Limited, which is the investment we did in Anambra State, I think Igberiam local government. And it's, if I remember correctly, I think it has about 2,000 hectares of farmland and 36,000 metric tons of rice meal. Now, when we, working together with the company, what we were able to do is that we were able to expand and bring even some of the smallholder farmers in a sort of handshake partnership model, working with a commercial investor, and give them, so they still own those farming plots, but they are not working in a fragmented sense and in silos. They're working, because they are part of the Koshari's ecosystem, they are supported with agri extension, they are supported with input, they are organized into cooperatives. We were able to secure grants from IDH to do some of the interventions that we did with the smallholder farmers. But the reason that was possible was because they were embedded into a commercial, agricultural system, a company that is actually in that sector that is doing agriculture and needs the rice input, the rice paddy that is farmed by those smallholder farmer communities for its own input, in addition to its cropping its own land. At some point, they even brought them onto the land like in growers, and then they were able to like divide the plot, support them with input, support them with extension workers, as I said earlier, and then the company, that's Kosharis Farms Limited, became the natural off-taker of whatever they produce. Now, the reason that was possible was first and foremost, I think in partnership with that state government, they were able to secure some space of land, but also we were able to clusterize those farmers and put them, over that contiguous land, and therefore you can layer on that the use of machinery. You can have tractors, you can have equipment that can support all of those smallholder farmers in that ecosystem. Now, the action point there is that across the region, there has to be thinking around developing farming estates like this, bringing together investors who are, sort of interested in the sector and collaborating to build these farming estates, but it is not at the expense of the smallholder farmers, bringing the smallholder farmers into the ecosystem as part of the community. The advantage to the smallholder farmer is that they have easy access to markets, they have easier access to input, and also better, agricultural practices. This is one of the models that has been very well done in Israel. They have one of the best organized agricultural cooperative system. Therefore, even what you would have typically called their own smallholder farmers are very technologically advanced because they operate in this sort of cluster cooperative system that is well advanced, so they can negotiate when they want to buy inputs, they can negotiate markets, they can use storage systems together rather than everyone trying to do it in that fragmented sense. The second point I'm going to touch on is the use of technology, and that's critical when land is a challenge, because the focus for the Southeast region should be maximizing yield per hectare. If you have really small, land mass, then there's really there's no natural advantage in cropping or cultivating more land. Because what then happens is that the land is over-cultivated, and then there's nutrient challenge in the soil. But what has been done well in some of these countries is the ability to use technology, the ability to have climate-controlled production houses, whether for crop production. Israel, for example, their tomatoes yield per hectare is the highest in the world. It's 300 tons per hectare. Global average is about maybe 30 to 50 tons. Nigeria is not even. Nigeria is probably maybe less than 5 or thereabouts, right? But they've been able to do that because of the kind of technology they've adopted. So using greenhouses, using climate-controlled houses, bringing young people together to actually make, quote-unquote, agriculture sexy. So the agenda can be, what crop does the region want to pick to say, we want to be the next, we want to feed the whole of Nigeria in this crop. There are 200 million people in Nigeria. Even before you start thinking about exports, there's a strong domestic market. So we want to feed everybody. So what's that crop? And the ability to then use technology to improve, on yield will be a key thing to focus on. Now, I'm emphasizing the fact that these things have been done. So there's a way to do technology transfer. There's a way to do knowledge transfer. What is really important is the will to actually implement it, and organizing and collaboration. The last thing I'm going to mention is irrigation, and I'm going to end there. Okay, before I end, maybe I'll talk about one or two more case studies of what we've done. Now, there's rain-fed agriculture, and that's fantastic. But the challenge also is that outside of that rain season, there's nothing, and so you have pricing volatility for keep food crops going, extremely volatile spikes and lows, and there's food insecurity. So now for a region that has one of the best rainfalls during the rainy season in the country, there's the ability to dam water, to conserve water, to see water as a resource, and not just as a free gift from heaven when rain is falling, but as a resource that needs to be conserved, so that when you're out of season, then there can be irrigation that can be used. Now, some of these things have really been broken down to the simplest levels. That there's drip irrigation, solar power that even small farmers can use. Now, tied to what I said earlier, all of these things are really implementable and commercially viable when it's done at scale, when it's done in clusters, and in the sense like when people are organized and like that cooperation. It's very difficult to replicate agricultural infrastructure across many, replicating the same thing across many different fragmented, small, scattered farming estates. Because every additional agricultural infrastructure that you put on ground is an additional capital that is going into that project that invariably has an impact on what the return will be from the investor. So to wrap it up, if the focus is really driving commercial agriculture, what are the things I've said? Number one is there's not a lot of advantage in terms of land mass. So the focus should be efficiency. How do you maximize output per hectare of land? The second is there needs to be actual land reform that makes it easy for commercial agricultural investors to access land easily across the regions. And that does not mean displacing the smallholder farmers. It means finding a model to integrate the smallholder farmers into these commercial farming estates. And I've talked about the role of infrastructure like irrigation and technology. And yes, and to conclude, we've invested, I mentioned we invested in Anambra, we invested in a few other places in Nigeria, in the North Central region, even in Kano, in Kwara State, in Anambra State. And there's a lot of opportunity to invest in agriculture, but there's also a lot of challenges. For it to be commercial, for it to make sense commercially, agriculture is a system. And therefore, the different parts of the ecosystem, from production to processing to storage to distribution and to consumption, there has to be like an integration of all of these different parts for an investor to actually see it as a viable venture that can really make money and return capital to the investor. So thank you very much, everyone.
So I'm here again. Thank you very much for that interesting and, actual practical steps, on how to take agriculture to the next frontier. Just to summarize, right, your presentation is actually very interesting. First, you talked about, key characteristics of Southeast. And one of them is that Southeast has a low land area, right? But out of that low land area, only 60 to 70% is arable. And also some of them, you have lots of gully erosion, which is a big thing to figure out in agriculture. But what you also discussed is that for countries or regions or states where you have low land area, low arable land, the next point of call will be technology to expand agricultural production and agricultural output. So your presentation detailed how Southeast can actually ramp up technology in agriculture to boost production, to boost yield, and to also solve one of the biggest challenges we've seen in the last 20 years, which is high post-harvest losses. Like you presented, Ma, you said post-harvest losses contributes about 40 to 50% in Southeast. What it means in plain English is that when a farmer produces 10 tubers of yam, we lose about 4 to 5. They get perished, they get spoiled, right, before they get to the final consumer. That's a big problem. But she has highlighted how we can, solve that problem. So this is very important. Another thing she said we should focus on, as in Southeast, is that we should maximize yield per hectare. There will be lots of discussion in terms of, appropriate seed, appropriate soil testings and the likes, when it when we opened the floor for discussion. She also talked about how to maximize proximate value chain. The value chain is very important. What countries like Israel, Brazil, and South Africa have done is that they focused on agri value chain more, because that is where the money is. That's where you have agribusiness. So you need to move from outputs to production and also try to link with industries. So that's why we have the backward linkage between industry and agriculture. She also talked about processing and aggregation centers. There is need for farmers to come together to cluster. You know, that's the only way you work together and to expand production. And also there must be ready market off-takers to take up the output from these clustered farmers. So, and more of this will come later from the discussion. But I would like to call our second presenter, and he will be presenting on an interesting topic. He's actually Dr. Patrick Nwabeze, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes up to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Okay, thank you. I'm going to present to us some of the solutions which His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisemba, has adopted to solving the problem of a shortage of food. Okay, in driving our food security and economic growth through our foundational projects, which investors and the Southeast can also build upon, we have three key foundational projects upon which we could expand and ensure that the food security is guaranteed. The first is land access and farm support. The second, the production clusters and value chain transformation. Then the third, which are captured, industrialization and digital system for scale. For land, we know, like the immediate past presenter stated, how difficult it is for us in the Southeast to allow our land to be used, whether for agriculture or for real estate. But in Enugu, His Excellency established what we call Enugu State Land Bank, where communities across the 17 local government area freely donate their land to be banked, de-risking the risk associated to acquisition of land for agricultural products, and making it available for not just investors, but for also our smallholder farmers. And in that, the target for us as a state is to add to the existing agricultural land space 300,000 hectares of land. Before this government, led by His Excellency, we have barely 115,000 hectares of land that our smallholder farmers are cultivating on. So adding 300,000 and encouraging investors to come and invest in our agricultural space is a wonderful project. So currently, we have in excess of 130,000 scattered across the various local government area that have been donated freely, not encumbered, into Enugu State Government Land Bank, duly surveyed, acquired. So investors are free and will have the confidence of coming to Enugu, getting land space and, doing their agricultural investment. Then, again, access to inputs is very key because 70% of our agriculture is controlled by our smallholder farmers. So it's important that smallholder farmers are supported with access to input. Then for this government, His Excellency has made it mandatory that inputs are given to farmers free of charge to encourage them to go back to farm, to encourage them to produce more, you understand, and expand our agricultural production. Between 2023, 2024, and 25. We have distributed a lot of inputs, fertilizers, improved seeds, improved cassava stems to farmers free of charge, and also provided mechanized service. Initially, we started by distributing handheld tractors, that's power tillers. But beyond that, you will also see what we have done in the mechanization space, because we cannot actually improve or increase our production by the old order of farming. So what His Excellency has done was to introduce mechanization, provide tractor services to our farmers by establishing a tractor assembly plant in partnership with a Danish company, the Nortrad Tractors. You can see, please, next slide, please. Yes, on our farm mechanization and tractor assembly, you can see the tractors already here. The target for Enugu State is to procure 1,000 tractors. Already we have 113 tractors on ground already, and 800 will be assembled here in Enugu. At least I can cite one of our partners, the Nortrad tractor member here. So, and the next is that for us in the state to support our farmers, we must create access road to these farmlands. So the government of His Excellency, Dr. Peter Amba, has planned to construct 600-kilometer roads to our various farmland. If you can see, some of the roads are already being, cleared for the asphalting and making sure that we have good access road to all our farmland. Next slide. We must also ensure that we build the capacity of our farmers, because we have realized that if our farmers, mostly the youth, do not have the adequate knowledge to carry out agricultural practices, they will be tired, they will lose confidence, they will even lose interest. So we have embarked on massive training. We have trained about 25,000 youths within the space of 2.5 years. And that's why in Enugu, we're having more youths go into agriculture than before. If you look, please, next slide. You can see, no, go back. You can see myself, doing the training myself, also, getting some facilitators that put our farmers, mostly, if you look at the population there, you see that most of them are young people. Majority of them are also women, because we're interested in also supporting more women. About 70% of what we do are, are mapped out for women. And because you also know too in the family that women engage more in agriculture than men. You agree with me? Next slide. Now, our game changer project is the 260 World Farm Estate, sitting on 200 hectares of land. This project is even the project we are partnering with the Commission. Dr. Cliff, yes, this is a project where 200 hectares will be developed by the government, parcellated 1 hectare each, and given to smallholder farmers free of charge. In this farm estate, we have the warehouse facility provided for the farmers for aggregation and for also primary processing. In this farm estate, so we have the tractor shed, we have the resting points at intervals to give our farmers opportunity to rest a while before going back to their farm. And again, in this farm estate too, we have provided extension services for our farmers. We cluster these farmers into cooperatives to enable us support them adequately, and to also encourage investors to come and also invest in the farm estates, maybe by way of giving out inputs to farmers, and during harvest they will come also and offtake. And here also, we are also signing an offtake agreement with the Enugu State Marketing Company. The MD is here, seated here. Mike, say hello to them. So you see, that what we have done is to guarantee the farmer that at harvest, that you will not lose your harvest. We have also, by this strategy, tried to take away the 40% post-harvest loss that my friend, Dr. Joseph, talked about. So it is an end-to-end approach to ensuring that farming is business in Enugu State, farming is interesting, and also encourage the youth to take to agriculture. Then the next is the Enugu State Anchor. Please go back there. The Enugu State Anchor Greenhouse Cluster Model. We are scaling the production of vegetable by the use of greenhouse technology and also providing cold chain facility for to avert post-harvest losses. Here, our target as a state is to have 2,000 greenhouses constructed in Enugu State, fully operational before the end of 2026. Then we now scale up to our farm estate, because our farm estate we have designated 1% of the farm estate for greenhouse technology. What it means is that in each of the farm estate, we'll be having between 50 to 60 greenhouses constructed there. And each greenhouse gives about minimum of 5 jobs. And most of these greenhouses are going to be assigned to women. You see, the government is more concerned about getting women engaged and supporting the family. You can see these are the existing greenhouses. This is live, not AI. These are the existing greenhouses which you can visit if you like, and you can see how fresh, how organically the pepper, this is bell pepper, how they are looking, because it's fully organic. We don't use inorganic material in producing this vegetable. And if you look at the left, you will see the cold box facility where we preserve the harvest and bake them ready for the market. And again, too, we have an arrangement of taking the products and selling, because we have a chain, we have a market chain that will make sure that on a weekly basis, all our customers get their demand. The truth of the matter is that we can't even meet the demand now. Currently, we have about 600 kg supply to meet before the end of April. And I believe by the time the 150 greenhouses, which His Excellency is developing in one of our pilot locations, gets operational as quick as possible. Next slide. Now we are also looking at the livestock sector. Enugu State Government is developing the Enugu Integrated Livestock Center, where we have about 15 heads of cattle ranched there. As Southeasterns, we should be talking about ranching. We should be talking about ranching in production of our meat. And that is what the state has introduced. That's what the state has initiated. Currently, construction is ongoing on this location, so that before the end of 2026, we will start production there and we'll be producing our meat. And also, we had also partnered with Press to build the modern veterinary hospital, because we can't talk about livestock business without making available the veterinary services to keep the livestock healthy and ensure that what we produce is healthy meat. So this is where we as Southeasterners should be looking at. Now, if I tell you, without you seeing me there in that photograph, that cocoa grows in Southeast, some will doubt. But those who see cocoa in their parents' compound will agree with me that cocoa is going to do well in Southeast. Let me tell us something. Cassava is never our crop. Cassava was brought in from Brazil. But until we massively paid attention to cultivation of cassava, and today, Enugu State can proudly say that we are the highest producers of cassava, because we have in one single location 450 hectares of cassava. and we also have cassava planted in other locations. Because deliberately, we did 1,000 hectares of cassava in 2024, and we know how profiting that is. So if we pay attention to the development of cocoa, just as what Enugu State government is doing, we turn cocoa to become our crop here in the Southeast. And you agree with me that this is a money spiller. This is $1 billion cash crop. So I encourage also, look, if you go within Imo State, Abia State, Enugu State, this crop can thrive very, very, very well. Next slide. Now, we are part of the state that has been selected for the Special Agro Processing Zone Phase 2, Trench 1, where we will be adding value to our agricultural produce to curb post-harvest losses and also to create investment, huge investment, because there will be a lot of investment going on in this Special Agro Processing Zone. So this is just the drawing. We believe that before the mid of this year, that this project will get started. Next slide. Now, we also believe in digitalizing our process, because that is the future, so that we can make our agriculture seamless, so we can gather information on what we're doing, so that we can stand here and boldly tell you the capacity of what we are doing value chain by value chain. We can also stand here and tell you where our farmers are, what they are doing, and digitalizing our system will also enable our farmers to also get information about what is affecting their farm and how they will get solution. So we are deep neck in ensuring that we digitalize our system. If you come to our system, our ministry, you will see that we have 84,500 farmers already registered with all their details intact, and registration is still ongoing. So, but further to that is to ensure that we open this digitalization system to more opportunities where we can play with technology and support our farmers. Next slide. Okay, this is just to show that we do the manufacturing of our greenhouses locally here. We assemble our tractors locally here. That is encouraging local production and ensuring that we provide jobs to our teeming youth and women. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick. Please, let's clap for what Enugu State has done, because I've seen some practical examples on how to, drive agri production and also solve the problem of food security. So what he has discussed basically is, he talked largely, agri has different parts. You have the inputs, you have the outputs, but what most times we don't really focus on is also how to transform outputs to finished products for the export market or to get income, to improve livelihood and reduce poverty, which is a big problem in Nigeria. Like Dr. Patrick spoke about how Enugu State has been able to provide access to roads for farmers, right? He talked about they are planned to do over 600 kilometers of road in Enugu, specifically for agricultural purposes, right? Good. This is a big step, because if you take a closer look at other states, and I give you an instance, simple things like culverts, feeder roads, there are still problems. These things constitute why we have high post-harvest losses in Nigeria. I spoke with a farmer last week, and he said he had about 3 trailer loads of cassava after the planting season. Output was good, but the problem was that he had flooding in a particular bridge, and the bridge collapsed. So he couldn't move that produce to the market. What happened? He lost half of that cassava harvested. That is the problem. So they've talked about how they will build 600 kilometers. That's a good step. We urge you to do that and to do that, very fast. But one question in my mind is that how can we mobilize the resources to build 600 kilometers of road? Because if you check your capital budget, especially allocated to agriculture, I don't think that can solve 600 kilometers. So the next question will be, how can we partner with private sector and the federal government to bring in capital to fix these things, right? Let me tell you, we all know this. Capital look for places where you have good business environment and also good infrastructure. Those are the things that will bring capital into your state. Another thing they spoke about is training and capacity building. I highlighted that because it's very, very important. And he said they've trained lots of people in agriculture. One thing I know in Nigeria is that we have a lot of agricultural institutions, right? Schools focus on agriculture. But the problem is that we've not been able to harness the technology in that. If you check extension services per farmer, it's very weak in Nigeria, right? So we must be able to train farmers. Farming has gone from the stage of using rudimentary hoes and doing it manually to more technical. I give an example here because this is critical. In the US, they have less farmers than what we have in Nigeria today. But if you check their output from agriculture, it's far higher than what we see today. What's the magic? It is actually technology and strategic planning. But they also focus on the value chain, how to make money from agriculture. Because it's not just the output. We need the value chain. It is stage by stage. And we must get it right. And I'm happy that Enugu is following the right path. Something he spoke about again is greenhouses and how they've been able to concentrate on vegetable production. I know Madam Tosin spoke about strategic crops you can focus on. Cassava is one of it. I think getting this thing right is very important. Cassava is one of it. And when she's called cassava, what came to my mind is that the products you get from cassava, they are unlimited. And there are things that you can actually transform and export. You get a lot of byproduct from cassava. And cassava is very good for these states because they've done soil testing. He spoke about palm trees, right? Planting palm tree, but that's for long term. He spoke about rice also, and he gave practical examples. So I think apart from the vegetables, we can also step to this. But one thing that caught my attention is that you said that you have large market, you can't meet your supply. So what we should do in that area is to expand production, bring in private sector's investor. Demand is only what they are looking for. So if you have much demand, bring in private sector, expand output, and see how to make more money from agri and create more jobs and create more livable income for Enugu State people. Thank you very much for this. I will open the floor now for discussion because the point here is that we want to see how to take our great Southeast to the next stage in 2050. So I would like to welcome contributions from the audience. But before I give the floor open, I would like to call Dr. Emeka Ene. Dr. Emeka Ene is the chairman, Empower Free Trade Zone. Dr. Patrick spoke about Empower. So I would like to get his thoughts on this. Dr. Emeka Ene, please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. How's everybody? It's time to do a stretch. Everybody's been sitting for a very long time. Can you stretch? Just where you are, just stretch a little bit. Get some blood circulating, yeah. Feel good. That's good. You can stand up and turn around. Yeah, just a little bit. Yes. Well, that's great. That's great. I see some very flexible people. Oh. Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. We're talking agriculture, we're talking manufacturing, we're talking tech, but there's something that's very, very critical, which is how do we connect Enugu and the Southeast to a market of 1.5 billion people or $3 trillion GDP market in Africa. You see, it is important that we look at three critical things: the ability to connect to that market, the ability to be able to collaborate, which is what we're doing here, and to access capital to build out the infrastructure that you need. So I'm going to tell you a very short story. I just have a few comments to make. But a few years ago, I was speaking with the traders from the computer village in Lagos. Like, as you know, the computer village in Lagos is the largest computer-related market in West Africa. And I asked them a question. Why do you travel all the way to China to buy components or products that you sell in your market? Why don't you buy it from Europe, which is only 14 days away? Why do you do a 60-day by sea freight? And of course, the answer was very quickly. And if I ask you the same question, why do you go to China to buy? What's the answer? It's cheaper. Excellent. The bottom line is that the next question was, why then do you assemble your stuff in Lagos, which is more than 30% more expensive to assemble and manufacture than doing it, for example, in the Southeast? And there are a variety of answers. Most of it center around connectivity to the market they can see, rather than staying far away. Ladies and gentlemen, there are three examples I can give of societies, countries, cities that have completely transformed their environment by taking simple steps. One of them is a city called Shenzhen in China. If you've been to Shenzhen in China, it's a modern city. 30 years ago, Shenzhen was a small shipping village. I'm trying to find a village that is similar, that was as small as Shenzhen was 30 years ago. 30 years ago, can somebody do the math for me? This was in the late 70s, 80s, yeah. 1996, Chai. Shenzhen was a shipping village with bicycles and truck pushers, nothing more than that, and abandoned houses. Today, Shenzhen has the highest concentration of skyscrapers in the world. It's the highest shipping port for containers in the world. How did that happen? They used a very simple model called the Special Economic Zone or the Free Zone model to transform not just Shenzhen, but the whole of China into a modern first world country. Dubai did the same thing, the same concept, and free trade zones in Dubai have contributed more than 60 to 70% of their GDP today in just a matter of 2 or 3 decades. In 1966, Singapore was a downtrodden piece of rock. In 1966, they were thrown out of Malaysia and they had nothing, zero, nada, no natural resources, nothing but the people. They utilized free trade zones to move Singapore to a first world nation today. And the key challenge we have is, you may do all your agriculture. How do you connect to the market? The African continent presents an opportunity. $3 trillion in 2025 alone, GDP. 1.5 billion people. Yet the intra-African trade is barely 12 to 14%. The free trade zone mechanism allows you duty-free access, so all the equipment you bring in, for example, even the tractors you're bringing into manufacturing and shaking body, you could have done it duty-free. It's there. It's not new. And you can export duty-free. On top of that, you can access a lot of incentives to export under the African Continental Free Trade Area. So whether you are in agriculture, or whether you are in tech, whether you are in manufacturing, whether you are in pharmaceuticals, the free trade zone provides you that opportunity to at least lower the barriers to entry to this market. I'm one of the promoters of the Empower Free Trade Zone in Enugu. It's 2 sites, one at the airport and one at the 9th mile. It's a greenfield free zone. But what it does is to enable, if you are in business, to enable you access a market you won't ordinarily be able to access. So the truth of the matter is that there's demand. If you travel from Kenya to Morocco, you will see a lot of cheap Chinese goods, and you can compete. You can actually compete. The computer village people I talked to you about actually get their components from China, Guangzhou mostly, ship it to Dubai, do some sub-assembly, then bring it into Nigeria. Doesn't make any sense, but they still make a margin. So the challenge before you is take advantage of the opportunities to grow your business, no matter what business you're in, by taking advantage of the free trade zone, not just the fiscal opportunity to bring in all your equipment duty-free and export your goods without paying excise duty out again, but also access funding that is already available to encourage cross-border trade. And if you're in the world today, you know that things are not the way they used to be. Everybody is going regional. Everybody is going back to their home base. So take advantage of this, and that's the message today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for that insightful discussion. Next, I would like to call Professor Nzola Christian. He's an experienced farmer, and he has been in this business for long, and he will give his perspective. You can come up, please. He will give his perspectives as, what can Southeast do, and the challenges he has faced, and also how he was able to, surmount that challenge, right? Those challenges. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up to give us just 2 minutes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Like he has said, I am Professor Nzola Christian. And I wouldn't want to tell you my area because you will begin to wonder how a nuclear physicist is a farmer. I started farming as a hobby. I realized that there are so many little things you can do yourself. I started with fish pond. And because the doctors say I must not eat meat, I was hooked to fish. So I decided to start a fish pond. A friend came and taught me how to do hatchery. I started, the first hatchery was a huge success. I told my friend that I was able to hatch and it's so successful. He now told another person who had very big fish pond but buys the fingerlings. He said, "Can you help me hatch fishes?" I said, "Why not?" He said he will want 10,000 fingerlings. And that was how I, with less than 10 brood stocks, I slaughtered, I sacrificed the male and got the basic eggs I needed from the female and did the hatchery. I said, oh, so this thing can be so easy and so successful. I supplied the 10,000 fingerlings. That was how I started farming. From the fish pond I started ranching. And I tell you, it's a beauty. Sometimes when you come to your pond and you see fishes swimming, you will be encouraged. From ranching, we started moving down to poultry. I want to first commend the speakers. They had said virtually everything we need to know about farming. And I want to commend SEDC, the South Development Commission. They have this mandate to ensure that there is drop in poverty level. It can never be zero. Even the scriptures say that the poor must always be in the land. So you notice that if the poverty level is 40%, they have this mandate to bring it down to 5%. And we may not know that agriculture is the key critical driver for food production, the key critical driver for employment, key critical driver for economic development. In fact, it is a critical driver for so many things. Unfortunately, the farmers we have now do not have the necessary capacity to drive a number of these benefits of agriculture. And that takes me to what I want to talk about very briefly, and that is the collaboration that works. There are quite a number of things a very successful farmer cannot do. My brother, the commissioner, when he was talking, he said he made mention of massive production of cassava. Unfortunately, half of the cassava perished because there was no access to the market. The major problem we have, apart from all that had been enumerated, is post-harvest loss. For some people with very little farm, they lose. They are not properly guided. The first time I planted yam, we planted about 10,000 yam seedlings. I realized that first month after harvest, quite a number of them got rotten. Why? We use pig dung to fertilize the yam. We never knew that pig dung would give you a massive yield, but you would not have preservation unless you harvest today and you eat tomorrow. So we need collaboration with an outfit or other individuals that have the requisite competence in the area where we lack competence, where we lack knowledge, where we lack capability. So I want to point out a few things that you will find useful in any relationship or collaboration. It is expected that the outcome of any collaboration will lead to increased farm productivity and quality produce. It will lead to improved livelihood for farmers and workers, improved livelihood for the citizens, increased revenue for the government. This is quite very essential because in this time of taxation, everything is taxed. the government will make a lot of money when we pay our taxes. In addition, it will strengthen public-private partnerships in agriculture, and the collaborators will share the profit at an agreed ratio. It is also important for us to know that there is an assignment given to SEDC. Maybe I'll highlight this, and I read this from their vision. SEDC has assignment of enhancing food security through increased production of poultry, livestock, palm oil, and other crops. It is also expected that the Commission will create sustainable employment for youths and rural population, building human capital through hands-on training, apprenticeships, and farm-based learning, strengthening agricultural value chains, and reducing dependence on food imports, promoting agro-industrialization and private sector-led growth, and finally, encouraging climate-smart and sustainable agricultural practices. You see, when we talk about climate-smart agriculture, my friend highlighted on greenhouse farming. The percentage of greenhouses, in fact, the number of greenhouses we have in the Southeast is abysmally low. There are so many things that will help agriculture we lack in the Southeast. There are very few hatcheries in Southeast. If you want to buy day-off birds, you go to Ibadan or Osun or any of those western states. We don't have that here because of the capital outlay. It's quite significant. There are very few farms in Southeast with cold rooms. When we talk about preservation, when we want to preserve our produce, we need cold rooms. Some of these things you can preserve till the next or till the time of scarcity. We need quite a number of things that will preserve, heaters and etc. So you will notice that we don't have this. We don't have anywhere we can get brood stock for birds in Southeast. A day old, 1 day old of chicks, brood stock chicks, is about 10,500 naira from a day old chicken. There is no place in Southeast where we have this. So if we have an establishment powered strongly by the government, we will move ahead. Because many farmers will now congregate, they will come together and get chicken from Southeast. The transportation from Ibadan to anywhere in Southeast is significant. Before you carry your birds from Ibadan, you would have spent quite good money. So we are looking at a partnership that works. We need to know that every partnership, whether you are partnering with another farmer, when I mean another farmer this time, maybe a farmer that produces fertilizer, or you are partnering with a farmer that has entrepreneurial training, you should ensure that this partnership would lead to improved agricultural and food products. That means reduction or improved food security. Number two, there must be support farmer training and capacity building. What I mean by support farmer training is there is career progression for every profession. A farmer that is not progressing, maybe I started fishery for fun because I love fish ponds. Somebody now taught me how to hatch. I have progressed. If somebody now shows me how to produce broodstock, I have gone higher. So any partnership you have, you must ensure that it supports capacity building. You must ensure that you strengthen rural livelihood and economic growth, particularly for Southeast. There must be provision for youth empowerment, poverty alleviation, and economic wellness. In our farm, I started humbly. Thank you. I started humbly with 37 plots. But gradually, this farm has grown to over 300 plus of land. And I still have it as a hobby. On Friday, I gave my lectures in the university. It doesn't stop me from running a farm. Whatever thing you do, you can sustain farming. Get 1 or 2 boys in the village. When you get 3 boys, idle boys in the village, and give them a job, you have reduced the number of potential criminals by 3. If you look at the money you pay, you may not be making profit from the money you pay, but you would have reduced the number of criminals you have in your village or in that community where you are doing this. So you can start small. And the scripture said that when you start small, your end will be big. Why many people don't start farming is they want to invest 20 million at a time. You can start with as small as 10,000 naira. It would amaze you how this 10,000 would multiply. In the farm now, we even bought different species of palm. Palm seedlings, you will get very cheap. You will nurse them, and people will come and pay good money. When I mean palm, I don't mean the ones you picked from under the trees. You go to research institutes. They will give you very good seeds. From your backyard, you can nurse this. And when people know you do this, it will amaze you. One day, an establishment will say, we would need 20,000 stands. They will give you 6 months, and you will have a turnaround. There are quite a number of other things I would have wanted us to know. Okay. Okay, thank you very, very much. I want to commend SEDC for this privilege.
Prof, thank you very much for such insightful thoughts, please. I know a lot of us would like to contribute. This is a Southeast, thing. But the last person I just want to call, just 30 seconds, for just a summary view. He's an experienced cassava farmer. And it's because the lady from Sahel talked about cassava farming. So I want to call Dr. Emeka Okengwu. Is he in? Just 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. Just his experience. Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for him as he comes up. He's going to speak from experience, how he has been able to, the risks he faced in cassava farming, investment opportunities, and how he has been able to boost product output. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Michael Kengu. I am managing partner of Biosources and Technologies Limited. It's a PPP, fake approved project to establish cassava bioethanol refineries across all the 6 geopolitical zones of Nigeria. The Commissioner of Agriculture has spoken about cassava, but I didn't hear him say that the pilot of this cassava bioethanol value chain is actually in the southeast. We were able to get it here. It's a 42 billion naira project. But before I get there, when the managing director was speaking, he said he wanted ideas on how practitioners can be able to give ideas to the Southeast Development Commission, and that's what I want to do. In my 30 seconds, let me be a little bit statistical and mathematical. He had mentioned that we occupy a space of 29,000 square kilometers. Maybe, depending on what school of thought you're quoting, we are between 21 million and 31 million people. But one part everybody misses is that 18% of that 21 million, or 31 million if you may, are facing malnutrition. 4% would be stunted in their growth. 9.7% will end up becoming totally malnourished. This is statistical and it can be fact-checked. Everybody's talked about the big picture, but nobody's talked about the small aggregations, and this is what we are doing. And this is where I bring in climate-smart techniques. As I stand here before you, we are planting cassava in sacks in Abuja today. And what are we doing? We are using climate-smart technologies, not greenhouses. And it's important this point is made. And what we have established in about 6-7 locations of Nigeria is what you call climate-smart, community-based agro and allied support resource centers. Now, what does this mean? And what can you do for the Southwest Economic Development Commission? If you do not start from the very, very rural, you are going to be missing the bigger picture. And this is what I've not seen in this hall since we started talking. If we do not know what we need to do to be able to secure the 21 million people we have here nutritionally, what are we going to be producing? And if we do not know that seasons and times and weather has changed, people are posting rains falling on Christmas Day. What that means is that nature is disrupted irrevocably. So if you don't have these smart ideas on what you can be able to do, and the Southeast Development Commission, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development must move away from the word agriculture and begin to be more fixated on food security and food sufficiency. They are similar, but they are not the same because of the demands. When you're talking about agriculture, you're talking about science of plants and animals. But when you are talking about food security and food sufficiency, you are talking about technology. And this is where I think we should be able to focus on. I had done a very extensive presentation on how we can be able to now benefit from the carbon markets and carbon credits. Because again, it sounds too technical, but there is more for us to be able to gain from the carbon markets than anywhere else. But I'm not able to do that now. Maybe I'll do a more technical paper that I'm going to be sharing. So what's my point? My 30 seconds are up. We must make certain that we have food for the 30 million people who are going to be buying the beautiful houses that we're building everywhere. We must make certain that we set up systems that make it possible for our youth, because each time I go to my farm, and I'm going to be sharing pictures maybe sometime, I dressed in white, that they don't see agriculture as taking hoe and digger and baskets, that they see agriculture as an entrepreneurship system that can be able to buy them those beautiful houses that I saw being modeled. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for such elaborate talk. But please, I just want to note, because this is a practical session, I will come back to the stage, but we just need experience from farmers and people that have been in the business. So sorry, ma, just a minute, please. I just want to call a representative of the former governor of Anambra State, Mr. Willie Nwokoye. He's representing the former governor, Governor Obiano. Please, just a minute, please, because we have some other people to give experience. Thank you very much. Please, let's clap for him to tell us how far they've done in agriculture in his state. Thank you very much.
Half a minute. The only thing that will be out of purpose here is that since morning, this young man has been standing here and sign languaging everybody that has spoken. He needs a round of applause. My name is Willie Nwokoye. I was the principal secretary in the government of Governor Obiano. I understand that the idea of this is for states in the southeast, in the region, to share their experiences so that those preparing documents for Vision 2050 will pick the meat from the bone and enrich the vision document. I am here to state Anambra during Obiano, the way we responded to the bad statistics here, 3% only of the arable land in Nigeria is what the entire southeastern states have. In that 3%, almost all of it threatened by erosion. Then the post-harvest loss, almost half, which underlines the need to increase the coefficient of yield. How we did it in Anambra. The first in 2014, Governor Obiano put together a committee of experts, agronomists, led by late Professor Omaliko, that mapped the entire available land in Anambra State for fertility and mapped each of the parcels of land that were drawn in the land bank to crops, so that crops were not planted random or as the Spirit led us. It is the way are planted to fertility map that was produced by satellite imagery. Why I am bringing this here is for the Southeastern Development Commission that are preparing documents, 25-year document in the future, to consider doing or including in their agricultural roadmap the soil fertility mapping, which is a facility that the satellite imagery will give, so that crops are planted where their fertility is maximum. Simply, that is the way we did it,
And I heard someone say in Enugu that they created a land bank. That is good because whatever is good can be copied or not copied really. If it's good, it's good. We started pulling land bank in 2014. Mike is laughing here because he was there. And that's how you got Costaris rice. That large-scale agriculture couldn't have happened if you didn't pull the parcels of land into land bank. Costaris farm happened, Linden farm happened, and Joe Agro happened. So 2 things I have come to submit for consideration to enter into the document. Fertility mapping using satellite imagery, and then pulling of parcel of land into a land bank for large-scale agri. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping to time. Please, I crave your indulgence. We've not had any lady come up stage, but I know we have lady farmers, and I know we have lady entrepreneurs. So please, I want to call someone that has very vast experience in farms and agriculture, and he has contributed in our agricultural space by producing and exporting. Join me to welcome Dr. Betsy Anyawu Akeredolu. Please, let's clap for her as she comes on stage. You're welcome, ma. Please, let's clap for her as she steps on. You're highly welcome, ma. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I spoke in the morning. I'm an aquaculturist, which means I do a lot of research. But at the same time, I translate my findings into farms. In this case, into fish production. Because I believe for any country to claim to be developed, you should be able to feed your citizens. And one source of protein that we dearly need is fish protein, and that's my sector. And I'm happy to tell you that I'm a farmer. I'm proud to be a fish farmer. I have farms in Ibadan. I have hatchery in Ibadan. And Owo, my husband's place. I was happy when I think the prof spoke about fish farming, and I was very happy. All that he said is true. You can start as a hobby and then scale up. But my emphasis here is to make use of a natural resource that hasn't been mentioned, which virtually all of us have such a resource in our villages or in our rural areas. I'm talking about streams and rivers. And they are largely untapped. I can use my own village. Emabian, you have heard about this, the name of this village for nth time today. We are really blessed with streams and rivers, and they've been there since my great-great-great-great-grandfather, my father, and up to now. You go there, you see these rivers, they flow all year round untapped. So when you talk about creating opportunities in the rural areas, and given that Southeast is a compact environment, so to speak, in terms of land mass. We can, look at the way of maximizing the rivers and streams that we have. And the farming system where you can apply, or rather use these rivers, is aquaculture. You agree with me that the border land of a stream, you can't do anything with it. You can't plant cassava, you can't plant anything, maybe rice. But they are very, very useful for fish farming. And it's a known fact that what you produce in a hectare of water body is more than what you contribute in a hectare for arable farming. So the main point here is that we should look at the way of streams and rivers when we talk about maximizing what we've got or improving the yield of whatever natural resources that are available to us. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. In agriculture, one of the places I will come to you, sir. Sincerely, I'll come to you. I'll come to you, sir. One of the places we let's talk about most times is aquaculture. We talk more about crop production. And so, but in this same light, I would like to call somebody all the way from Israel. He has been working in Nigeria and other African countries in the past 10 years. And the lady from Sahel mentioned Israel. So I just want him to speak a minute on what we can do to benchmark Israel in terms of outputs and also value added and increase productivity in the agricultural sector. Just a minute, please, sir. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for organizing this wonderful event, which I think is very important for the future of the agriculture in Nigeria. My name is Israel Kidron. I'm the MD of Onida Agri and Aquaculture Solutions, and I'm an Israeli that has been working in Africa for 30 years, 15 last years here in Nigeria. A lot have been said already, and I don't want to repeat on what have been said, but what I would like to highlight is Nigeria has huge potential to produce food, not just for itself, but to feed the whole of Africa or maybe more. I worked 15 years in Kenya, and I was busy there with projects which were all exports to Europe and to other parts of the world, where produce is harvested in vegetables, salads, which are coming from Kenya or from other parts of Africa. And there's no reason why Nigeria should not be able to do that from here. You are not short of land, you are not short of water, you are not short of labor. What Nigeria lacks mainly is the know-how, the technology, and the commitment to do it in the right way. Agriculture cannot be a hobby, it cannot be a side job, it's a profession. And once it is taken seriously and done as a profession, there is a solution to everything. As people mentioned before me, Israel has 60% desert, and most of the agriculture is done in the desert. And it's all done with proper technology and the way it should be. What is happening here, and a lot has been said, yes, Nigeria is making lately huge projects and huge progress on agriculture, but there is still a very, very long way to go to make sure all farming in Nigeria is getting up to this standard. Because at the end of the day, all the problems we talked about, which if it is the production, if it is the infrastructure, if it is the post-harvest, logistics, Everything is solvable the moment there is a synergy between the job that the government needs to do and provide the enabling environment for the farmers to farm, and all the issue of farming and producing should be entirely in the hands of the private sector. People like us, we already set very, very advanced projects here in Nigeria. We were the first one to produce crocker and sea bass in aquaculture in Nigeria. Nobody did it before. We have done it, and it's possible. We proved it. We are producing today the highest quality vegetables in greenhouse technology, and it's done. These vegetables are getting to the top range markets in Nigeria, and it's done. It's possible. What I think has to actually happen is to have that synergy between the private sector and the government bodies to make sure that that synergy is creating the enabling environment. Because I can tell you, as a private investor, as a private agriculturist in Nigeria, it is still very, very frustrating and difficult to achieve whatever you want to achieve. And that is the major area where Nigeria has to put effort and improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for mentioning to improve business environment and also close collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. Just very quickly, 30 seconds. I was told we don't have time. 30 seconds, Dr. Larry Iwula from NISAL, he has to tell us about funding and de-risking. Very quickly, please. Is he here? 30 seconds, please, sir. Just summary, please, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I want to say this. We've spoken a lot since morning. The heavy lifting to me is access to finance. And we've not touched that area. Because everybody who came here today, every entrepreneur, the expectation is that how do we move our business? How do we get funding? And no matter how you look at it, that is the major constraint. And I need to advise SEDC on this. My name is Dr. Larry Iwala. I work with Nigerian Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, NISAL. NISAL is 100% owned by CBN. So what do? We try to catalyze funding. It could be commercial funding, it could be any kind of funding into the agricultural space. By what? By providing credit risk guarantee. That means we try to take up an enormous amount of the collateral requirements from the financing institutions. You may be qualified in all ramifications, but you may not have the collateral backup to access those funding. And that is where we come in as CBN. So what I'm saying, I am the zonal coordinator for NISAL in Southeast. And we're trying to see how can we collaborate with institutions like SEDC in the immediate, medium, and long term. Can SEDC be able to provide funding for that sector, or for pre-qualified sectors of the agricultural value chain using NISAL collateral support? I think it can be done. You could choose any value chain you want to play in. You provide the funding. This is what we want to bring to this sector. NISAL, can you layer your guarantee on it so that we can pre-qualify all the players and enable them access these funds so that they can scale up? And that's the practical way to go about this. Because it's very important for us, our people, it's not about we are landlocked, we don't have land. It has nothing to do about this. We mentioned Israel with a limited amount of land, and they are doing very well. I'm happy Sahel was there. We guaranteed Sahel transaction about 6 years ago, Charis. Yeah, and it happens. So we are looking for businesses, entrepreneurs who can collaborate with, scale up, help them access this fund. Unfortunately, the commercial funding is very, very high.
So SCDC also need to bring in funding into that sector. We will catalyze it by providing the guarantee. What that guarantee does is, if there is any, we can remediate any kind of losses to the financial institution where those losses occur. So for me, that is the best way to go. And I think it's important for us to understand that there is an institution, federal government owned, who is very, very ready to make this happen. It's unfortunate we will not be very, very prominent in the Southeast, but we are here to stay.
Thank you.
And I'm happy for this collaboration.
Thank you very much, sir. Because of time, thank you very much, sir. I will just let one of our speakers, before we open the floor, just a minute. He has pleaded for a minute. Mr. Tony Oni, please.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I have to beg to speak. I have to beg to speak because at some point I was getting annoyed. Now, let's be very clear. When this form came out and we filled this form, it was supposed to be a strategy section. I don't think this is how a strategy section is done. If you want to do a strategy section, you segment people. We filled form and we indicated areas of interest. Somebody should sit down. Everybody here left their offices or their businesses to come down here to exchange ideas. You sit us down like school children and you are talking to us this morning. No. We should sit down, discuss, and the lead person will come here with a paper to present. You collate and develop a document. That's the way it should be done. So there is a lot of gap. We've been sitting down this morning. By tomorrow, you might not see more people here. Now, I've looked around. The key people that invited us, they've all left. So who am I talking to? My colleagues. It's not possible. If Mark is here, I will tell him, the problem is not us. By the grace of God, I've had my own share of experience. I've been in the banking industry for about 18 years. I've been at the center of government, so I understand how it works. I'm now a farmer, so I have interest here. I was supposed to be at the sports arena because I've done sports. I couldn't go. You could see I was pacing from here to there. I go there, they are not saying it. I come back here, they are not saying it. It's not organized. But I filled a form and indicated where I should be. Somebody should have arranged it so I could have opportunity to give my input in sports and also come and give my input in agric and my little knowledge of banking. And I will say it there. Now, for them, maybe I will send Mark a note. Let him sit down with the state governors and agree. What we are having is Igbo. You know the language? Igbo. The average Igbo man is a Republican. Therefore, this governor has developed this beautiful idea. The next person comes, he goes into the bush. Another one comes up. So this is an opportunity for Mark to develop a Southeast regional roadmap. Any governor that comes in, you key in because it's a template. And the only way to do that is for him to have an input, a buy-in. If he has a 50 billion, 10 billion in each project, what is in Anambra might not be what is in Imo. If you come to Anambra, agric, there is one zone that has that agric. You can't go to Newe and talk of agric. It's not possible. Go to Anambra East and West, Omopale area. So develop that side for them. But that template should be there. So Governor A comes in, it is there. What Mba is doing is good. But wait for the next governor. Let me know whether that farmland will still be there. That is the point. So this is the opportunity for Southeast to have a clear roadmap. Unfortunately, they are not here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your input. I just wanted to stress that I'll come to the audience that this session we have rapporteurs taking note of every detail and a policy document will come up. That is what we also inform the Vision 2050 and the Southeast roadmap he just spoke about. Please, I will open it to the audience. I just want 2 male and just 1 female, please. I will strategically select from 1 year, 1 year, and 1 year, please. The guy at the back in red, and sir, please. And apologies if you're not selected. Just send in your comments on our website. And a lady from here, or a lady in the house, a lady? A lady? But a lady, please, no one. I will substitute. I will. Okay, I will say 5, just 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Yes, sir, please, first, please, yes.
Okay, good day all. Yeah, I'm Maze Azwika Chemeke Emmanuel. By his grace, the South Coordinator, Nigeria Israeli Business Forum, the Shahir consultant that will talk to you. I was trained in Israel by Niger Delta Development Commission Federal Ministry on advanced agricultural technology, having had my background in agriculture. The CDEC Southeast, we are talking about agricultural development in Southeast. And there's a template developed by Dr. Nanda Azikiwe, 1954 to 1960, before handing over to Dr. Michael Okpara, that led to Southeast revolution in agriculture, scattering a lot of farm settlements here and there. It was yesterday that Abia State government was able to send it into our network for us to look into and develop. And I put it to you people, please. Agriculture is technicality. The stories of land is not a problem. In Israel, there are a lot of tune greenhouses and advanced greenhouses. In Netherlands, the same thing. Southeast is embodied with land for oil palm. But for the next 20 years, there's no investment in oil palm. Our company supplies seeds from Malaysia to Wilima in Cross River, Siat in River State. For what? Presco in Benin for oil palm development. But today in Southeast...
Please, we need others to talk, please. Just summarize, please.
Okay. My summary is this. Let the Southeast Development Commission develop a template on sustainable agriculture, bringing the youths that studied agriculture to provide food for the interest in Southeast. Thank you.
Close by, please. The man in white, please. That's the second person speaking. Please, be fast, please. We don't have time. Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. Note that all what we are contributing is being taken note of. We have rapporteurs, and we assure you that these things will be done. Please, thank you very much. 30 seconds, please. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'm a medium-range farmer, poultry and fish. Something that I got into by passion. But the question I want to pose to Southeast Development Commission is, why is it that 70 to 75% of fish and poultry that come into the Southeast come from one zone? The lady that came up mentioned the Ibadan and the Owo. If you go to the head Asaba end every morning between 4:30 to 5 a.m., you see trucks coming in with fish, 70% of which are consumed in the Southeast. Why is there an average 1.6 kg grilled point and kill fish sold 5,000 in Ibadan, and that Toscana here is sold 20,000? What's the difference? So let's move from agriculture to go to agro-resource development and food security. How can we have fish in the Southeast at 5,000 average size? How can we have average poultry 2 kg to 2.5 selling for 6,000, 8,000 in the Southeast, so that a low-income family can have protein for the growing children?
Yes.
It boils down to a lot of finance, and this is where we want Southeast Development Commission to come.
Well taken.
We as farmers, we need access to funding.
Well taken.
The technologies are there. I have associates in Vietnam who can come in here to partner and produce food sufficiency within the state here. But the capital, as a farmer who have lost a lot of my investment in poultry because there's no market, because the feeds are very expensive, the medications are very high.
we need support from Southeast
Yes,
Development Commission.
well taken, sir. Please, we also have a platform. Just go there, put in your name, and also add description. But I assure you that this is well taken. We have the rapporteurs taking note of all this. I will go to this place, please. Sir, the man in blue and the man with the glasses. Yes, please be very fast. 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds, please. Let's harvest your thoughts. Summary, please.
Good day, everyone. My name is Dr. Chukwemeka Nwogu. I came all the way from Lagos. The Igbo land and whatever we are doing in Igbo, we have spoken a lot of grammar. This should be time for action. I am a bit disappointed because I flew in from Lagos just today because of this. Vision 2050. Where are the 5 Eastern governors? I expect to see them here sitting down. I cannot come here, speak grammar, go back again with my money, and be giving it to the Yoruba people. I want to pay tax in Igbo land. I have come, I'm an industrialist. I'm an agriculturist.
Thank you very much.
I'm a medical doctor. Please, we want the Southeast Development Commission to bring these 5 Eastern governors, sit them down here, and whatever template we are doing, they should be aware of it. Everybody's talking about collaboration of government, collaboration of government, collaboration of government. Where is the government? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's quite interesting. It's quite sad, please. Thank you very much. You know, this will be, we have a compendium of all what we've talked about today, the challenges and how to go about it, and this will also be passed on when we have bigger meetings. Please, sir, just very quick, 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds, please. I know we still want to talk. I know we still want to talk. I know we still want to contribute. We value your contributions. 30 seconds, please, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Sylvester Uzoama. Came in from Abuja. I'm an agro-processing entrepreneur. I have my farms in Makurdi and in Jos. There are 2 things I want to point out, which I believe SCDC would have to take a look into. The first one, since the thematic topic is on agriculture, is the need for us to reverse the trend that is presently some sort of a semi-industry within the state. We have a lot of our resources leaving the state in very basic states. Our palm oil, trucks come to the south, pack the palm oil, brand it, and sell back to us, sell to other retail outlets. It's not just palm oil, cassava. We have other things leaving the state in raw form. We must find a way to reverse it, because value addition is the name of the game. I'm one of the beneficiaries of the Sahel Consult project. I have a product which they've taken for us all over Africa. I'm interested in coming home to do something here. My farms are not anywhere in the southeast. My production center is not even in the southeast. But I would love to do things here, but it has to be when things reverse. Secondly, SCDC, based on some of the rumblings, we need to understand that SCDC is going to be a clearinghouse. They are the agency expected to interface between a lot of our yearnings and the government and other support institutions, both international and local.
Yes,
so please, we need to be patient. This is part of the process. They will get the input from us, put it together, and share with the authority.
Thank you very much. You're very correct. Just to my point also. Value addition is key, and all this we've discussed here will be packaged together and shared with the relevant authorities. Please, 2 from here, sir. Sir, you, and also you, sir, please. Be very fast. We don't have time. 30 seconds, please. Just summarize your thoughts. We appreciate your contribution. Thank you very much. Be fast, please.
Thank you very much. Okoye for the National Root Crop Research Institute, Mudike. You see, the National Root Crop Research Institute is the only research institute for agriculture east of the Niger that have existed for the past 100 years. In the past 100 years, we have done innovations. For example, 53 improved cassava varieties. We are talking about constrained land in terms of Southeast and agriculture, and the way to go is productivity. As we speak, our team of scientists are in Oyo training 4,000 farmers. Training is the key. Over my 20 years in this institute, I've not seen the presence of the Southeast governors come to tap from what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that brief summary. I appreciate. Sir, please, be very fast, please. 30 seconds, please. Thank you, sir.
My name is Woye Adeyebi. I'm from Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. I would like to encourage SCDC to copy intervention programs that IFAD did for South-South region. We have a livelihood programs. See, there's money, there's fund, but to access fund is you have to understand the process. Now in South-South, we have Life ND program. In North, we have a program for the North. Southeast, for the last 20 years, I've not applied. The only state that applied that joined Life ND is Imo State. So, and I think the commission led by my brother Mark be able to go in agreement with Ministry of Agriculture, IFAD, and another agency is REA. You need REA to be able to help your farmers. The Life ND program is for the youth, so that you can make agriculture sexy for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, my apologies, just our Oga. Please, just very brief. Please, my apologies, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Dr. Chibuzo Kereke is my name. I'm a legislative governance expert. I came from Abuja to participate. And let me commend the South Development Commission for this initiative, because this is the first of its kind. And I think we should applaud them, please. All right, so my advice is based on experiential knowledge. We must make sure that the things that will go into this document, reflect the mandate of the Commission and focus on intersection anchors that has regional coverage. Once you go to granular issues at community, local government, and other, you're going to meet what Professor K described this morning as the restraining forces, interlocking class alignment, and intervening variables that will make it impossible for us to make progress. So that our anchors across all thematic focus based on policy.
Just a sentence, please. Okay, thank you very much. Just a sentence, sir. A sentence, sir, please.
This thing has been ongoing since the time of Southeast Economic Forum. Can the SEDC survey the possibility of a development bank to finance all these projects?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I'm very, very sorry. I know we still have things to say, but because of time, please, kindly just send in your questions. You can ask any of the ushers, type in your question, your name, and what you want, your contributions, please. I bet you we put it in a document, and this document will go a long way to help, create the bigger vision we are looking at. Thank you very much. I just want to say that we are all working together to help improve Southeast and to help improve agriculture in Southeast. For instance, in Nigeria, agriculture grows by just 1 or 2% in a year, but your population grows by more than 3% in a year. So the only way we can actually help fight food insecurity is by making agriculture grow faster than population. And that's through technology, finance, and also de-risking all the challenges in agricultural space. My name remains Joseph Ogebe. I work with Nigerian Economic Summits Group. We hold an annual conference on Nigerian Economic Summit, and we've also started Nigerian Economic Regional Summit. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thanks a lot. Thanks my participants also.
He's a very exciting moderator. Let's appreciate them and the team as they're stepping down. We have a final session here on security. Security, conflict resolution, and peace building. Dr. Ndubisi Nwokolo is our moderator. He is managing partner and chief executive, security, peace, and development. Dr. Ndubisi Nwokolo. Our facilitator is Chris Ngodo, Director General, Office of the Strategic Preparedness and Resilience, ECOWAS Early Warning Center. Strong man.
We are not standing today. No. It's me and Chris, so you do the presentation. I will do the moderating. Okay. Trust me, we'll leave in 40 minutes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. This section should have been the first section. Because if you ask 60-70% of people who reside in the Southeast, their perception will be that we live in a state of violent conflict and insecurity, which may not really be true, but maybe from Chris' presentation today and how we're going to moderate this section, you might find out that probably we are not as bad as we think we're doing. So I will introduce Chris to present the section, and then we'll find a way to engage people who are seated in the audience to be able to look at insecurity in the Southeast. Chris?
Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. I recognize that the time is fast spent, so I will keep this as brief and as concise as possible. I've been asked to speak on securing the Southeast. So I want to start by laying out maybe two fundamental principles that will guide our conversation going forward. The first is that the key determinant of security, there are two key determinants of security in any space. The first is geography, and the second is demography. So when we talk about the Southeast, and as many people have alluded to before I came up, the Southeast has a very small landmass. Of all the zones, it is the smallest. It's 29,400 square kilometers. To put that in perspective, Plateau State is larger than the Southeast. So it makes the Southeast very small. It makes it very compact. If you take the major urban hubs of the Southeast, Oka, Onitsha, Aba, Enugu, Owerri, and the like, all of them are roughly within half an hour to an hour and a half, averagely, under ideal travel conditions. So it means that you have our urban hubs that are situated in a very compact corridor. Now, this has implications for security. The first is that because it's a small landmass, security shocks can travel very quickly from one point to the other. And it's not just because it is a small landmass, it combines the relatively small size of its landmass with one of the highest levels of population density in the country. So this means that when you have a disruption somewhere else, say in Aba or Okigwe or Owerri, it can travel across the zone very quickly. This applies to unrest, it applies to contagion, it applies to fear, it applies to panic, it applies to disinformation, it applies to really any kind of disruptive shock that you can think of. Now, the second determinant of security, other than geography, is demography, just demography itself. And by that, we're talking about the constituents of the zone. The zone, by some estimates, has between 25 to 30 million people, majority of whom are young, within that very critical band of between 15 and 30 years of age. Now, the main thing in addressing security, because this is a conversation about security, and I think the main principle I want to promote here is that when we talk about securing the Southeast, this is not in the main something that will be solved with simply armaments and firepower. In other words, it will not be solved simply by kinetic resources. It will be solved by a combination of both kinetic measures and non-kinetic measures. So in the course of my discussion, you will hear me reference things that may not, at first glance, seem like security-related issues or measures. Okay, I thought we would have this projected, but it's fine. I can go on. Now, as I said earlier, because it's a small landmass, economic shocks travel faster. Security shocks travel faster within the landmass. When we talk about the security situation in the Southeast, we must talk about proximate and root causes, of which there are a number. One of the most significant is that you have high levels of youth unemployment, especially among young males. The second is that the zone bears the burden of history. Obviously, the Civil War was fought almost in entirety in this zone. There remains lingering resentment, grievances, separatist narratives that are often exploited by non-state actors. And then you have, to an extent, as a result of that, the broken relationship between civilian communities and security actors. The relationship is really, really very poor. And we've seen that both in the form of either hostile policing or over-policing of the zone in recent years. Flowing from that, you have human rights violations by both formal state actors in the security space as well as informal state actors in the security space. These are the things that contribute to the feeling of resentment, the feeling of alienation, especially that young people, young males particularly, feel. And then I think lastly, the Southeast is home to many, many micro enterprises. This is a region of shopkeepers, entrepreneurs, industrialists, and the like. However, because they tend to be small in scale, they are also very vulnerable to economic shocks, and their status is somewhat precarious, which means that at any given time, a severe disruption, a severe economic disruption would throw many people out of employment into poverty. Now, when we speak of the security environment, we are talking about hybrid threats. The Southeast security environment is characterized by hybrid threats. So by that, we mean that you're not looking necessarily at just one issue, such as insurgency or terrorism. You're rather looking at a combination of things. You have communal warfare, you have organized crime, you have armed robbery, you have kidnapping, you have cultism or gangsterism, to be more precise, and then you have an insurgency. And in many instances, these typologies of violence tend to overlap in ways that are quite complex. and too complex for me to get into at this point. But it is enough for us to recognize that our security environment within this region is characterized by overlapping hybrid threats. And in terms of the economic impact of insecurity, I think the one that would stand out to almost everyone would be the impact of the sit-at-home curfews that have been in place for some years now. By some estimates, that curfew has cost the region, as at 2023, it had cost the region 3.8 trillion naira. We expect that it is more now. The curfew has resulted in reduced productivity. It has seriously impacted investor confidence. It has led to disinvestment. We have issues of capital flight as well. And then the adverse fiscal impact in terms of internally generated revenue for the states. Now, when we attempt to conceptualize a security strategy for the Southeast, which is to say we're trying to answer the question of how to secure the Southeast, I think this requires us to really work with 3 or 4 principles. The first is that any such approach has to be context specific. It has to be place sensitive. That is to say, any strategy we devise must take into cognizance the unique geographical, sociological, political, and environmental realities of the Southeast. The second is that it must integrate measures across security, governance, and economic development. Because this is the issue. If you have a large young population, and we do, and that young population does not see legitimate pathways for self-actualization, we are going to keep dealing with crime and conflict. So economic development is actually a key pillar of our security strategy. How do we provide the tools with which young people can actualize themselves, fulfill their goals, fulfill their potential within this region? And lastly, any strategy must be respectful of human rights. And we have to recognize that a very significant strand of the insecurity and the rise of anti-state sentiment in this region has to do with a long history of human rights violations by both formal and informal security actors. Now, in terms of strategic pillars for such a policy, there are 4 that we would have under consideration. The first is protection and policing. And when we talk about protection and policing, it's important for us to recognize that at this point in our history, policing is no longer solely a federal responsibility. This is a responsibility now that is increasingly being devolved to states. So states within the Southeast have a huge say increasingly in how their environments will be policed. The second is economic stabilization and youth employment. This speaks for itself, and I think many of the speakers before me have spoken along this vein. The third is institutional reforms, particularly in the administration of criminal justice and the establishment of mediation platforms within the region. And fourthly, coordination between both regional and state actors as well as regional and federal actors. Securing the Southeast and securing any region really is an intergovernmental undertaking. It requires all tiers of government to collaborate. And because of the compact nature of the Southeast, it is also really not possible to have sustainable security structures without interstate collaboration. The region is simply too small to be policed on a piecemeal basis. So we need a collective approach to security management within the region. Now, in terms of protection and policing, there are 4 key areas that we should prioritize. The first is our urban hubs. So when we look at the Southeast, you have very significant urban hubs. The Southeast is among the most urbanized regions in Nigeria. So you have Aba, you have Nnewi, you have Onitsha, for example, and we just take those 3 as an example. These are areas where you have huge concentrations of businesses, enterprises, industries. And a strategy to secure the Southeast must prioritize securing these places where livelihoods are being produced on a very huge scale. So we must think in terms of securing the key urban areas within our zone. And technology is one way of doing this. We have different options at our disposal. And whether we are talking about closed-circuit TV, camera surveillance, whether we are talking about drone coverage, whether we are talking about using GIS systems, geographic information systems, to map urban areas and also map land ownership, digitize the land registry so that we know who owns land, and it becomes it becomes easier to connect individuals or communities directly to the property that they own on land. The second is our forests. At this moment, there are a number of gangs that have essentially taken over forests within the region. This is not something that is peculiar to the Southeast. You will find across the country that gangs are increasingly or have increasingly seized control of forested areas. And it has led the federal government to establish a program, the Forest Guard program, in collaboration with states, as its the first prong of its strategy to reclaim control of forested areas, conservation areas, and the likes. In the Southeast, we have a similar issue, and so forests must be a point for policing and protection for us. It should be one of the priorities and one of the objectives of community policing. Thirdly, trade and transport corridors. This is hugely important. The Southeast is Nigeria's natural, commercial, and industrial hub, but it cannot sustain this or scale it up or optimize it if the trade and transport corridors that connect it either to the Middle Belt or to the north or even beyond the country to the Niger Delta or to West and Central Africa have been compromised by crime, by the presence of hostile non-state actors. So the corridor security for trade and transport corridors is hugely important. Finally, we have to secure economic lifelines. And one of the very practical things we must consider is that as we grapple with the impact of sit-at-home orders, the impact of these curfews on businesses, we must see that there is a necessary struggle, a battle to define that day, to protect that day, and indeed to protect market days. And this will not just require low visibility security patrols to guarantee safety of people that decide to open their businesses on those days. It will also require, in some instances, certain incentives, fiscal incentives if necessary. But it's important for us to see that what is going on here in the shape of these curfews is a struggle for the heart and soul of commerce in the region. Secondly, we have the business of economic stabilization and youth unemployment. I think really this speaks for itself, and I think that some of the speakers before me have already spoken to this. But one of the low-hanging fruits in this regard is being able to employ direct labor in huge projects of public works within key local government areas that can absorb young people. And the objective, really, is to be able to divert young males away from a life of crime, away from gangsterism, into more productive pursuits. So whether we are talking about direct labor, huge public works programs, vocational and technical education, scaling up the apprenticeship program for which the Southeast is famous but needs scaling up, all of these are means and measures by which we can empower young males and ensure that they are not sucked into the vortex of crime. Thirdly, we must look at institutional reforms in the area of criminal justice and mediation, among other peace-building mechanisms. Two priorities within this sector are of huge importance. So Nigeria runs a multi-tier criminal justice system. Armed robbery, for example, is fundamentally a state crime. And one of the keys to securing the Southeast is being able to build the capacity of state governments to effectively prosecute these crimes through their own prosecution departments of public prosecution, rather than waiting for the government to undertake prosecution of these crimes, crimes that are well within state jurisdiction. The second is to recognize that the criminal justice system over the years has been the exclusive domain of the federal government, but in more recent years, we've seen devolution. So right now, prisons, penal facilities are now within state jurisdiction. So we find that increasingly at the subnational level, the locus of control in terms of determining how speedily crime can be punished and how speedily criminals can be put away is within state control. This is a trend that the Southeast Development Commission can definitely encourage within the zone. Secondly, mediation. A lot of the disputes within the Southeast are land disputes. And this goes back to the earlier point that has been made about how small the landmass of the Southeast is. And in addition to that, the fact that the Southeast is the worst impacted in this country by gully erosion. This has implications for land ownership. It has implications in terms of displacement of persons, people, and the destruction of livelihoods, of course. Farming is lost. Food security is impacted. But what we will find is that a significant strand of the tapestry of violence within the zone has to do with land conflict, violent contestations over land as a result of land hunger. And so one of the things we have to do when we think about communal warfare along these lines is to build our capacity to preemptively mediate in these situations. That is, to mediate in these situations before they escalate into violent conflict. Secondly, you have state boundary committees and local boundary committees that are meant to be empaneled by state governments. And the work of these committees is to address the issue of contentious boundaries. So a lot of the intercommunal conflicts we have stem from disputes over land, but very specifically, there are disputes over the proper delineation of the boundaries between communities. So this is an area, once again, where capacity, institutional capacity for the state governments needs to be built and needs to be developed. Lastly, we have the necessity of cross-boundary cooperation with neighboring states. And as I've said before, and it bears emphasis, because of the size of the Southeast, you need all the states to collaborate to create a collective security architecture. That is the only sustainable way of securing the region, just because of its size. We have earlier on pointed out the disadvantages or the threats or risks that are inherent in the small size of the Southeast. But on the flip side, there is a positive. Because the region is also small, it means that in terms of security and policing, it represents a far simpler challenge than, say, trying to secure the Northeast or the Northwest. So we mustn't dwell too much on the threats. We should understand them, but not be discouraged by them. We should recognize that the compact size of the Southeast gives us a prefabricated advantage in terms of securing the region. So when we talk about cross-boundary cooperation, we are not just talking about cooperation between the 5 states of the Southeast. We also need to recognize that the trade and travel corridors originating from the Southeast have created linkages outside of the zone. So for example, you cannot really talk about Aba without talking about Port Harcourt. You can't really talk about Enugu. In fact, historically, Port Harcourt was built to facilitate the evacuation of coal from Enugu. So we have to think in terms of not just cross-boundary cooperation within the 5 states of the Southeast. We also have to think about how trade and travel have also created natural economic linkages with other zones. So obviously, one of them is the road, the transport corridor and the trade corridor that connects this place to Makurdi and the rest of the Middle Belt, and then the trade corridors that also connect us to the South-South. So this will also require inter-regional collaboration. So I think in sum, what I have tried to say in the last few minutes is to show that it is entirely possible to develop a strategy to secure the Southeast. But it cannot be done by any one state on its own, however well-resourced that state might be. It needs a collective regional approach, and it is one that must recognize the interconnectivity of security, governance, and economic development in getting the people of the region to be able to actualize their potential. So on that note, I would like to thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So before we quickly go into the moderated session, I want to say that this is a discussion that might likely will not be value-free and will not be emotion-free. You can exercise those emotions, but within the confines of what we can understand. In this moderation, I will give only 2 minutes because I want to get as much people as possible. After 2 minutes, I will speak over you. Nobody will dominate it because we want more people to be able to express themselves. We are taking records to be able to find an approach to what we are here. Secondly, is to say that before 2000, statistically, Southeast was the most secure region in Nigeria. Go check it out. The hurricane started after 2021. And let me shock you. From January 2024 to January 2025, we had a spike of 20%. From January 2025 to January 2026, we had a reduction of 41%. So it shows that there's something that is happening in the Southeast. Insecurity is reducing. But our psychology is not telling us the truth. I am quoting from next year Nigerian violent data, so I know what I'm saying. I might want to read the statistics, but because we don't have time, I will leave it at that. But if you doubt me, send me an email and I will give you everything that you need to know. That the incidents of violence in the Southeast are reduced by about 40% in the last 1 year. I don't know how many of you who were there during the Christmas. If you didn't come, I came. I was in my village. I was in Orumba. I was in Mbise. I was in Aba. I was in Omahia. I was in Ebonyi. Of course, I was in Enugu. I felt like somebody who was in Las Vegas because there were activities. But our psychology is something we need to deal with. Now, if you look at the presentation by Chris, he has been able to tailor it towards what all of us want to know, which is that for us to achieve that secure region that we're looking at, it cannot be done by Governor Mba alone. He needs the collaboration from Governor Oti. Governor Oti cannot secure Abia if Governor Hope Uzodinma is struggling. Of course, Ebonyi State can't do it. If there's a problem with Enugu, Anambra cannot do it. Incidentally, if you look at the statistics we have, my state, Anambra, has the highest number of incidents, followed by Imo, then Enugu State, Ebonyi. Incidentally, Abia is the most secure state in the Southeast. The stat is here. If you doubt it, I will send it to you. However, if you look at the region as a whole, you will find out that they've created what we call in next year belt of violence. We started from Obaru up to the end of Abia State. Now you might be asking yourself, what is this belt of violence? This belt of violence are places where you have boundaries between two states. So if you come out of Obaru, Ihala and Olo, Nnewi South Local Government, stretch to Arondi Zog, up to the boundary between Ebonyi, down to Abia State. These are the places where you have boundaries between the states. They are the ungoverned spaces you have in the southeast. And nobody is looking at those places. So if you look at what he presented, he has been able to state that states need to start working together. Because if you leave those places ungoverned, of course, someone will govern it. So I wouldn't want to go to recall everything that he has presented because I want us to leave here within the next 30 minutes. So the floor is open. If you raise your hand, I will give you the mic, or somebody will give you the mic. You either make a contribution or you ask a question. Or you do the two, but within 2 minutes. Because we have a lot of people here. This is an emotional exercise. People want to talk. We don't want one person to dominate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Professor Otu Akanu Otu. I am the Dean, Faculty of Management Sciences, Alex Ekweme Federal University, Ebonyi State. I thank the last speaker for his contributions and the lectures he gave to us. But then, I want to say that it will not do us any good here for us to speak so much grammar and go home without hitting the nail at the head. So we are talking about insecurity. And we need to understand and know what is the major thing that is constituting insecurity contemporarily in the Southeast. We need to address it. Though the speaker mentioned it in passing, just like a splash on the pan, but I would want to draw his attention to it. Monday, sit at home. That is one of the contemporary insecurity situations in the Southeast. He said that according to him, one of the remedy for this Monday sit at home is physical incentive. Though I don't understand what he means by physical incentive. But I want to draw his attention to what recently happened in Anambra State, majorly at the Onitsha main market. Recall that when Soludo came to the main market, the protesters even forgot about what they were talking about and started chanting a music. That music they were chanting, that slogan they were chanting, nobody has talked about it. It means that is where people are driving attention at. Government has not addressed it. At any slight chance given to protesters, you will see that they will begin to chant a song. What is that song? What is the meaning? If you give protesters chance in Abakaliki, they will still chant that song. In Imo State, in Abia State, even in Enugu here, they will still chant that song. And people are not giving ears to that.
Prof, I'll have to stop you now, please. Thank you.
I'm not done.
Please. I said nobody will dominate, please. I gave you 5 minutes. I was watching. Please, next person.
We're done with your preambles, huh? I think we had you.
Please, 2 minutes. This is an emotional exercise. I don't want one person to dominate it, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Samhat. I came from Abuja and I've been sitting here all day listening to everything going on. First and foremost, I'd like to commend the Southeast Development Commission for the quality of resource people they have brought here for this exercise. I can confirm that Dr. Wokolo and Chris are the two key people to bring into a room when you are discussing security. So I'm sure that the rapporteurs are listening and they are going to listen to you and put together all your recommendations. To my question, Dr. Nwokolo, I agree with you that the Southeast region was relatively calmer and more secure over the Yuletide. I agree with your percentage. I read your reports and I know that they are factual and data-based. My question is, what were the, within the bounds of what is allowed to be disclosed publicly, of course, what were the factors that drove that level of security, so to speak, within the region, within this period, so that they are replicable, so that they are scalable, and so that they can be sustained? It was not, a whim, so to speak, or it was something was done. Like I said, if it is okay to discuss it publicly, I would like to know what were those factors that led to that reduction in the insecurity in the region over the Yuletide. Good job, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, my name is Precious Henry. I'm a person with disability. Thank you so much, SCDC, for organizing this program. Speaking about insecurity, mine is a question and then a contribution. If I listen carefully what Mr. Chris said on his analysis on so far the researches that were conducted, I would like to ask, when we examine carefully, how can we classify the people that were perpetuating this insecurity, or what was really causing this insecurity? Who were those committing or influencing this insecurity? That would be my question. Now, let me come to the contribution. I'm a part of a stakeholder that advocated for National Commission for Persons with Disability. And one of the reasons, or one of the rationales we put on the table then during our ex-president, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, was that the main perpetrators of these insecurities were somehow traced to persons with disability. Please, without no prejudice, I know I'm a person with disability. That's my community. But you know, on average, we talk about forest guard, people staying in this forest. These are people that have suffered from one post-traumatic stress or the other and did not undergo any form of rehabilitation, and as such became so violent. So my contribution will be, at Southeast, channel towards developing, we should also think about creating rehabilitation centers to ensure enabling environment to really get these people
I think there's someone there who. The man at your back. He will come to you now.
Good evening, all. Thank you so much for this privilege. Since the morning till now, we have been here for this purpose. So, without wasting much of time, I'm standing on behalf of Dr. Ambassador Ogochukwu Soludo. So, the area from the morning till now, I have gathered that there is only one solution that we need to get insecurity and every other thing in order. That thing is nothing but cooperation. Not competition, but cooperation. We are aware as Igbo people, the Ogochukwu Soludo says to let each and every one of us understand that through cooperative effort of our people, some of all the challenges we are talking about will disappear. How? If the Igbo will go back to Njiko Kamma, Onyagale nwanne anyuko mamịrị ọnụ ọgba ụfụfụ gidigidi bụ ugwu eze. Knowing fully well that our Igbo have this mentality, na Igbo enwe eze. Igbo enwe eze. So, if we can draw our people closer in cooperation instead of competition, it will do what? Silence insecurity, starting from our kindred to our community, local government, to up to our state. Thank you and God bless us.
Thank you. Okay, I'm coming over.
Yeah, good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I remain my humble self, Comrade Dr. Henry Atigwe, the Vice President, National Youth Council of Nigeria. Well, let me say that this program comes at a time that the Southeast need it most. Why do I say so? If you come to Southeast now, we are having a whole lot of issues bordering on insecurity and the rest of them. Let me not bother you with other ones. Let me be particular about the insecurity we are talking about. As the leader of the youths in Southeast, I noticed that the major cause of insecurity in our zone is wrong profiling of our youths. Why do I say so? There is an adage in Igbo land that says, and that is what is happening to our people. The eyes that people used to see us, especially the youths, are not exactly what we are. And that has caused a whole lot of issues for us. And that is why I said that I must be at this program to tell the Southeast Development Commission that they have a whole lot of job to do. Just like what our sister was saying in in the other class, Stephanie, about rebranding. You guys should put rebranding of our youths into a serious cognizance as far as Southeast Development Commission is concerned. With that, this insecurity will be quelled. With that, people will know and reorientated that, yes, actually, that they said Okeke is a thief doesn't mean that all the families of Okeke is our thieves. If you come to Southeast now, they tag us all forms of names. And that is why our people are not forthcoming. Who knows that we have the likes of Mark Okoye, if not that President Tinubu identified him. And look at what we are facing today. All of us are happy. Since morning, nobody is ready to go. Up to this moment, we are all here discussing progress because we are seeing genuinity in him. But in our zone, everybody believes that the youths are criminals. And that is why wherever our youth pass, they will say we are drug barons, we are drug peddlers, we are IPOB leaders, we are shooting people, we are ESN, and a whole lot of us. So what I'm trying to say is that we should embrace rebranding of our youth. I have a program about it, which I believe we will discuss more about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fine. Thank you. Okay, he will come to you.
My name is Kelechimo and I represent my organization TrashZen. Mine is just a word of commendation. I want to appreciate the organizers of this event, that this is one of the best I've seen the Southeast have been able to put together. Whatever success that we've recorded in security, I think that it should be a template we should use to improve. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I've made some notes, and let me first commend the two speakers. The presentation was quite productive and nice. I love them. I want to first appreciate the framing, the fact that insecurity is here, framed not just as insecurity, but as an economic issue. And that brings clarity, you know, of the 4 strategic pillars that has been railed out. But one point that I like to add, it's not that it's a missing point there, is that the Southeast insecurity is also, you know, sustained by deep trust deficit. And I think that needed to be brought to the fore between communities and institutions. So, and this has also shaped, you know, it's also shaped by some historical grievances and our lived experience as Southeasterners. So we can't really discuss insecurity in the region and leave this very important aspect out of it. So, and this really affects our people and how we respond to policing, how we respond to justice processes, and even economic stabilization in our zone. So when you see police being dealt with and all that, we're coming from somewhere, and that needed to be addressed. Then finally, my question is, as these 4 pillars that I've noted that he read out, how these 4 pillars are operationalized, right? What deliberate mechanism are being considered to build social legitimacy, community trust, and local ownership, so that, you know, protection of our institutional reforms and regional coordination, because I think that coordination is really, really missing. Not only technically sound, but also, you know, trusted and effective on the ground, not outside the Southeast, but on the ground, because there are certain historical imbalances that our people are, you know, arguing about. They need to be listened to. And we can't discuss insecurity in this region without addressing those. My name is Mary Koku. I work for the Access Media Limited, but I'm also the chair of Media and Communication for the Peace in Southeast project. My work in Peace in Southeast has also opened my eyes to some of the issues we deal with when it comes to insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Over this side. No, this way.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'll commend SCDC for this event. And then the speakers, you guys have done very well. Dr. Nwokolo, Chris, excellent dissection. My name is Uzo. I run Anadata. We are a spatial technology company. So this has some intersections in what we do. I have two questions. The first is on what you said, which is that our mindsets have to be changed. I would like to know if you have any ideas around that. So do we need maybe a regional version of the NOA, or do we need to tap into Nollywood, I don't know, pastors, whatever we have? Then the second is around startups. On the national scene, we've seen what happened with like Terra Industries, where they were able to raise about $11 million for some kinetic support. Now, but those will not happen without government contracts, and we do know how military and security type contracting can be, where it's very, very exclusive. So is there a way where we could also keep the gains from these transactions within the region somehow, whether it's on the kinetic side, the hardware, or maybe on the other side? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all right.
All right. My name is Emmanuel. I'm a medical doctor. I want to commend the program also, and I want to also look at what we've been saying here since morning. I want us to look at the powers that lies within the SEDC and that of the state governments, so that it will help us know what the SEDC can do and what the state governments ought to be doing. And also within the powers of the SEDC, I think they are going to be able to have powers to give our boys grants and also help our boys with creativity, so that if you go, we are served in the West. If the houses that are built there are built by Togolese, the Benin Republic guys. Those guys are very skillful. And so if you look around East, look around Enugu State, for example, if you look at the 3-story buildings, you will barely not see a pillar that is straight. Why? Because our artisans are not into getting things right. So I would like the SCDC to focus in this vision, get our artisans very skillful, so that they are going to trainings. Get some of also our students, let it be inculcated within also the university students. If you want to be an artisan, you are taught about it. If you want to learn about wiring, you can, the SCDC has a platform where you can go learn about wiring. The SCDC has a platform, you can go learn about plumbing. The SCDC has a platform that within those years, if it spans those years, we're going to have a good number of persons that can decide, I don't need to go into crime again. Let me just go to SCDC and learn this stuff for free and then go.
Thank you. And I'm taking 2 more, and that will be it.
Good evening. My name is Tabo Okeke, and I'm not the Okeke that the chief was talking about. I'm not the criminally minded one. I have a question, and I also have, an issue that I wanted to bring up. We were talking about how the Southeast was very safe and very peaceful. I find out that there is a lack of coordinated approach when it comes to security, especially as it concerns the various states. For instance, if there is a little bit of activity, hoodlums operating in one part of probably Anambra State, for instance, and the government is able to push them back, usually they would leave there, maybe fall into Imo State or Enugu State. And then the Enugu State government has to do his own part, push them out, maybe they go to Ebonyi, and the cycle continues to go on. Now, my question is, what institutional framework can the Southeast Development Commission be able to come up with that would be able to improve interstate security? and be also able to bring out a balancing whereby human rights are also upheld, because just like one speaker said here, there is already trust as far as it concerns the Southeast Development Commission. The Southeast Development Commission so far has been able to do so well in reaching out to the communities in the Southeast, all the states go around, and that has built a level of trust. Can the Southeast Development Commission leverage on that trust and be able to create this institutional framework for all the 5 Southeast states? Thank you.
Thank you. And that will be the last? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, good evening all. My name is Prince Ikechukene. I want to contribute on this issue of insecurity in the Southeast with a practical example. My late grandfather was the Igwe of my town. He ruled from 2001 to 2010. Ojiamokwe is an autonomous community in Udi, local government area. There was something he did, even as a little boy, I noticed it, because we've talked about security. Nobody's talking about how we can be able to get the Igwes, okay, the traditional rulers, the PGs. Majority of all these crimes happen within forests or they have boundaries with communities. These criminals don't fall from the sky. They camp in forest. That forest is under a local government. That local government has an autonomous community. That community has an Igwe or a PG in charge. So my grandfather was, for example, he was in very good terms with the local DPO, the DPO of the nearest police station, Udi. He used to come over to our house for lunch then and other things. So I noticed something. The governors and the stakeholders in security, they are not really emphasizing on the role of traditional rulers and PG. These people are the first contact point with the people, the local people. Because talking about issue of trust is when the Igwe knows how many people are in his community and, informants about what's happening. You can see people trusting him. Oh, Igwe, see you, there is something happening in the forest nearby here. Oh, PG, see you, go and tell Igwe, I noticed some strange movement in the bush here. But when you don't involve the traditional rulers and the PGs, to me, it's building castles in the air. So I want to see a time when governors and stakeholders would buy drones, for example, and donate it to communities. Okay, Igwe, take this drone, teach your local boys how to operate it, and fly over this particular area. Get back to the state government. It's not about buying drones and keeping it in the government house. No, it's not enough. Buy drones, give it to the PGs, the Igwes. These are the people that are closest to the people in the communities. I think that will go a long way. By the time hoodlums know they're not safe in any community bush, it will go a long way in curbing down the insecurity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the last? Sorry. It's already to 7. We really have to go.
Thank you very much, my brother. Very brilliant paper by Chris. He defined the crime characteristics of the region that we are discussing: geography, demography, and some historic experience, engagement with from this region with the Nigeria, and co. There is something that I think is missing. Technology has far gone beyond crime. If anybody tells you that crime cannot be contained either at the regional level, at the national level, or state level, it is a blatant lie. I was in Kiruna, northern part of Sweden, where I saw live satellite imageries that orbit the Earth every 10 hours, transmitting images down to the 8 stations that are interpreted. At that time, it was about 10-meter resolution. I was talking with one guy here who said that today it's about 3-point-something meters. That means if you are in the taxi out there, as we step out, you are being seen for who you are in the taxi. The technology has also included ultrasound facility, meaning if the regional governments can pool resources together and subscribe to satellite images and create interpretation 8 stations, even a heartbeat of someone that is hiding in the forest, The technology can pick it and then zoom, and you are there live. So what I am saying to Mark and his men, in drawing the roadmap for crime, let technology be a very emphatic paragraph where the region can pool resources and subscribe to every minute image that is downloaded from satellite. One treasury may not be able to do it, but a collection of treasury can do it. Crime thrives in anonymity. If you are known, you cannot commit crime. Thank you.
Thank you. They said they want to know you.
My name is William Okoye. I was the principal secretary, and I handled funding for security programs in Anambra State.
Thank you, and that's the last. Chris, I move over to you. You want me to do first? All right. Okay. So, I mean, the first question I got was the one from my brother Sam Hart about why the Southeast was saved during the Christmas, right? Couple of things. One was, that's what we call conflict ripeness. That is that time in a conflict that you're tired. It's the same with insecurity. There's a time in insecurity you get tired. The psychology of residents of the Southeast was that they got tired with sitting at home. They got tired with the fear. They started coming out. That's one. Secondly was what our Igbo brothers from the diaspora did. I don't know how many of you that saw people came back. A lot of our brothers came back from all over the world. So it boosted the morale of those who were inside to come out. That was the second one. Third was, for most of these guys to come back, a lot of local communities started investing in CCTV technology. I'm from Oba in Anambra State. One of our association did about 52 CCTV cameras in Oba, of which I had it, right? So that boosted it. And beyond that was the local security and vigilante groups that came up. The fifth one. And then, this may not have evolved now, but the last 1 year shows that even though we think the economy has gone bad, there was a lot of improvement somehow, especially with regards to people who we think are below the poverty line. There was an improvement. What that did was that it reduced the agitation, right? So assuming that in your business you were making a naira and you started making 2 naira, 3 naira, 4 naira, it started changing the mindset. Now I'm talking about places like Aba, where I was born, where my parents still live. The increment in what the governor was doing there gave the people a different mindset about if governance is working, so why not? Right? So with the pocket of what the people thought was good governance, which I think is good governance, road construction, so on, the mindset of an average person who ordinarily would have supported the other group started changing. We saw it in some states. So that was why this gamut of ideas was what led to what we are seeing. And it will continue in that way. Now, I am not saying that the agitation is not there. I am not saying that the grievance is not there. As someone who understands this whole thing, at times you feel it. I feel it. I'll give you one, and I'm challenging Mark and his group to look at this. 2 days ago, I saw a post on social media, Facebook, where somebody brought out one book, History of something Nigeria. He started reading it out and said there was no Igbo history. Even with my education, I was raging. I was angry. I was so angry. I started writing that once I get to Abuja, I will go and find out who approved that. These are the places we want our political leaders to do something. Right? I will tell you a second one. When our members of House of Assembly stood up to say name Humphrey Nwosu after INEC. I felt that was the greatest own goal our political leaders in this country scored against this country. All they needed to do was to do that. Our brothers from the National Assembly will take that back and come back to say, we are telling you that these people are listening to us. Imagine they've named one Humphrey Nwosu after this. What do you have to, what will it cost you to hold on to something that you cannot eat? I asked a senator who opposed that. I went to his office. I said, you were opposing this. What did it come up to you? You were asking these people not to agitate. And the people they will blame are the people saying, just do this thing for us. You refused. Right? So, one thing I want to say is that when it comes to issues like this, it's not only a Southeast thing. The other parties need to understand that for you to be able to solve the situation, there are things you give, especially where it has to do with emotion. That would have been one thing that our members of the National Assembly would have used to make a lot of noise in the Southeast, but they missed it. Right? So I just needed to show that we understand your emotion, but your emotion cannot in any way make us to do those things that are wrong. We will continue to forge. The most important thing, among some of the things Chris listed here, issues of good governance, justice, access to justice, and so on. If we continue to build in that direction, we will continue to turn the mind of those people with those ideas to know that, no, that's not the right way to go. Because some of them do not actually understand it, because they act on those emotions. And those emotions are from most of misinformation, disinformation, right? So as we continue to build, you will see them continue to turn around and to start supporting what we are thinking. And then second, it's equally important to understand that some of them did not understand the difference between criminality and agitation, secession agitation. You have right to agitate, but once it goes over to those violent conflict and insecurity, then you're pushing it to the other side. So that was the main issue. For an instance, the group that we normally were terming unknown gunmen finally have changed their name to Umuchukwu, right? And they operate from Ihalaolu up to some part of Mbiri, Imo State. And I know in next year we've asked government to label them a terrorist group, because the idea is that it will push the conversation to say this group is not agitating. This group is not saying this is where we're going. This group is a pure criminal group. So, and that's where we think that most times information will help us to start changing those narratives, to say, for the fact that I said you are marginalizing me politically and economically, does not mean that I am saying that the Nigerian state must burn down. Right? So, but if you see somebody who is saying, my people cannot come out, you cannot kill me and still tell me you're fighting for me. So by the time they designate this pocket of group as terrorist group, it will help us. I mean, we can have this conversation, but I don't want to dominate it. I'll move over to Chris. Chris.
I can sit, right? Okay, thank you very much for all the comments. So I think I need, the disclaimer I need to start with is that I had 15 minutes, you know, and the reason we are still here now is, I suppose, had some other people been a bit more fastidious about their 15 minutes, we wouldn't still be here by now. So I had to rush through my own comments. So I will try and address all the questions, the questions that have come up. There was a lady that asked, how would I characterize the perpetrators of the violence? In the presentation, we talked about hybrid threats. It's not one thing, it's overlapping things. So you have gangs, you have separatist terrorists, you have cultists, you have organized crime, and all of that. It's not just one thing. And I think the challenge of doing conversations like this is because you're trying to deal with complex and nuanced issues, you can't really do too much in 15 minutes. And one of the things we must avoid, and certainly something we owe ourselves, is to reject simplistic conclusions and simplistic definitions. If someone says, okay, what is the issue in the Southeast? And you expect to hear something about IPOB and Elohim and whatever they call themselves. Yes, there is that, but you're dealing with something that is complex. So it has multiple elements. And we owe it to ourselves to be able to see the big picture and how all those elements interact. That's why I said it's a hybrid environment. It's a security environment characterized by hybrid threats. There was a gentleman that talked about the wrong profiling of youth. And I do agree with this, that there is an issue, and this is also part of the problem we have with civil security relations in general, and how security actors profile young people. And those are some of the things that have led to the alienation of young people within the zone. So I do agree with that. Mary, yes, Mary, I don't really have any disagreement with you. And I mentioned this. Again, I had 15 minutes, right? So yes, there is history. There is the legacy of the Civil War. There are historical grievances. There are social grievances. There are things that have been left over, right? And I did mention all of that. So again, I agree with you. In terms of building social legitimacy, which is what you asked, and local ownership, I would say that first, the creation of the Southeast Development Commission is one very tangible institutional step towards that. And now the work of the Southeast Development Commission would be to localize further those efforts. So somebody talked about the PGs of town unions, the traditional rulers, the Igwes. Absolutely, they are integral to any kind of collaborative effort that we want to have in this region. The Southeast has a tradition of being self-governing, and this is important. In the early 20th century, the Southeast was able to cover the developmental gap between itself and other regions through self-investment. You had communities that would put their resources together. This is before we started having more modern conceptions of civil society organizations or whatever. You had villages, communities that would pool resources together and send their most promising young people abroad to school. They pooled resources together and built schools. So when we talk about creating a collaborative architecture in the Southeast, we are not just talking of formal government institutions. We are talking about town unions. We are talking about all the platforms of self-government that have existed historically, including, of course, traditional structures, traditional rulers, and the like. So I agree completely with you, Mary. Someone asked the question of how do we change our values? How do we change our values? We don't need to create a regional NOA, but certainly one thing we can do, and state governments have a lot of leverage in this area, is to look at the curriculum of education in primary schools, for example. You can create a civics curriculum that is context-specific, that addresses areas of our history that we have been a bit reluctant or resistant about engaging with, right? So I think that, and quite frankly, in my view, if you leave orientation for when somebody is already formed as an adult, it's somewhat late in the day. The ages you must target when you're talking about molding the minds of people is when they're in their youth, when they're impressionable, when they are children. So primary school, right from kindergarten up. So thinking in terms of curriculums, what we can do, even if it's social studies, if it's health education, if it's civics, whatever it is we can do in that regard. Because when you're talking of orientation, what you're really talking about is civic development, civic consciousness. And then someone, okay, I think you also asked, how do you build an interstate regional security coordination group? I need to stress something at the risk of, dampening the enthusiasm a bit. The SCDC is not a regional government, okay? The SCDC is not a regional government. The SCDC is a federal agency with representation from the Southeast, mandated to engage in development issues within the Southeast. However, it must engage with the state governments, right? The issue's primary jurisdiction is still with state government. So when you say, how do we create an interstate regional security, network or something? This is something that the SCDC will lead, facilitate is a better word, will facilitate. It will facilitate, it will support state governments to come together and create these bodies. Now, these bodies will have strategic levels, they will have tactical levels, they will have operational levels. But what ultimately the end state should be is that when you're in the Southeast, there is a strategic and operational consensus that governs how crime and security issues are dealt with across the 5 states. And I think, yes, lastly, somebody did talk about technology. What we can do with surveillance. And I agree completely. But I must stress again that sometimes when we talk about the role of technology in security or in any field of human endeavor, we talk about AI, we talk about surveillance and all of that. We're at risk of sometimes engaging in magical thinking. And what I mean by that is that technology in and of itself is the simplest part of the chain because you're talking essentially about procurement. If you get surveillance technologies, for example, there are questions that need to be asked about institutional jurisdiction. Who can actually wield those technologies? Do our laws allow the SCDC or any such entity to use such technologies? Who will do the training for them? I mean, state governments that have to work with federal security agencies deal with this kind of dilemma all the time. The state governments want to secure their states, but they have to deal with primarily federal security agencies. So sometimes you find that a state government has to train federal security agents, but those federal security agents are not bound to remain in those states. They could be rotated out. So how do you deal with the administrative and institutional and legal nuances of those arrangements? So I say all that to say that the technology is the simplest part of things. Where the work of the SCDC will lie will be to help state governments create the frameworks, legal and institutional, that will allow them to optimize such technologies. And I'll give a quick example. In Plateau State, there's a security outfit called Operation Rainbow. But what is really important is that Operation Rainbow has a control center, a situation room, and it has drone coverage of the entirety of Plateau State, right? Drone coverage of the entirety of Plateau State. No other state has anything like that in Nigeria, right? So there's a, shall we say, use case that we can look at as a model. And then we have to think of other things. Even when you have surveillance, surveillance is one thing, but what about response? Who will organize quick emergency response to an imminent threat? Because seeing it and anticipating it is one thing. So I say all this not to suggest that this is impossible or infeasible, but to say that these are things that require us to think through the layers of institutional, legal, and even political and administrative ramifications of engaging such systems. Yeah, I think that's about it. I think my last word on this is, I mean, Undo started by saying that this is an emotive conversation to have. I agree. And what I would like to say in closing is that the challenge for the Southeast and the challenge for a new generation of leaders that will emerge in the zone is to depart from the tired approach that often favored the rhetoric and politics of victimhood. This is a time for high agency people. There are changes going on within our political, constitutional, and legal architecture that are putting more and more control in the hands of local communities, in the hands of subnationals, in the hands of states. So this is not a time for helplessness. And I think, as Professor Ikechukwu said in the morning, being angry is one thing, but anger is not a strategy, right? So it is all right to be angry, and it's all right to be discontent, but let's take that energy and channel it into strategic thinking in solving these problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Before we quickly conclude, there was a question we didn't address, which is on institutional platforms that the Southeast Development Commission can cash in on. I know you're working, the Region Commission is already working with UNDP, but yes, we know that the international aid money is drying up, but who says they are not still there? There are pockets of them, right? Incidentally, my firm next year, we've been working with FCDO on the spring program. It was only for Northwest and North Central. Last week, I know how I've been pushing to have Southeast inside it. Now, what I'm challenging the board is to look at how you know about the programs even before they are being designed. You don't come when they are already been designed. You're not going to get a place there. If Sam Hart sitting here, I told him that most of this program, most of the people sitting at the head of it are from this region. But they cannot influence anything if those programs are already designed. So you reach out to EU, you know what posts do they have for Nigeria? And you're asking your question. Because our region is a bit very small, go as a region, don't go as a state. I'm talking from a practical experience. Go as a region. Ask for those technical assistance that you need for your region. The money is there. But you need to ask. Right? Let me speak Igbo here. You don't keep your cup and expect wine to be given to you. You have to bring out your cup. So you look at all of them. EU, FCDO, and all of them. The money is there. There are a lot of us that are ready to work with you. Talk to us, we'll work with you, we'll tell you where the money is. Thank you.
Because he's about to tell us where the money is, let's double the round of applause, please. You know, when we came here in the morning, I looked into the room and I saw the number of people seated. I'm looking into the room again now, and something just tells me that the people left behind here are committed. You are the marathoners. You are ready to do it for the region and for generations yet unborn. Put your hands together for yourselves. Today has been wonderful. From framing the conversation from Professor Okeke-Chukwu, we broke into 6 breakout sessions. 3 over there, 3 here, covering virtually every area, from sports to agribusiness, from digital economy to industrialization, to tourism and hospitality, and now we are rounding up with security. It's been wonderful. I know some of you may be tired, your legs might be swollen. Don't worry, you are doing it for the region. I thank all of you from my heart for your commitment, your energy, and your patience. I saw some people here around 8 a.m. this morning, and you are still here. The number of hours you have spent sitting down, somebody will have been in London, made some cup of tea, and taken some biscuits. I thank you all. Let's do it again tomorrow, 9 a.m. Let's be seated. God bless you, and good night.